Chapter 1. As the bell rings for the end of the last class in the morning, AI Ran yawned and woke up from his sleep. His current biological clock is so accurate. As soon as the class bell rang, he fell asleep. As long as there is no class for an older leftover girl in the morning, he can sleep until noon. Stretching his waist lazily, AI Ran touched his stomach and smashed his mouth. It's time to eat. It's so good to live like this now. You don't have to continue to do demolition and relocation work everywhere in the universe, and it's really miserable to work for black real estate boss Frisia. Don't think about salary and benefits. If you let that boss not go your way, the next second the whole planet will be raised to you. AI Ran's previous boss, King Vegeta, just upset some big bosses. As a result, the Saiyan's hometown of Vegeta Star turned into a firework in the universe in Frisia's demonic laughter. Thinking of that huge ball of energy, AI Ran shook his body unconsciously. He couldn't help but sigh. Although this kind of life is very boring, it is still very good to have such peaceful days occasionally. In fact, AI Ran is a crosser, and a crosser who has crossed twice. In his last life, he was an ordinary otaku, and after being hit by a big truck, he traveled to the world of Dragon Ball. It may be that there are too few people in Japan, and the performance of the big truck sending people to another world has not been completed, so I ran to Huaxia across the sea to catch people and make up for the results. In this way, AI Ran was born on the planet Vegeta as a superior warrior. But before Frisayan took Vegeta Star, AI Ran did not recover the memories of his past life. Instead, as a superior warrior of a Saiyan, he received the most authentic Saiyan education. For example, 108 ways to kill enemies. What kind of power can be used to completely clean up the natives on a planet without destroying it? As a superior warrior of a Saiyan, how can you turn yourself into a gorilla and not destroy your companions because you go berserk? In this way, AI Ran spent the first 16 years of his life in fulfillment and blood. Until one day, after clearing a planet, AI Ran and a few Saiyans received an order from the Frisia Legion to return to Vegeta Star immediately. AI Ran, who did not have any prophetic awareness, stepped into the trap of death. It wasn't until the moment when Frisia's energy ball was about to smash into planet Vegeta that Ran recovered her memories of her previous life. But in that situation, what could AI Ran do even if he recovered his memory? He's just a Saiyan with a combat power of 5,000. So AI Ran decided to die harder, and he raised his middle finger to the sky and yelled, "Gan, your uncle!" Frisia. That's the only thing AI Ran could do at that time. Until now, AI Ran is not sure what he thought at that time. Maybe this way of dying is more dignified? Eventually, AI Ran turned into cosmic dust along with planet Vegeta. Later, for some special reasons, he crossed into this everyday world. His current mission is to find the contaminated Dragon Balls in this everyday world and purify them. Of course, as a reward, AI Ran can use it to fulfill a wish after purifying the entire Dragon Ball. When he first received this task, AI Ran was extremely reluctant. How is it a wish? It's called Hanako. When Lao Tzu really didn't know that Dragon Ball could fulfill 3 wishes at once. It's a pity that his new boss is even more arrogant than Frisia, and if AI Ran disobeys him, his ashes will be raised immediately, and he can't even have the opportunity to go to the prefecture. Even Saiyans must be mindful in the face of such conditions. From the heart, there is no shame. AI Ran walked slowly towards the outside of the classroom. For Saiyans, cooking and fighting are the most important things in life. At this time, a cold female voice came from behind AI Ran. AI Ran, do you want to find any reason to cancel the club activities today? Hearing this voice, AI Ran's body stiffened slightly, and the originally lazy smile suddenly disappeared. He helplessly turned his head to look at this beautiful girl with excellent grades, and said helplessly, "Classmate under the snow, is it so clever? I'll see you just after class. But I don't plan to skip the club activities, you always have to let me go to the cafeteria to have a meal and then go to the club classroom. After that, AI ran bypast the girl and quickly walked to the back door of the classroom. But Yukinashita Yukino didn't believe what he had just said at all, so he followed behind AI ran like this, because he had already used the same excuse 3 times. Sensing that the girl was still following behind him, AI ran sighed resignedly. Since being forced by an older leftover woman to join this society called the Ministry of Service, AI ran has not had a good day. As a traverser, AI ran certainly knows Yukishita Yukino, who is the wife of the paper man in his previous life. But I don't know if it's because they have been killing and setting fire for a long time after becoming a scion, or because scions like powerful women in their genes. In the face of Yukishita Suino, the current AI ran has no feeling at all except that she is more troublesome and recognizes death. As for what club activities do you participate in? AI ran was not interested at all. This is the 4th time that Yukino has squatted in Aaron. Although the first 3 times let AI ran run away, since the absolutely correct Yukinashita Yukino accepted the commission of Shizuki Hirotsuka, he will definitely fulfill it. Chapter 2. Yukishita Yukino followed behind AI ran, silently looking at the man in front of him who had been wrapped in grey hemp rope decoration around his waist, and couldn't help sighing. AI ran, I think it is necessary to remind you once again that your deviation value in the previous test was the last in the school. Except for some science subjects, your scores in other subjects are all in the single digits. It is because of this that Mr. Hirotsuka will let you join the Ministry of Service, and let me guide you anytime and anywhere, hoping that you will not disappoint her heart. And you are also responsible for your own future. AI ran did not take care of the snow, maintained his original speed and continued to walk towards the cafeteria. But I still can't help but complain in my heart. Study? Learn a fart. I didn't learn anything in my previous life, but I have to learn it again in this life? And in the previous 16 years, I learned a lot of things very seriously. For example, killing people and setting fires, destroying planets or something. Divide, line. In the shock of the school cafeteria staff, AI ran bought bread and bento boxes for 30 people at once. Standing behind him, Yukinashita Suino couldn't help frowning when he saw this scene, gently poked his back with his finger, and then said, AI ran, if you have already made an appointment to have lunch together, then please come to the activity room alone after lunch. After hearing Yukishita Yukino's words, AI ran looked at her inexplicably. I didn't have an appointment. Then how do you buy so much food? Did you finish eating alone? Waste is shameful. Yukishita looked up at AI ran and bit the tail notes of the last few words extremely hard. No, these are only enough for me to eat half full, but it's not good to eat too much lunch. Since you are here, you might as well do me a favor. AI ran showed a big brother next door smile to Swexia. Help me get a part, I can't take it all alone. A few minutes later, AI ran walked out of the cafeteria with the spoils of today's noon loot. Looking at the 2 plastic bags full of bento boxes in his hand, a little messy. Is this lunch? In the cognition of a normal person, such a large portion is not at all something that one person can eat, and even some people who are famous for their big stomachs cannot eat 30 bento boxes at once. What's more, AI ran just said that these were only enough for him to eat half full. After taking AI ran to the activity room, Yukinashita Yukino sat down on his seat by the window and said to AI ran solemnly, AI ran, I understand your intentions. AI ran looked at the snow with a confused expression. What did she understand? As the bottom one in the school and with a super cute girl like me to tutor you, as an adolescent boy, you would do some strange things to get my attention, and I can understand that. Hey! AI ran was even more confused. In the most bland tone, Yukinashita continued to elaborate what she wanted to say. Although I understand your intentions, this is definitely not a reason for you to waste food. People should have the most basic respect for food. There are still many people in the world who are starving, please stop your stupid and ridiculous behavior, this will only make me hate you even more. Yukishita Yukino's voice did not have a trace of warmth, and she looked directly at Ai Ran, not hiding her disgust for his behavior. Poof! Ai Ran couldn't help but laugh, and he looked at the girl with interest. Although in her previous life, Ai Ran knew that Yukishita was a kind but not sociable girl, and she would not hide her thoughts at all. But when the poisonous tongue under the snow was directly pointed at him, Ai Ran still found it extremely interesting. I can't see that your imagination is quite rich, it's the first time I've seen a person boast of being cute, and say it so naturally. It's a fact that I'm cute. Yukinashita said lightly. If you receive countless love letters every day since elementary school, you will even be ostracized by the girls in the school because of this. Indoor shoes were hidden 60 times, 50 of them girls, 5 times teachers, and 5 times dogs. After experiencing this, you can understand what a good person you are. You will also know how good people in this society will be excluded. No one is perfect, so I decided to start this society. Ministry, I built it to help others change, and then change the world. So you don't need to do that, and I will definitely save you, Ai Ran-san. Sunlight shone through the window on her body under the snow, and in Ai Ran's eyes, she had a hint of holiness at this time. However, the grunt and grunt protests from Ai Ran's stomach directly dispersed the atmosphere of the scene. Ai Ran spread his hands. It's hard for me to explain the problem of the amount of food, but I'm really hungry now, anyway, I'll solve it in the activity room for lunch today. If you don't believe it, you can watch from the sidelines. As for what's interesting to you, to be honest, you're not my type. If you really want to find a partner, Scions still like to be plump, after all, no matter how bitter you are, you can't suffer children. Saying that, Ai Ran opened the first food box and glanced at Yukinashita's chest with a regretful expression on his face. Sensing Ai Ran's gaze, Swexia took a step back with his hands on his chest and a vigilant face. Poof! Ai Ran couldn't help but laugh again. After a few bites of food, Ai Ran suddenly thought of a question he wanted to ask in his previous life. Speaking of snow, you just said that there were 5 more times that the dog hid your shoes. Specifically? I'm interested in this. Under the snow. Chapter 3. The Scion stomach is like a high-capacity pulverizer. And the hungry Scion is completely a pure eating machine. The first bento entered Ai Ran's stomach in just a few seconds, followed by the second and third. The snow on the side was already stunned at this time. Although the stomach has a certain elasticity, and according to the different physiques of people, of course, there is a certain gap in human stomach capacity. There are also some bloggers with big stomachs who can eat dozens of people's food at once. But those are all videos, who will eat this in reality? You don't need to think about it to know that such a way of eating will definitely eat the body. What kind of monster is this guy? Or do you say that you rarely have contact with boys, so you don't know that the current boys have evolved to this extent? Yukinashita Yukino looked stupidly at the boy sitting opposite. For 20 minutes, Ai Ran ate fiercely all the time, and his front was full of finished bento boxes, and the height even blocked the view under the snow. Normal people always have to see if the temperature is suitable when eating, blow it and then put it in the mouth to chew slowly, and finally swallow it. But what's going on with this man opposite? He can eat a loaf of bread in 1 bite, and solve a bento in 2 bites, does he really chew it? Can you feel the taste of food? Finally, after Ai Ran eliminated the last bite of food, he nodded with satisfaction, although I am only half full, the taste of this food is still very good. In the previous 16 years on the planet Vegeta, Ai Ran basically did not eat any serious food. After all, you can't expect a group of battle freaks who only know how to kill and set fires to make any reliable food. Scion recipes have always been simple enough to be outlined in 2 words, meat. Full. The cooking process is not important, because raw is also possible. It doesn't matter what kind of meat it is, Scions who like to eat aliens directly also exist. But be sure to fill the tube in large quantities. After recovering the memories of his previous life, AI Ran always felt sick to his stomach whenever he recalled the previous 16 years. Thinking of this, AI Ran couldn't help but thank his new boss in his heart. Although she is a black-hearted capitalist who only knows how to knock her bones and suck the pith, she has at least sent herself to Earth. Instead of continuing to stay on planet Vegeta, it is better to go directly to the underworld. At this time, Yukishita Sueno's words came over, interrupting AI Ran's emotion. Sorry, I thought you wanted to show yourself and prepare to waste food. I didn't expect that. Halfway through the words, she stopped under the snow. Even if she was a genius girl, she didn't know what way to describe AI Ran's previous meal. AI Ran saw the embarrassment under the snow, so he said without care. You don't need to apologize, after all, my meal is indeed exaggerated. In order not to attract attention, I went to the rooftop alone at noon to eat. Yes. Suddenly, under the snow, he seemed to have found some blind spot, and looked at AI Ran with a serious face and asked. AI Ran, I remember that the door on the roof has always been locked. How did you get up? You said that rusty lock, I just pulled it lightly and it fell off. Because this is the director of teaching, and he specifically came to me. However, after I explained, he forgave me and allowed me to use the rooftop as much as I wanted in the future. Seeing Yukishita's look of disbelief, AI Ran told her about going to the office that day. Just a few days earlier, AI Ran was called to the teaching office by the bald teaching director, who pointed to the remains of the roof door lock on his desk and asked him to demonstrate again how he had destroyed public property. So, AI Ran directly twisted the iron bar placed on the desk into a twist. After seeing this scene, the teaching director and the teacher on the side instantly changed from evil dragons to chicken boys. Although AI Ran has always been the last in the school, he has never made a mistake, and presumably went to the rooftop yesterday because of the pressure of studying recently and wanted to go to the rooftop to relax. Sleep in class? It's okay. It is understandable that we pay the most attention to the mental health of students. Speaking of this, AI Ran has also packed the finished lunchbox and prepared to throw it away. Then he continued to say to the snow. It was good to say that it was good to lose money, and did not punish me. Although I have long known that the teachers are unreliable, I did not expect that it would reach this level, and it seems that the name of the general martial arts has declined. Having seen the leftover female teacher who smoked, drank, and beat students in the school, and now connived at a modern ape to rampage in the school, Miss Yuki Nashida was helpless, and the good school was about to become a zoo. If not, transfer schools. Yukishita sighed and got up. Have you been eating so much these days? Well, although I can only eat half full, I can barely make it until school. It seems that AI Ran is really not lightly ill. Please remember that humans can't eat so much at once. Speaking of this, Snow hesitated. Is AI Ran really human? Not an erect gorilla or a modern ape or something. It is indeed necessary to study whether a creature that can eat a bento box bread that can eat 30 people in a meal and can only eat half full can still be called a human. AI Ran looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and said with a grateful face, the minister really helped a lot today, or go shopping with me tomorrow. My time is precious and can't always be wasted feeding the gorillas. Yuki Nashida pulled her black hair behind her ears and looked away. However, if you can honestly participate in club activities every day, I can't think about it. Chapter 4. For the requirements under the snow, AI Ran cannot be denied. After school, he went his own way and walked straight to his apartment. It was already Monday, April 15th. It had been exactly 15 days since he crossed over, and it had been 10 days since he had taken classes at Zhongguo High School, but he still hadn't been able to integrate into the surrounding environment. Looking at all the people and things around me, it is a feeling that is both familiar and strange. The more lively the environment, the more serious this sense of discord becomes. In his last life, he was in his 20s and spent his whole life in a muddle. After being hit by a big truck, it was like sleeping, and when he woke up again, he became a perverted murderer again. The memories of the previous 10 years were firmly reflected in his mind, and no matter how he explained it, he couldn't deny that the person in his memory was himself. At the age of 7, he followed the team for the first time to conquer a planet with tens of billions of people. In just a few days, AI ran and several scions wiped out all the creatures on that planet. Young and old, people and animals alike. As long as it is a living thing, they will kill it. Killing makes his heart rush, and fighting makes his blood boil. Warlike and evil are engraved in the genes of Scion, and since then, AI Ran's bloodline has been completely awakened. Even now, AI Ran, who has recovered her memories of her past life, can't resist the emotions written in her genes. He has always been eager to fight and kill. From the age of 7 to 16, AI Ran has been on countless missions, and tens of billions of lives have died at his hands. At the age of 16, he has a combat power of 5,000, even among the Scions, he is considered a genius, and even Vegeta once extended an olive branch to him. Because of the pride and reserve of the Scion, he rejected Vegeta in one mouth. Fortunately, AI Ran rejected Vegeta, otherwise he would not have had the opportunity to return to this daily world that is 99% similar to his previous life. AI Ran now enjoys the feeling of walking alone on the road. Only 1/10 of the gravity of planet Vegeta gives him the feeling of walking in the clouds at any time. The cherry blossoms on both sides of the road were also surging his soul all the time, and the smell of blood that had been lingering on the tip of his nose seemed to have faded a lot. I have to admit that although it is not as beautiful as the scenes in the anime of the previous life, it also has a bit of taste. Speaking of the scenery of cherry blossoms dancing in anime, the picture quality of the anime will immediately become high definition or even ultra clear after the cherry blossoms appear. AI Ran can't help but think, is this a hard indicator here? His thoughts drifted far away unconsciously, and when he reacted, AI Ran had already returned to his apartment. This is a high-end residential building with 25 floors, and when AI Ran first came here, he thought this building was very familiar. I have to say that although the current black-hearted boss has been squeezing his labor, the accommodation and food are still very good. This is much better than Frisia. When they were in the Frisia Legion, Scions went out to fight to bring their own dry rations. I'm back. AI Ran pushed open the door of room 1508 and shouted according to the boss's request. After closing the door, a purple light mass appeared in the room, and soon transformed into the appearance of a pink-skinned girl. The girl greeted AI Ran enthusiastically, Hi. Did Xia Ran come back today or this early? AI Ran walked directly through the shadow produced by the light mass, completely ignoring her strange name for herself. Seeing AI Ran ignoring her appearance, the girl was not angry but continued, Did you find the contaminated Dragon Ball today? AI Ran, who was already sitting on the sofa, was immediately speechless after hearing the girl's words, and protested. Lord God of the Time Realm, how can you find it so quickly, not to mention that you have never teleported the Dragon Ball radar I wanted. Even if you want to evaluate KPIs, give me the tools to do the work. No, Xia Ran. They. Phantom of the King God of Time floated in front of AI Ran, pretending to be a cute girl and said to him. Because the contaminated Dragon Balls have already found their hosts, the Dragon Ball radar has not been able to find them, but I have confirmed that the 7 Dragon Balls are all on this planet. And the surroundings of the host possessed by the Dragon Ball will definitely find strange things, as long as you use chi sensing at all times, you will definitely find it. Hey! AI Ran sneered, she is already hundreds of millions of years old demon woman, and pretends to be a lowly? This god is really bad fun. Xia Ran, are you scolding my old demon in your heart? Blasphemy is punishable by severe punishment. For example, if the ashes are directly raised, the level of hell after death cannot go. The king god of time said extremely terrible things in a rather cute voice, and AI Ran also decisively admitted, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, I shouldn't say bad things about a god in my heart." Then AI Ran continued to ask, "Lord God of the time realm, what can I do if I find the Dragon Ball host to purify it? An energy bomb together with the host to completely destroy it? Even if I learn the induction of Chi with you, my combat power is only more than 5,000. If there is any enemy such as a one-star dragon, it is estimated that it can directly raise my ashes without your attack. No, this is your first mission to become a space-time patrolman. So you won't be asked to fight, just use the positive energy generated by the emotion of love to purify Dragon Ball. Isn't it simple? Love." AI Ran already felt a little wrong. What love? In love? Yes, Xia Ran, you are so smart. According to my observation over time, Scions can produce enough positive energy after they have love. After hearing the explanation of the king god of time, AI Ran instinctively resisted. Impossible. When pigs fly. I'm the scion of the first fighting nation in the universe, how could I fall in love with humans? But according to my observations, in addition to being very warlike, the scion race seems to be your racial talent to eat soft rice. Who told you that? Be careful when I sue you for slander. Chapter 5. In the face of AI Ran's protest, the king god of time chose to ignore it directly. She put away the posture of the little woman, looked at AI Ran seriously and said, "Xia Ran, there is one thing I need to remind you. You are not qualified to refuse my task. If you really don't want to carry it out, you can only return to the hell to continue to atone, and finally completely wash away your memory and reincarnate again." What kind of black-hearted boss can formulate such a labor contract of forced buying and selling? If you don't work, you have to die? In the previous life, those little cuties who were deceived to the waste of northern Myanmar are almost the same treatment. AI Ran asked sadly, "Then why did you save me before? Or is the position of a space-time ranger just vacant?" No, on the original time trajectory, you should have died at the hands of Frisia at that time. And I was near the planet Vegeta to make sure that the Scion baby who fled to the northern galaxy was safe. He is the key to the world of tomorrow. But before planet Vegeta completely died, I suddenly found that the evil chi in you disappeared a lot. Although you still have an evil heart, there is a trace of light in the darkness. So, this mission is not only to purify Dragon Ball, but also to purify your own heart. You are to live in this world as an ordinary human being. The sins you commit must be borne by yourself at any time. After hearing the words of the king god of the time realm, AI Ran was silent. In fact, in the previous 10 years, he just had no memories of his previous life. And AI Ran was sure that he was still himself at that time. It is you who kills and sets fire, it is you who believes in superstitious power, and it is you who loses your humanity. Even though he has recovered his memory now, AI Ran has not felt the slightest discomfort because he killed so many people before. Every day is still about eating and drinking. That's the Scion way of life, and no one feels anything wrong. The law of survival of the universe is simply the law of the jungle. What is wrong with the strong completely destroying the weak? Even if it is a Scion, isn't it almost killed by Frisia in an instant? Before that, AI Ran had always thought so. So after coming to this peaceful world, all he could feel was out of place. Suddenly, AI Ran was shocked. Why could he now take killing and death for granted so naturally? Why don't you feel the slightest remorse after killing so many people? He fell into deep self-doubt. Is he now the Scion AI Ran, or the Otaku AI Ran on the earth? I don't know how long it took, but I suddenly felt a sense of vertigo welling up. Forced to endure the feeling that he was about to vomit, AI Ran looked at the king god of the time realm and said hoarsely, I accept this task. Seeing that AI Ran no longer resisted doing the task, the king god of the time realm nodded with satisfaction, and her temperament returned to the feeling of lowly at the beginning, and she said in a cheerful tone. Very good, Xia Ran Ran. I'm sure you'll be able to get the job done. But I'll remind you a few more things. First, you can't kill people deliberately anymore. Your current state is at the critical point of evil. Even if you just kill one more person, you will not be able to come back completely. Second, you can't cut off your tail just because you are troublesome. I have stored some divine power in your tail. And now we can talk because of that energy. Of course, that's only part of the use of these divine powers, and they have more important uses when it matters. Well, it's almost the same today, Xia Ran Ran, you have to do the task well. During this time, you should also live as an ordinary human being. Bye. With that, the phantom disappeared from the room. And after the king god of the realm left, AI Ran instantly lay on the sofa like a dead fish, and he buried himself deep into the sofa and muttered. Can your sins only be borne by yourself? Gollum 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 gollum. AI Ran's stomach made a loud protest. Forget it, let's eat first. The hungry scions have no way to think at all. Divide, line, they. Next day, AI Ran slept on his desk at school as usual. While sleeping soundly, someone knocked on the table. Boom. Boom. Bang. AI Ran raised his head in confusion, and an angry old leftover woman was standing in front of him. Hey! Little ghost, how is the rest? I actually slept until school in the afternoon. You really have a very good kind. Hirotsuka Shizuka squeezed her fist. If AI Ran didn't give her a proper explanation, the next second she would use a punch of annihilation to make this little devil sober up. Sorry, there was something going on these 2 nights. I'll pay attention next time. AI Ran replied a little perfunctory, but he was indeed telling the truth. The king god of time said that the Dragon Ball radar was useless and there was no detector. AI Ran could only learn the perception of Qi from scratch. Although scions are born to use Qi, they cannot do Qi perception without systematic learning. Looking at AI Ran's appearance of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, Hirotsuka sighed helplessly and said, Little ghost, come with me. Okay. AI Ran slowly stood up, and then he realized that he was not the only one who was going to be called to the office. One of the dead fish eyes in the same class was standing behind Hirotsuka Shizun with a desperate expression. Chapter 6. Youth is a lie, a sin. All in all, give me a blast. In the office, Shizun Hirotsuka, dressed in a white coat and a cigarette in her mouth, reads aloud the words on the paper in her hand. After reading the last word, a sign of danger flashed in her eyes. Nah. Baikagu, can you tell me what this is? Looking back on high school life. The dead fish-eyed high school student standing in front of Hirotsuka Shizun replied weakly than Shia Hachiman. The dull hair on the head may be trembling because of fear. But even though he was afraid, he still said hard, I think this is the closest to my own high school life. Halfway through his words, Hijitani Hachiman suddenly stopped, because Hirotsuka Shizuki's fist was only a few centimeters away from his lower abdomen. AI Ran watched with relish on the side, this scene he had only seen in anime in his previous life. It's really cool to be able to watch the free live-action version now. But he didn't stay out of the matter for long, and the one who looked for fault soon came over. Wu Hirotsukajing temporarily suppressed her anger and turned her head to look at AI Ran. I can understand salted fish like Biki Valley, but AI Ran, why didn't you even write it? And since you transferred to now, I haven't written a single homework. Yesterday I also asked about the snow, you have not participated in a single club activity. Do you have any opinion about me? Bye. Kigu's dead fish eyes also slightly observed this transfer student who enrolled later than himself. Although he wears the same school uniform, this guy is also dressed too strangely. Which normal person would use grey coarse hemp rope as a belt? The white shirt can't cover the muscles on his body, and he has a particularly vicious look. This guy is super bad. Thinking of this, Baikigu unconsciously stepped back a little. Hearing Hirotsuka's questioning, AI Ran instinctively uttered the Scion's standard answer to this kind of question. Humph. I'll waste my time on this boring thing. After speaking, AI Ran was shocked in his heart. Habits are really deadly. The king god of time let himself come to this school to study in order to find Dragon Balls and integrate into human society again. But I haven't had time to think about it yet. Hirotsuka Shizuma's iron fist had already hammered towards his stomach. Such a weak attack, AI Ran silently complained. Then he rapped Hirotsuka Shizuki's iron fist with his hand. I have to say that by human standards, this punch is not bad. AI Ran held Hirotsuka Jing's hand and said casually. Sorry, I'm used to talking like this. I'll make up this homework for you later, and as for club activities, I will participate in it later. Hirotsuka sighed, will forget it. She also saw that AI Ran didn't seem to rest well, and boys had strong hormone secretion at the age of 16, which was always difficult to discipline, and it was not good to say it. She thought about it, took the cigarette off her hand and stood up. You two, come with me. Baikigo looked honest like a chicken cub on the surface at this time. But his heart was shouting. What did I see just now? Bad students vs bad teachers? Do you want to go with the past? Will it be extinguished? AI Ran looked at Baijigu and smiled, and patted him on the shoulder. Let's go, you don't want to bear Hirotsuka-sensei's iron fist, big sensei. What big teacher? My name is Hijiya Hachiman. AI Ran spread out his hands. Sorry, it's just that the teacher read your masterpiece just now and thought that what you wrote was quite interesting. So this is an honorific title for you. Hijiya Hachiman. Divide, line. Shizun Hirotsuka led two people to the door of the classroom of the Ministry of Service. The classroom door was closed, but the door was unlocked, and she opened it with a swipe and said loudly, Yo! Under the snow. At this time, a sigh came from the classroom. Hirotsuka-sensei, I should have said, please knock on the door when you come in. Hirotsuka Shizun didn't care. Well, it's not that you're too slow yet, pay attention next time. Ha ha ha, next time pay attention. This time I not only arrested AI Ran for you, but also brought you a new member. After hearing Hirotsuka Shizun's words, Yuki Nashida shifted his gaze to Aaron, who consciously walked into the classroom. Obediently sat down on the opposite side of the snow, and took out a few books that he could not read a word. Although I don't know why AI Ran is so well behaved today, Yukishida, who is already preparing to carry out the fifth arrest operation against AI Ran, nodded with satisfaction. So, the dumbfounded man standing next to Hirotsuka-sensei is our new member. Baikigu, who was looking stupidly at the snow, was suddenly startled. Society? Baikigu asked suspiciously, Hey, when did I say I wanted to join this club? Hirotsuka Shizun raised his fist and looked at Baijigu with a smile, and a terrifying figure came from under the kind smile. Oh? Do you have any comments? Didn't. No. Hijiya looked away. He had already succumbed to Hirotsuka Shizun's lustful power. Well, as you can see, this guy's personality is as bad as his eyes, and correcting his distorted personality is my commission. Yuki Nashida Yukino clasped her hands to her chest and looked at Hijiya Hachiman warily. Forgive me for refusing, I will feel completely unwell at being stared at by that kind of obscene eyes. And our society already has an incompletely evolved ape, and there can't be another satyr. This way I will feel that I will be in great danger. An unevolved ape. Hirotsuka looked at AI Ran suspiciously. And AI Ran was scratching his head sadly at this time when he looked at the words he didn't know at all, and suddenly heard the words under the snow and immediately protested. Hey, can you guy not get involved with me? Chapter 7. Then under the snow, as you can see, now that there are 2 members in your ministry department, there are a bit of a problem with Kigu's thinking. As for AI Ran, Hirotsuka Shizun only said half of it, and she was a little bad at judging AI Ran. She found out after observing AI Ran for half a month. This guy has so many problems that people can't complain about. There is no father or mother, and basically no common sense of life, and I don't know which mountain I came from. Eat a lot, have a lot of strength, and have a bad brain, and always look down on people. It's really hard to imagine how AI Ran can really enter society in the future. However, Yukishita did not resist him very much, and he was always full of fighting spirit, hoping to help AI Ran. They're going to get along well. Hirotsuka Jing thought like this, and saw Yuki Nashida with a look of embarrassment and said, Hirotsuka-sensei, this Baijigu-san's lewd eyes make me think that it will be dangerous to let him into the department. Don't worry, Hirotsuka said with an affirmative look, it's okay to assess the risk than this guy in Kigu, and he won't do something like that. And isn't there AI Ran to help? Since Hirotsuka-sensei said so, Yuki Nashida continued, embarrassed, then, I took this commission. Hearing the affirmative reply, Hirotsuka waved his hand, then they will ask you to get along well. After saying that, he turned around and left. The classroom also fell silent all of a sudden. AI Ran was already lying on the table at this time. I really can't read the book, this time I have insisted on reading it for 5 minutes, and it is already a milestone progress before falling asleep. He squinted his eyes and continued to master the perception of chi. In perception, the air over there is decadent but gentle than Kigu. Hirotsuka Shizuki, who was hiding outside the door, was a little stronger and hotter than ordinary people. Suddenly AI Ran frowned. The chi under the snow was the same as her name, pure snow white and faintly warm. But as her perception deepened, AI Ran found that her chi carried a trace of evil. It seems that you still have to participate in more club activities, and this feeling should be the breath of contaminated Dragon Ball. Baikugu pulled over a chair and sat far away from AI Ran and the snow, and he twisted his body to find his own security. Arnold, let me ask, what kind of society is here? Ministry of Service. Under the snow, the answer was still so cold and indifferent. Ministry of Service. Baikugu's face is a little bad, and the name sounds a little H. As if seeing through Baikugu's thoughts, Yukishita glanced at him and said coldly, do you only have this kind of H thought in your head? It's really low-grade fun, dead fish-eyed kun. Well. After all, the name is really. Baikugu touched the back of his head. He didn't care about Yuki Nashida's poisonous tongue, so Yuki Nashida-san, what is the main activity of this ministry department? You might as well guess, she said, giving some hints. What we're doing now is community activities. Baikugu immediately replied, sitting and reading? Learning department? Yakoshita sighed, it's my fault, I shouldn't have expected anything from you. AI Ran then lay on the table and groaned, the rich give to the poor with a benevolent heart, this is the so-called public welfare. Of course, this is what the previous minister said to me. My understanding of the community is that this is an unpaid house, and obviously it is no longer paid, and there are still no customers coming to the door. It's because your understanding is too shallow, AI Ran-san. Of course, with your brain, which has not evolved completely, I am already very pleased that you can understand this level. While speaking, Yukishita had unconsciously stood up, wrapped his hands around his chest, and said to Baikugu in an overlooked posture, welcome to the Ministry of Service, welcome to join you, Baikugu-san. AI Ran turned his face slightly sideways as he was buried in his 2 arms, revealing one eye, looking at Yukishita and Baikugu. Although Yakoshita said this welcome, this tone really made people wonder whether it was a real welcome or a fake welcome. Since Hirotsuka-sensei has handed you over to me, I will do my best to correct Baikugu's mistakes, and at the same time, AI Ran's academic performance will improve. Be grateful to me. Baikugu rolled his dead fish eyes, feeling very uncomfortable. You guy. Although I say it is a little strange, I am still very good. In the school mock exam Chinese subject is the second in the school, the appearance is okay, except for no girlfriends and friends, I am still very good. AI. Ran on the side heard Baikugu's words and buried his face back. This kind of dialogue between top students, he, the last in the school, is consciously not qualified to participate. It is not as important as studying the breath emitted under the snow. How exactly do you force Dragon Ball out of her? And how exactly is positive energy generated? Let's go back and ask Lord God of the Time Realm. Under the snow, his expression became cold. Is there anything to be proud of in the second place in the school? I see, it's because of your awkward personality that I have never had friends. Under the snow, as far as I know, haven't you been alone all the time? The flower of Takamari Takayama, the perfect and correct Yukinashita Yukino, an all-round genius, a charming appearance, and an iceberg-like character. Even if Baikugu didn't notice what happened between the girls, rumors like this kept flowing into his ears. Such an excellent person, who has never made friends in the general martial arts high, is very curious about this kind of thing. That's because I'm so good. Yukishita said as a matter of course, slowly walking towards the window. But the world is very strange, the better people are excluded, and this kind of thing is too unreasonable. That's why I want to form this community, start with everyone and slowly change, and eventually change the world. She raised her head, looked out the window, and lifted the blue silk on her face behind her ear. At this time, AI Ran's gaze just came over. The sunlight shone on the girl's face, making the breathing of a straight man like AI Ran stop for a moment. This scene. It's so beautiful. Chapter 8. With the addition of Baikugu, the plot seems to be on track. Yukinashita and Hijiya each got up and began to argue. Shizuan Hirotsuka outside the door should be eavesdropping with a smile on his face. AI Ran was not interested in these things at all, he was squinting and sensing the breath under the snow. Now it is basically certain that the contaminated Dragon Ball must have lodged under the snow. That evil chi is not at all something that humans can have, and as the mood under the snow rises and falls, that breath is constantly changing. Yukinashita Yukino was as proud as ever, although she didn't see her face, but AI Ran could imagine her expression at this time. If you can talk to a girl like me, then you can talk to most people, isn't this a little corrected? How confident are you? Baikugu said speechlessly. Just as the two men's argument reached a stalemate, Hirotsuka Shizuka pushed the door and walked in. Under the snow, it's disturbing, it seems that the correction work of Baikugu is not optimistic at present. After hearing this sentence, Baikugu was a little unhappy, correction or something, I just don't want others to judge my nature. That's clearly an escape. Yukinashita retorted. Is the so-called change just an escape from the status quo? Why can't you be sure of your present and past self? Then nothing can be solved, and no one can be rescued. After listening to the two people arguing, Hirotsuka Shizuka raised her hand and mixed in, well. Both of you calm down. Since ancient times, when the justice of the two sides clashed, it was a common practice in shonen manga to compete in competitions. AI Ran complained on the side, do they still want to divide the male and female through the competition? Can't you see it? Glaring at AI Ran fiercely, Hirotsuka continued, so, let's have a competition in this club. Serve others better than anyone. The winner can give any order to the other party. Yukinashita Yukino took 2 steps back with her arms folded. I refuse, I feel that I am in great danger in the face of this man. That's prejudice, and men in high school don't think about obscene things all day. Yes, yes, and the poor social animals who are forced to work all day. AI Ran lay there quietly, continuing to complain in her heart. Hirotsuka interrupted the two at the right time, you won't be afraid of losing under the snow, that's why. It's an obvious incentive, but I accept it. Saying that, under the snow, he looked at AI Ran again and asked, do you want to participate? AI Ran-san? AI Ran didn't even raise his head and said lazily, I don't want it, I'm very busy, so I won't participate in such a boring thing. No, the ministry has to develop team spirit, and everyone must participate. Hirotsuka interjected. Hey? Okay, I'll participate if I have time, but I still have something to do today and I'll leave first, see you tomorrow. After that, AI Ran stood up and picked up his backpack and walked towards the door. Looking at AI Ran's back, Hirotsuka sighed. Compared to Baikugu, AI Ran's character problems are more tricky. Although his personality seems to have changed a lot during this time, Shizuki Hirotsuka can feel from his own life experience that he has not changed anything. The current attitude is just because he doesn't want to communicate with others. Hirotsuka unconsciously recalled the first time he met Aaron. And his eyes at that time really didn't look like a human at all. Divide, line, after. Leaving the school, AI Ran found an uninhabited corner and flew directly. Move at full speed towards your accommodation. I'm back. After returning home, AI Ran recited the words agreed with the king god of the time realm. Sure enough, as soon as AI Ran's words fell, the phantom of the realm king god appeared directly indoors. Xia Ran Ran, you actually found me so quickly? Did you miss me? It's not. AI Ran sat down on the sofa and said to the realm king god, I found a trace of a dragon ball today, what do I need to do to take it out of the human body and purify it? Yay! You are really powerful, you found the first dragon ball so quickly. They. King God of Time maliciously sells Mo. AI Ran, who saw this scene, pouted speechlessly, Lord Realm King God, can you stop sighing, what exactly should I do to purify that dragon ball? You always have to tell me a way, do you really have to fall in love to purify dragon ball? Putting away the appearance of selling cute, the king god of the time realm thought for a while, and then said seriously. Now Xia Ran Ran can't do it, whether it is taking out the dragon balls residing in the human body or purifying it later, it requires enough positive energy. All of this requires you to have a kind heart. But with your current situation, you will definitely not be able to do it. Now AI Ran was directly dumbfounded, then what to do? If you find it, you can't take it out and you can't purify it, this job is too pitted. Don't worry, Xia Ran Ran, you must first live well as a human being. Of course, love is the only way for scions to generate positive energy. But you also have to keep an eye on those hosts. The contaminated Dragon Ball boarding, saying that something bad will not necessarily happen. AI. Ran sighed and waved his hand at the king god of the time realm. Okay, I know, it's okay, you go first. The king of time muttered unpleasantly, really, are you using people as some kind of convenient tool? With that, she disappeared indoors. After a while, AI Ran slowly walked to the window, looked at the scenery outside and muttered, if you don't make changes, you can't solve anything, and no one can be rescued. Chapter 9. AI Ran sat on the bed, closing his eyes to perceive whether there was abnormal energy in this world. It's just that these are all futile, no matter how you look at it, this is a normal everyday world. Suddenly, AI Ran seemed to sense something, and scratched his head after opening his eyes. No wonder I feel that this building is familiar, and I actually live opposite me under the snow. Sure enough, it was dark under the light, because it was too close and I didn't pay attention. I still don't know my practice. After that, AI Ran focused all her attention on the snow. She is now the host of the Dragon Ball, and she does not dare to let her have any accidents. This is related to whether you can make a wish in the end. Thinking of this, AI Ran couldn't help but get up. What would it be if one wish could be fulfilled? Just after 8 o'clock, room 1507 in the same building. Finished washing under the snow and changed into pajamas. One of the straps in the white suspender pajamas slipped down the shoulders, and the smooth skin of the second young lady was exposed in large areas. But she didn't care, she was living alone anyway, and she was also very confident in the security here. A man sits on a sofa holding a cat magazine, and the pre-recorded Mr. Pan anime is playing on TV. This is the nth time she has watched this anime. As a senior cat slave, she likes all animals with cat characters. So the panda is a king-sized cat? As time passed, the temperature in the room slowly decreased. Because of the cold, I trembled unconsciously under the snow. She pulled a blanket over her and muttered. It's already April, isn't winter over this year? But the temperature is still falling, and in just a few minutes the indoor temperature drops below 10 degrees. Unable to stand it any longer under the thin snow, she stood up to turn on the air conditioner. Suddenly, a light curtain similar to a portal appeared out of thin air in the living room of the apartment. As soon as this light curtain appeared, it exuded a biting cold, and the room instantly froze. And it releases a strong gravitational pull on the snow, wanting to swallow her completely. At this time, under the snow, Xuanai's face was pale, and the cold made her thinking extremely slow, unable to make any movements or make any sounds. In just a dozen seconds, under the snow, she couldn't hold on, and she had now reached the critical point of coma. At the last moment when she closed her eyes in despair, the door of room 1507 was kicked open by a huge force, and AI Ran rushed in. Under the snow, AI Ran took Swexia into his arms. So warm. Yuki Nashida muttered and fell completely unconscious. Divide, partition, line. A small world full of ice. And Snow under the snow made a snort, and slowly woke up from the coma. Looking blankly at the sky, she was a little confused. I was still in the apartment just now, why did I suddenly get here? Then a voice reached her ears. Yo! Awake? I was frozen to a coma and woke up after only 2 hours of sleep. Minister, you are in good health. Hearing this voice, Swexia sat up at once, tightened his black coat, and looked at the direction of the source of the voice with a guarded expression. It wasn't until she saw AI Ran clearly that she breathed a slight sigh of relief, but then became nervous again. AI Ran-san, where is this? What just happened? AI Ran, wearing only a white shirt, came to the side under the snow, sat down and said. I don't know the specifics, but now it is certain that we are not on Earth. After all, there is no ice and snow tundra full of evil on the Earth. Under the snow. AI Ran's words just now have exceeded her understanding. What is not on Earth? And what is the evil chi? Without paying attention to the expression under the snow, AI Ran continued to say to himself, it can actually concretize something like a portal, and this kind of thing like Dragon Balls is too weird. Hearing AI Ran's words, Yukishita recalled the light curtain that appeared in his apartment. AI Ran, what is that aperture? At this time, a cold wind blew through, and Yukino's voice trembled slightly. Even though she is a flower of High Ridge, she can't help but be afraid when she suddenly faces this situation. AI Ran was also helpless when she saw her like this. The human body on the earth is too fragile. It seems that it is necessary to quickly find a way to go back. The environment here is too dangerous for Yukino under the snow. In the surprised eyes under the snow, AI Ran freed his tail wrapped around his waist, and then held the tail in his hand and began to meditate. Lord God of the realm of time, can you hear my voice? The power you left me should be able to work at this time. Yukino on the side was already stunned, although she had asked AI Ran if she had not completely evolved yet, but when AI Ran pulled out her tail in front of her, she was completely messy. The CEO author Ape-kun really has a long tail. AI Ran, what are you doing now? It may be that after experiencing too many incredible things today, the receptivity under the snow has suddenly improved a lot. AI Ran hugged his tail with a serious face, and calmly replied to the two words under the snow. Please God. Yukinashita Yukino? At this moment, Yukino felt that the worldview he had built up in the past 10 years had completely collapsed at once. Chapter 10. AI Ran held his tail and prayed for 10 minutes. But there has been no response. Yukino on the side didn't know what to say. If it weren't for so much happening today, she would have thought AI Ran's paranoia by now. And her physical condition is getting worse and worse, wearing a thin nightdress and wearing AI Ran's school uniform, which is completely unable to withstand the cold of -10 degrees. As time passed, AI Ran became impatient. What about the third-rate god who said that he would keep divine power in my tail in case of emergency? How did there be no reaction at all? As soon as AI Ran's complaining words were spoken, pink light masses emerged from his tail. It soon condensed into the appearance of the king god of the time realm. Xia Ran Ran, I heard it. Are you saying bad things about the gods behind your back again? If this continues, you will be punished by heaven sooner or later. It's going to hell. As soon as she appeared, the king god of the realm began to complain to himself, but AI Ran interrupted her very decisively, and he pointed to Yukinashita beside him and said, Lord God of the time realm, this is the host of the Dragon Ball, Yukinashita Yukino. A few hours ago, there was an anomaly on her side, and we were sent into the world by a portal. Do you have a way to get us back? The King of Time poked his head over and glanced at Yukino for a moment. Hi. Hi. Hello, I am the King God of Time, Qian. I can feel that you have a kind heart. Hello, Lord God of the Realm of Time. Yukishita Yukino nodded gently towards Qian, but her heart could not calm down at all. She heard a new term, host of Dragon Ball. What does that mean? Also, the little girl in front of her turned out to be a real god? Yukinashita had too many questions now, but she felt that now was clearly not a good time to ask. Okay, don't continue the unnecessary pleasantries, Lord Realm King God will find a way to send us back to Earth. Earthlings can't last long in such an environment. Sensing the eagerness in AI Ran's tone, Kai Yin showed a hint of Ant's smile. Hey? Does Xia Ran Ran actually care about humans now? That's a huge improvement. AI Ran turned his head to the side, shhh. The contaminated Dragon Balls lodge on her. She can't have any surprises until she completes the task. Qian showed an inexplicable smile again, did not continue to argue with AI Ran, and began to observe the world of this ice and snow tundra. The Realm King God who entered the working state put away his relaxed expression, and the whole person became serious. After a while, Kai Yin said to AI Ran, this is a different space, similar to the spiritual time house used by the gods. In my experience, the 3 polluted planets are lodged on this Yukinashita Yukino. There are only 2 ways for you to get out. Hearing that he could leave, AI Ran asked eagerly, what way? Kai Yin, whose words were interrupted, glanced at AI Ran and continued. The first way is that I forcibly pull the 3 planets out of the body of Yukino under the snow, and then as long as you defeat the 3-star dragon, you can go out immediately. However, the combat power of the Samsung dragon should be stronger than the Super Saiyan 3 I told you before. Halfway through the words, Qian paused, made an expression like looking at garbage, and then glanced at AI Ran. What she was going to say later was self-evident. Scumbags with only 5,000 combat effectiveness are not qualified to stand in front of that kind of bigwig. At this time, AI Ran also blushed, obviously a third-rate god who had no ability to fight at all, and even looked down on himself. But he's still honest like a quail, and not just because he's asking for someone now. It is also because of the unwillingness to be so weak to himself. Listening to AI Ran's heart and looking at his current expression, Qian nodded. Although this Saiyan always looks like his nostrils are facing him, since he was rescued on planet Vegeta, AI Ran's evil heart has been slowly fading. Things have been moving in a better direction. No longer hanging AI Ran's appetite, Kian said the second way is to stay here honestly. As long as you stay for a year, the portal will appear again, and you can go back. What? Stay for a full year? According to the current situation under the snow, it is the limit to be able to stay alive for a day. How is this possible? At this time, Yukino Yuki's eyes also darkened, not to mention that he couldn't hold on at all, even if he could stick to it. If he disappears for a year, what will his parents and sister be anxious about? She didn't dare to continue thinking about it now. Kian, who can read minds, looked at Yakushita Yukino gently, and said softly. Don't worry, AI Ran will think of ways to keep you alive, although the things that can be done are very limited, but I will also help. And it's a kind of spiritual time house. Although the time stream here is not yet stable, you spend a year here, and only a few hours have passed outside, not more than a day at most. Hearing the comfort of the king of the realm, Yakushita Yukino's originally desperate mood slowly improved, although she was still uneasy about the future, but after all, there was hope that everything would return to the right track. Xia Ran Ran, I am a god who manages time. Because of some rules, I can't interfere too much in the process of purifying the Dragon Ball. So I'll only be able to send you some warm clothes and a fairy bean later. Sorry, there's only so much I can do for you guys at the moment. Looking at Kai Yin's apologetic expression, AI Ran waved his hand and said without care. It's enough to have these, thank you Lord Realm King. Chapter 11. Inside a cave in a certain leeward of the ice tundra. This is the shelter where AI Ran and Yukinashita Yukino spent the night today. It's not so much a cave as a larger groove in the stone wall that barely accommodates two people. After the phantom of the king god of time disappeared, only a few minutes later, Yukino's clothes and Sendu were teleported over. Yes, these clothes were originally winter clothes under the snow, and I don't know how Kian got them. When the clothes and fairy beans had just teleported over, AI Ran still couldn't help but complain about the third-rate gods. You must know that the Dragon Ball world has such an artifact as capsules. A few storage capsules can solve the problem at hand in an instant. It seems that the king god of the time realm really can't interfere too much in the matter of purifying the Dragon Ball. Under the snow on the rock wall inside the cave, Yukino carefully spread some dry moss and velvet grass, and then made a slight interval. She felt a little strange, because tonight she was somehow going to live in a cave with another man? Although AI Ran doesn't seem to be a strange person, she still has a mustard in her heart. No, is AI Ran considered human? Although the Saiyans have the same appearance as humans except for a tail, they are not only able to fly but also send destructive energy balls before, and Snow is a little unsure whether AI Ran is a carbon-based creature. Yukinashita was working while thinking cranky. Gods, aliens, Dragon Balls. These things do take a lot of time to understand and digest. Divide, line, it's already been paved, AI Ran-san. Although Yakushita Yukino's tone was still cold, in the hazy moonlight, the roots of her ears were a little red. How is this scene so much like a wife urging her husband to go to bed early? Yakushita Suino suppressed the cranky thoughts in his heart, and then said to AI Ran outside in a calm tone as much as possible. Rest early. There's a lot more to do tomorrow, build shelter, find food. Okay, you sleep inside, I'll sleep at the mouth of the cave. If something is wrong at night, just call my name. AI Ran stared at the fire set off at the entrance of the cave, which he had made with a Kigong cannon. Looking at the somewhat lonely back of his companion who was going to spend a year with him, Yukino, who was lying on the velvet grass, did not feel sleepy. Thank you. Really, today, if I came to this world alone, maybe I would die silently like this. No need to thank me, my mission is to purify the Dragon Balls on you. Until then, I will definitely keep you safe. Hearing That AI Ran rejected his thanks so directly, Yukishita frowned slightly. This man always unconsciously rejects everyone and blocks himself. Looking at AI Ran, Yukishita instinctively thought of an animal, that is, a stray cat that had not yet been fed. Always be wary and resistant to the people and things around you. She asked unconsciously, "Can you tell me how you spent your previous life?" "My past doesn't mean anything at all." AI Ran's voice was calm. He is very resistant to recalling the previous 10 years, in his previous life he was an otaku who died in peace, and in this life he became a murderous devil. He felt that he had some split personalities, and the tyranny in his blood still urged him to continue to enjoy the destruction. But the 3 views formed in his previous life always reminded him how terrible those behaviors were. Looking at the puzzled eyes under the snow, AI Ran decided to say something to change the topic. "Minister, I see that you have been alone in school like me. It seems that you should have no friends in school, right?" As soon as the words fell, AI Ran realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. Where are the friends under the snow at this stage? Sure enough, after a moment of silence, Yukinashita Yukino said the answer that AI Ran expected. "Friend, first define what counts as a friend." Poof! AI Ran suddenly felt the attribute of cuteness under the snow. What's so funny? Under the snow, his face gradually stiffened. "No, it's just that this kind of forcibly explaining that I have no friends makes me feel a little cute, but I really have some curiosity, obviously depending on the appearance. Yukinashita classmates don't look like people without friends." AI Ran stretched out and opened the chatterbox. "Yes, I did look pretty cute since I was a kid, but that's why all the men who approached me had a crush on me, but those weren't really likes. It's just because I'm cute." Yukishita Yukino remembered the past when he was hidden in indoor shoes when he was a child, and his face gradually became cold again. AI Ran smiled. Snow classmates are still awkward. But this kind of natural tells his cuteness or something. This child is indeed narcissistic and tight. Yukishita Shuenai snorted unconvinced. "Humph, AI Ran is not qualified to say that I am awkward or something. Obviously I never communicate with people in school, I just sleep all the time." After saying that, she turned her back. It seems that the other party has lost interest in continuing the conversation with AI Ran tonight. "Did you sleep?" AI Ran asked to himself. Seeing that there was no response, he was lying on the velvet grass that had been laid for him under the snow. The wind outside the cave entrance is cold. A year-long solitude between the two of them has now begun. Chapter 12. In a daze, AI Ran felt a warm body hugging him like an octopus. He opened one eye slightly. Of course, even sleeping in this cave to the lee last night was very cold. That's why the girl instinctively hugged his body at night to keep warm, not to mention that the cave entrance was actually closer to the fire. But look closely, Yukino is really cute. Looking carefully at the girl who used her chest as a pillow, AI Ran showed a smile when she looked at her sleeping face. AI Ran looked outside, and the sky was already completely light. So he coughed lightly, and after waking up the girl lying on his stomach, he closed his eyes and pretended that he was still sleeping. With her eyes closed, AI Ran felt that although the snow was very barren, it was surprisingly very soft. Ugh! When she woke up, Sueno found that after she hugged AI Ran tightly, she screamed and quickly retreated towards the cave. But the small cave doesn't have that much space. Hiss! She accidentally hit the stone wall. It hurts. Yukishita Yukino's eyes were filled with tears from pain. She gently rubbed the back of her head, and after finding that the man in front of her showed no signs of waking up, she quickly suppressed her voice and movements. He climbed out of the hole lightly. Although he looked embarrassed just now, AI Ran didn't wake up, so it should be fine. While Xuanai sneaked out of the cave like a thief under the snow, AI Ran kept smiling. Although he wanted to suddenly wake up and tease under the snow, considering the girl's extremely thin skin, he still chose to continue to sleep. Divide divide, line. AI ran, you are finally awake. Yukino sat quietly on a stone not far from the cave and glanced at AI ran who came out of the cave. At this time, she remembered that she accidentally hugged the other party last night, and her face couldn't help but show a hint of flush. It must be because I used to sleep with Mr. Pan at home. That's right, AI ran must have been regarded by me as Mr. Pan. Yukinashita Yukino hastily made the most reasonable explanation for his actions last night in his mind. Today's weather is much better than yesterday, and the wind blowing over is slightly gentler. AI ran stretched his waist and said casually, I slept late at the vigil last night, and the weather is good today, so we have to hurry to find food and build a place to live. Yukino looked at the endless tundra and nodded instinctively. After experiencing yesterday's events, she has completely regarded AI ran as the backbone of her survival in this land. Next. AI ran touched his chin and began to think. Yesterday, he sensed that there were no creatures with powerful chi here. This is a good thing and a bad thing. The absence of powerful chi means that there is no dangerous enemy. But it is also possible that there is not enough food, because AI ran is not yet proficient in the perception of chi, so he is not very sure about this. Scions need a lot of food. Under the snow, offend. Saying that, AI ran suddenly hugged Yukino under the snow and quickly flew towards the lake he found yesterday. A few seconds later. Ah! A huge scream came in midair. At an altitude of several hundred meters. Under the snow, Xuanai involuntarily buried her head in AI Ran's arms, shivering. Although she didn't want AI Ran to hold her, there was really no way, her whole person was going crazy now. He was suddenly taken to heaven by AI Ran. Yukino closed his eyes tightly, and the whistling of air currents was heard in his ears. This is not the first time she has been in the sky, after all, the plane has been flown many times, but the 360-degree flying experience without a sunroof is really too scary. At this time, she no longer cared who she was hiding in her arms, let alone whether she was deliberately taken advantage of by AI Ran, a completely evolved ape June. Now she just wants to find a safe corner to hide and soothe her heart that is almost popping out. So she hugged AI Ran harder, and her face was completely attached to AI Ran's chest. Looking at the snow under the snow hiding in his arms, AI Ran was slightly speechless. Because he only remembered it at this time, he seemed to be afraid of heights under the snow. AI Ran slowed down the speed of the flight, lowered her head and said, sorry. Hearing AI Ran's voice in her ear, although Yukishita Yukino was very afraid, she finally raised her head slightly, and there were still crystal tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, which looked particularly lovely. However, even at this time, it is still impossible for Yukino to show weakness. She glared at AI Ran fiercely, because she didn't dare to look in any direction other than AI Ran. The constantly whistling air in her ears kept telling her that this was hundreds of meters in the air. Looking at the performance under the snow, AI Ran rubbed his nose embarrassedly, but in an instant, AI Ran also made a decision. If you want to survive here for a year, it is better to overcome your fear of heights. After all, if there is danger, he will fly with her. And if she can't overcome it in this environment, then I am afraid that there will be no possibility of overcoming her fear of heights in this life. So his hand, which had been wrapped around Yukishita's shoulder with one hand, suddenly moved to her waist. While feeling both warm and shy under the snow, suddenly she was picked up and flipped counterclockwise. You, what are you doing? The voice under the snow trembled a little. Suddenly came out of AI Ran's safe arms, and Swexia quickly closed his eyes. Because she is afraid of heights, she is not sure about the situation around her. At this time, AI Ran's hands were completely wrapped around her waist. Yukishita, who didn't understand what was going to happen, was a little panicked in his heart. AI Ran bowed her head slightly and whispered in her ear, under the snow, don't be afraid, I'll be right behind you, slowly open your eyes. Above is 1,000 blue acres, below is a beautiful scenery. Everything in front of you now may be a landscape that you have never experienced in your life. Don't you want to add this unique memory to your memories? Hearing AI Ran's words, his body under the snow trembled slightly. She was a little moved. Finally, she slowly opened her eyes. The ground of Saiyan tundra and snow-capped mountains reflects the blue sky, and deep in the pine forest in the distance, a quiet lake is like a mirror. Well, nice view. In fact, high altitude is not very scary. The dumbfounded Snow nodded. AI Ran smiled and continued to fly towards the lake over there. He had decided that this would be their camp for the next year. Chapter 13. AI Ran half squatted by the lake, sighed and stretched his tail into the water, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Under the snow, Yukino is not far from the shore looking for dry wood. Seeing AI Ran's strange movements, he couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hand and laugh. AI Ran, who heard the laughter under the snow, suddenly blushed. In order not to alarm the fish that may exist in the water, he whispered, "Hey, what's so funny? If it weren't for the protection of this water source, I would have wanted to bombard it directly into the sky, so how convenient it is to pick up fish directly." "No, AI Ran, no matter where pure destruction is, it's not right." Boom! AI Ran turned his head to the side unpleasantly, closed his eyes and began to concentrate on perceiving the underwater. "Hey? Got a fish coming?" He suddenly opened his eyes and increased the amplitude of his tail movement. "Bite quickly, this is your favorite big worm. Here it comes." Below the surface, a fish of tens of kilograms directly bit AI Ran's tail. Just for a moment, AI Ran suddenly felt as if he was electrified, and his whole body began to be paralyzed. "Impossible! I finished cultivating my tail a few years ago. How come?" Without even having time to think, the huge pole dragged AI Ran into the water. AI Ran-san! Seeing this scene, under the snow, he threw away the firewood in his hand, called AI Ran's name in despair, and ran towards the lake. It's just that when I ran to the lake under the snow, the churning water had completely returned to calm. She knelt by the lake, tears unconsciously flowing. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for saving me, AI Ran wouldn't have come here." Suddenly, something unusual started on the surface of the water. At first, it was just a few sporadic bubbles, floating up from the bottom of the water. However, soon the entire surface of the water exploded. The big fish was thrown out of the water by a huge force, and after breaking through the water, AI Ran also rushed out of the water and kicked the big fish towards the shore. After doing all this, AI Ran slowly landed beside Swino under the snow, wiped a handful of water stains on his face and breathed a long sigh of relief. "Phew, it's really dangerous, I almost died at the hands of this beast." AI Ran-san! Under the snow suddenly stood up, despite the fact that AI Ran was now covered in water and wrapped her arms around his neck. After feeling AI Ran's body temperature, she finally broke down and cried, "Woohoo, I thought you were dead." "Ahem. Feed. Quickly let go, I didn't die, you strangled my neck like this again, I will really die." After a long time, Yukino slowly calmed down his emotions, and his face was red and he released AI Ran, who was about to be strangled. Started asking him what had just happened. "So your power is rapidly disappearing?" "Of course. Otherwise, how could you almost strangle to death?" AI Ran rolled his eyes at the snow and continued. "The tail is the source of Scion's strength and their only weakness. But I completely overcame the weakness of the tail a few years ago. The beast bit my tail just now, and I lost my strength all of a sudden. And even if I wasn't limited anymore, I found that my power was almost completely gone." Saying that, AI Ran's right palm pointed at the wood that had just been collected under the snow. "Ready to fire a Qigong cannon." Poof! A wisp of blue smoke came out of the palm, and then it was gone. The fish on the side rolled around, obviously it also had a little wisdom, because it really looked at AI Ran with a fool's expression. Although yet is about to be eaten. But it is not a loss to see such a wonderful monkey show before you die. I'll slaughter you later. After noticing that the big fish were laughing at him, AI Ran's face suddenly darkened, and he was unwilling to use all his luck, and the green tendons appeared on his forehead, and this time a small ball of energy appeared from his palm. At a speed so slow that it was speechless, he flew to the firewood and set it on fire. This is AI Ran's last Qigong Canon. Minutes, intervals, lines. Wu full and full. AI Ran touched his belly with satisfaction. Yukishita Yukino gently wiped off the oil stains on the side of his mouth, looked at the fish skeleton in front of him and said to AI Ran, "No matter how many times you look at it, your food intake is so terrifying. Verbose scions are like this, in order to maintain this body born for battle, a lot of food is necessary." Yukishita Suino looked at AI Ran and nodded gently, "I actually envy your body and strength. If I also have such power, I will definitely be able to make this world more beautiful. To make this world a better place? If you had the power, you might do it, but scions basically don't do it." "Why?" Yukino was a little puzzled. AI Ran lay on the ground and looked at the sky, was silent for a while, and then said, "Because our job is to plunder. The price of this force is the utter absence of such feelings of pity as a nation. The pursuit of the strong, the despise of the weak, the plunder and destruction at will is our everything. And these are deeply engraved in our genes until the day of extinction." At this time, Swexia interrupted AI Ran's words with a serious face, "The classmate AI Ran in my knowledge is not such a person." With a self-deprecating smile, AI Ran rolled over and looked at Yukinashita Yukino and said, "Is it? Maybe you're reading me wrong." Yukinashita shook his head slightly, "No, my feelings can't be wrong." Looking at the resolute Yukoshita Suino, AI Ran turned his back a little embarrassed. "My power is disappearing rapidly, while there is still some power now. You maintain the fire here, I'll go knock down some big trees. We're going to build the house today. You little physique can't sleep in the wilderness anymore." After that, AI Ran walked towards the forest. Chapter 14. Bang! With a loud noise, AI Ran placed the last giant tree in the place designated by Yukino under the snow. Although most of the energy has disappeared, even with the basic physical strength of the scion, carrying this hundreds of kilograms of things only makes his breathing slightly short. AI Ran was shirtless, looked at the wooden house in front of him with his hands crossed at his waist, and nodded with satisfaction. Because there were no tools, the wooden house was short and small, barely enough to accommodate 2 people and unsightly, but AI Ran could feel that it was very strong, and it was certainly enough as a shelter to live in for a long time. He turned his head and looked at Yukinashita beside him and praised, "Yukinashita, you are too powerful. It was possible to design a house that relied only on mortise and tenon. Because my family is engaged in construction, I always wanted to help the family like my sister, so I studied in my free time." At the mention of his sister, Yukinashita Yukino's eyes were noticeably darker. She had been trying hard to get the approval of her family after surpassing her sister one day, but that person was so perfect. No matter how hard she tried, my sister was always able to do better than herself. Suddenly, Yukinashita Yukino felt someone's palm resting on top of her head, and the warm feeling made her slightly lost. At this time, AI Ran's voice came over. "All along, I have only been good at fighting and destroying. This is the first time in my life that I've built something myself. I can't do this without you. Although the way to embody power is different, Yukinashita-san is definitely the most powerful being among the people I know." Hearing AI Ran's affirmation, Yukino Yuki's heart was slightly touched. She turned her head to look at the man beside her, and AI Ran was looking at her with a smile at this time. Yukishita Suino suddenly thought that this was the first time she had seen AI Ran smile, and looking at this smiling face, she was a little stunned for a while. At this time, there was also a hint of ambiguous smell in the air. But not long after, Yukinashita Yukino suddenly realized something. She blushed and lowered her head, forcibly suppressed her shyness and said in a voice that Ai Ran could barely hear. "You quickly put on your clothes." This lady was actually naked in front of her, and the Ape King really did not fully evolve. Sorry. Ai Ran quickly took his hand away and quickly dressed. A breeze blew through, and it suddenly blew away the beautiful atmosphere just now. Divide, line. Night soon came. And after the fire moved to this small wooden house, the interior suddenly brightened and the temperature rose a lot. Ai Ran sat comfortably in front of the fire, his tail swaying happily. Yukino was cooking dinner today, and before it got dark she found a stone slab, which was the only cooking utensil for the two of them at the moment. Heat the stones and top them with the prey that Ai Ran caught in the afternoon and fungi and wild vegetables collected under the snow. Although the conditions were rudimentary, Yukino was carefully preparing this meal. "Ape-kun, it's already ready to eat." Ai Ran blew a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, and then said vaguely. "I didn't expect that the stone slab could actually cook, it's really powerful under the snow. I thought I would be eating grilled black food all year long." Shwet. Nai glanced at Ai Ran white, and slowly ate the food in his mouth before slowly saying. "Ape-kun, please don't talk while the food is still in your mouth. Slate cooking is not an uncommon way, and such techniques are preserved all over the world. If the ape's sovereign could study well, he would not be so surprised." Ai Ran was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that even if he arrived here, Xuanai under the snow didn't forget to remind himself to study. How persistent this is! Swallowing the meat in his mouth, Ai Ran said perfunctorily. Yes, after we leave here, I will honestly study hard in the club. I hope so. It's only been 2 days since I came to this world, but suddenly talking about studying in clubs, Yukino under the snow has a feeling of being separated from the world. She secretly glanced at the dry rice machine beside her, and her eyes gradually became much softer. Actually, I'm not good at all, and if you're not here, I can't even do the most basic survival. Now this warmth is what you brought to me. After destroying the last piece of food, Ai Ran suddenly thought of something. Under the snow, I found that tonight came a few minutes earlier than yesterday. A few minutes early. Yukishita Yukino had actually lost her concept of time, and she was stunned when she heard Ai Ran say this. Suddenly she reacted and hurriedly asked, "Are you saying that there may be a polar night in this world?" "Well, I'm just guessing, but we need to stock up on some food as soon as possible. After all, I can't even fly now, and my combat effectiveness has been reduced to the limit. If there really is a polar night, there is no way to find food." "Okay, I see, tomorrow I'll try to collect edible plants too. Then let's rest early, there are still many things to do tomorrow." After that, Ai Ran lay down on the velvet mat laid out by Xuanai under the snow, and fell asleep after a while. In fact, after he built the house in the afternoon, he found that not only his combat effectiveness had decreased, but his physical strength had also recovered much slower than normal. The king god of time said that this is an existence similar to the spirit time house. Another known spiritual time house is a cultivation place with 10 times gravity. And this is actually a cultivation place with a unique place. Seeing that Ai Ran fell asleep so quickly, Yukishita Suino instantly thought of the scene when he woke up in Ai Ran's arms this morning, and all of a sudden the roots of his ears were almost red and dripping blood. After hesitating for a while, she gently bit her lower lip, and finally crept under the snow to the pile grass mat less than a meter away from Ai Ran, and also lay down. In the second half of the night, light snow fell outside the wooden house. Inside the wooden house, 2 people who were already asleep got closer and closer unconsciously. Chapter 15. The next morning, Yukino woke up first from her sleep, and after opening her eyes, she found herself pillowed on Aaron's arm. Just like yesterday, I hugged this man again in my sleep? An AI Ran's tail also wrapped around Yukino Yuki's waist at this time, and the two people were so tightly attached that Yukishita even felt the heat exhaled by each other. But what made her feel strange was that she didn't seem to be particularly resistant to close contact with AI Ran. Yukishita Yukino could tell that if other men were so close, he would have gone straight away, but now all he could feel was warmth and reassurance. This abnormal emotion made the girl a little at a loss. Maybe the ape is acting too much like a monkey, so I didn't think of him as a boy. After quickly finding a reason to convince himself, Yukinashita Yukino remembered the various rash looks under the cold appearance of the man in front of him, and unconsciously revealed a smile. She moved her body slightly, but AI Ran, who felt the movement, suddenly opened her eyes. In this way, the two people looked at each other closely. Looking at Xuanai's already blushing face under the snow, AI Ran rubbed her nose embarrassedly. What? My hands are a little numb under the snow. After climbing up as fast as he could, Yukinashita Yukino sorted out his clothes and gave AI Ran a blank look by the way. Don't get me wrong, I'm used to sleeping with dolls at night, so I haven't adapted to it for a while. I will correct this habit as quickly as possible. AI Ran slowly stood up and looked at Yukino suspiciously. Hey? I thought you just fell asleep at night and felt cold. Today I'll see if I can find an opportunity to get some fur back. Your current state can't last the polar night. Indeed, after all, I don't have such a perverted physique as Ape-kun. However, I was surprised that AI Ran could think of this by himself. Hey! Even I would have thought of this. What image I really have in your mind? Yukishita Yukino pondered for a while, and said uncertainly, no manners, even the head is full of muscular humanoid creatures? Hey, a woman with no eyesight. AI Ran raised his head proudly, made the most awesome look to me, bypassed Yukinashita Yukino, and walked directly out of the wooden house. Although AI Ran wants to show a good man who does not fight with women, it is actually because this man cannot be Yukinashita Yukino's opponent in terms of fighting mouths. Deeply aware of this, he decisively chose a strategic retreat. Poof! Looking at AI Ran's appearance, Yukino couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Divide, line. After eating breakfast, Yukino carefully wrapped the bento box with leaves, and after handing it to AI Ran, she instructed with a worried face. Be careful on the road, you have no strength now, if you feel danger, don't try, you must come back before dark. AI Ran turned his head to the side and took the bento. This feeling of suddenly being cared for made him feel a little awkward. Not to mention the previous 16 years, even if he added the previous life, he had never experienced it. Boom! Don't worry, even then I'm strong. Don't go too far from the cabin when you gather edible plants, wait for me to return. With that, he quickly ran towards the forest, and soon disappeared from the sight of Yukino under the snow. Looking in the direction AI Ran left, Yukishita clasped her hands together and silently prayed for him, and after a while she also began today's work. The other side. AI Ran was rushing towards the depths of the forest at an alarming speed. He already felt that there was a not weak chi over there. Although the strength has been compressed to the limit, and neither flying nor Qigong cannons can be used, AI Ran is now stronger than when a lower-level warrior first met his brother. Deep in the forest, a giant bear with one eye is sleeping on the ground. Suddenly, the giant bear's ears moved as if it had discovered something, and it immediately stood up and looked ahead, smelling the smell in the air, and saliva continued to flow out. What a stroke of luck, meat and fur! AI Ran's figure suddenly appeared in front of the giant bear, looking at it with more interest. The giant bear didn't find out how AI Ran got in front of him at all, but this little dot in front of him dared to provoke himself? As the owner of this forest, can this be tolerated? It stood up, already more than 6 meters tall, and the exaggerated muscles on its body were high and bulging. Roar! Bang! At the same time that the giant bear roared at AI Ran, a huge blow sound also came out. In just an instant, the giant bear completely lost its vitality. Just now, AI Ran had already shattered the giant bear's heart with his fist. Covering his nose with disgust, AI Ran couldn't help but spit out, "This guy's bad breath is really serious." At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind AI Ran, "Roar? You have 2 brushes for humans, but can you give me this prey?" Hearing the voice, AI Ran turned around sharply, and was greeted by a large tiger as tall as a 3-story building, which was squinting at him. Talking tiger! Such a big creature, I can't even feel its chi? AI Ran's heart tightened, and he entered a fighting stance like a great enemy. "Oh? Are you even going to fight me? If you drop this prey now, I can let you go." The tiger showed its fangs at AI Ran, but strangely it did not make further attacks. And although it said threatening words, there was a faint cold sweat on its forehead. Chapter 16. There is no murderous aura, the aura is not strong, and it does not take the initiative to attack. This scene looks a little familiar. AI Ran has been messing around in the universe for a long time before, and he can be regarded as well informed. In the universe, there are not a few races that use the ability of transformation to fake tiger power. After making a quick judgment in his heart, he jumped up, gathered his strength slightly, and hammered down on the head of the big tiger. Sure enough, after being attacked by AI Ran, the big tiger began to scream. The 2 front paws held the bulging bag on their heads, rolling all over the ground in pain. AI Ran clasped his hands to his chest and looked at the so-called big tiger with a playful expression. "Why, so weak you want to snatch prey from my hands? I'm afraid you don't know how dead words are written. Let me send you to hell." "Ah! I was wrong. Big brother, don't kill me." The big tiger quickly knelt down and begged for mercy after hearing AI Ran's threat. Immediately after a bang, a puff of smoke wrapped it in. As the smoke cleared, the blue cat that had been floating in midair appeared in front of AI Ran. After seeing the cat's true appearance, AI Ran instinctively shouted, "Pool! Isn't this the deformed cat next to Yamcha? Big brother, you actually know my son Pool." The blue cat also exclaimed. "No, I don't know your son. I just saw your appearance and suddenly thought of this name. What is your name? How could it appear in this world?" "My name is Puru and I live in the south. A few days ago, after I sent my son to the Southern Transformation Kindergarten, he was sucked in by a portal, and before I could react, he was already in this world." Perlu was still pitifully telling about his suffering in the past few days, but at this time, AI Ran didn't listen at all, and he was now a little confused. How did the earth creatures of the Dragon Ball world appear here? Is it also because of the influence of contaminated Dragon Balls? That third-rate god didn't tell me anything except for a mission. AI Ran was trying to think with his barren brain when his thigh was suddenly hugged by a certain cat. A pleading voice came. "Big brother, you just accept me as a little brother. Laundry and cooking to warm the bed, I can do it." Looking at poor Pulu, AI Ran was speechless. "Do you people like to be little brothers of this race? What can a cat that can only transform do? Spare rations?" Just about to refuse, suddenly the figure of a cat slave appeared in AI Ran's mind. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, "Okay, me and a companion will live here for a year, and you can follow us for this year. In a year's time, let's each have our own destiny." After that, AI Ran lifted the body of the giant bear and walked towards the direction of the wooden house. "Thank you so much." Puru bowed politely to AI Ran. When it lifted up, it found that AI Ran had gone far away, so it quickly chased after it. "Wait for me, big brother." "Big brother, I don't know your name." "Don't call me big brother anymore, my name is AI Ran." "Okay brother AI Ran, I understand brother AI Ran." AI Ran. Minutes, intervals, Lines. Night. Falls, and today's night seems to be a little earlier than yesterday. Under the snow, Yukino leaned against the doorbar and looked in the direction of the forest in disbelief. Suddenly, she seemed to hear some movement from the other side of the forest. He quickly walked out of the wooden house and looked in the direction where the sound was made. After a while, Yukino saw Ai Ran walking out of the forest carrying a large pile of meat. He exhaled softly, and his originally worried look was swept away. Under the snow, Xuanai's whole person was inexplicably happy. But she quickly controlled her emotions. When Ai Ran walked up to her, Yukishita Suano asked coldly, "Didn't I tell you that I must rush back before dark? Sorry it took a while." Saying that, Ai Ran put the meat on the ground and took the bearskin that had been baked to Yukinashita Yukina. After all, dismembering an animal is still quite bloody, and I don't think you can accept it. So I took care of all my prey before I came back. After hearing Ai Ran's explanation, Yukishita Yukino's eyes inadvertently flashed a trace of tenderness. She took the bear's skin and said softly, "Don't do this next time. No matter what happens in this situation, we have to face it together. I'm not as delicate as you think." Looking at Yukino under the snow, Ai Ran was just about to say something. Suddenly, a hurried voice came out from the forest, "Boss Aaron, why don't you wait for me? What are you doing in such a hurry?" Yukinashita Yukino was startled when she heard the voice, and she poked her head out and looked behind him, bypassing Ai Ran. In the dim environment, she saw a cat-like creature flying quickly. Perlu gasped for air after arriving at Ai Ran's side, and complained at the same time. "Boss Ai Ran, you are running too fast, I can't catch up at all." Under the snow on the side, Yukinai was completely stunned when he saw Perlu. She couldn't help but stretch out her hands and hold Pulu in her arms. "Meow!" A cute voice came out of Yukinashita Yukino's mouth. Perlu, who was suddenly caught, struggled hard, and shouted at Ai Ran at the same time, "Ah boss, save me! This woman is covering me to death." But at this time, Ai Ran seemed to have not heard Perlu's voice, and he remained motionless in place. Yukishita Yukino's meow voice just now kept playing back in his mind. He suddenly found that his heartbeat seemed to speed up unconsciously. Chapter 17. Outside the log cabin by the lake, Ai Ran began to smoke bear meat according to Yukino Yuki's ideas. In the absence of enough table salt, turning bear meat into jerky is more conducive to preservation. After doing all the work, he turned his head to look at a certain cat slave who was caught in the inextricable sucking of cats. Yukinashita Yukino took Puru in his arms and stared down at it. A look of obsession. "Meow." Puru looked at Yukinashita Yukino speechlessly. "Miss Yukinashita, I can speak, can we communicate in some human language?" Yukishita nodded gently, with a little gentleness in his tone. "Well, I know, but if you don't speak, I can feel your cute point more deeply." Although he was exposed to magical things such as aliens and gods during this time, when a talking cat appeared in front of him again, Yukinashita thought it would take some time to accept it. At this time, Ai Ran sat next to the snow and asked suspiciously, "It seems that you really like cats, but if you like it so much, why don't you keep one in the apartment?" Yukishita glared at Ai Ran, a little complaining that he disturbed his cat petting time. Cats are not allowed in the apartment, only dogs, and the Ape King has not paid attention to the management regulations after moving in for so long. Ai Ran scratched her head embarrassedly. "I don't like to read text and other things, so the documents given to me by the Community Management Committee are completely unread." "Alas Ape Kun, you can't do this, doesn't that God want you to integrate into human society? The instinct to learn is the most essential difference between humans and apes. So when I go back, I will definitely urge you to study sternly." Hearing the two words of learning, Ai Ran felt a tingling in her scalp, and quickly changed the topic. "You just said that only dogs are allowed in the apartment." "Yes, it's really unreasonable rules, like dogs are normal, cats are so cute. Yukishita sighed and did not hide his love for cats in front of Ai Ran. After speaking, Yukishita lowered his head and continued to stroke Perlo's blue hair, and his eyes narrowed unconsciously. Ai Ran smiled unconsciously when he looked at this scenery, and at this moment he also felt tranquility after a long absence. The whole person quickly relaxed and fell asleep before he knew it. In a daze, he unconsciously rested his head on Yukinashita's shoulder. The moment Ai Ran leaned on her shoulder, Yukino was stunned for a moment, and soon she found Ai Ran's state. Instead of choosing to wake up Ai Ran, Yukino slowed down the movement of petting the cat in his hand. Turning her head slightly, she stared at Ai Ran's face. The defiance and vigilance that this man hangs on his face at any time and the vigilance he inadvertently shows are no longer visible at this time. Through the firelight, you can see the faint dark circles on his face, and Xuan can't help but touch Ai Ran's hair. Sure enough, you look like a stray cat. Only after exhaustion to the extreme will you slowly let down your guard and let people see your weak side. Thank you, Ai Ran-san. Yukino muttered, tilted his head and leaned on Ai Ran. Divide, line, early. The next morning, came Puru pleading from outside the cabin, no. Boss, don't leave me. Take me with you. Don't make trouble. Ai Ran grabbed the back of Perlo's neck with a look of disgust and threw it out directly. You accompany the snow to protect her, if something happens under the snow, you will eat cat meat tonight. Yukino, who heard the voice rushing over, quickly took Puru in his arms, and then glared at Ai Ran fiercely. Why Perlu? Facing the snow under the protective calf, Ai Ran turned his head to the side rudely. Hey, I'm out, you have to pay attention to safety, don't leave the wooden house too far. Since this morning, Ai Ran has felt a trace of unease. The evil aura in this space seemed to be a little heavier again. Even though Yukishita Xuanai was looking for food near the wooden house, Ai Ran still felt uneasy. Although Pulu does not have the ability to fight, if it is dangerous, it will transform into a shape, and it is good for the fox fake tiger to delay time. In addition, there was one more thing that made Ai Ran more anxious. The polar night may really be coming. If this trend continues, there should be no more than 2 months of daylight days. Prepare for the worst, if there really is a polar night that lasts for 10 months, food is really a big problem. But no matter what, you must protect Yukino under the snow. Perlu, remember my words and protect under the snow. After that, Ai Ran hung the bento box around his waist and quickly ran towards the forest. Boss. After Ai Ran left, Perlu pulled his ears with a look of loss. This scene made Yukino a little tasteful. It is clear that Ai Ran is so vicious to it, and he is so gentle with it. Collecting his mood, Yukino said gently, don't worry, Ai Ran will definitely come back before the evening. Puru nodded, and suddenly it looked at Yukishita suspiciously. Is Miss Yukinoshita and the boss husband and wife? Should I call you sister-in-law later? After hearing Perlu's words, Yukino's face turned red all of a sudden, and he was a little unfavorable when he spoke. You, how could you say that? Ai Ran and I are just ordinary classmates. But you obviously slept together last night. And I saw you all hugging each other when you fell asleep. At this moment, Yukinoshita felt that Yukino's head was about to overload. Chapter 18. Deep in the forest, after bathing in a small river, Ai Ran hummed a ditty and dragged a large reindeer leisurely towards the camp. Today was his last hunting. Ai Ran and Yukino have spent 2 months in this ice and snow world. Since the previous days, daylight has been reduced to less than 2 hours. And after nightfall, the weather can become extremely bad. Hurricanes swept through the world with heavy snow, and temperatures plummeted to more than -30 degrees. Under that condition, even if Ai Ran came out to fight the wild, he couldn't find his prey at all. However, Ai Ran and Yukishita Yukino had already stored enough food in advance, and the rest of the time, they just had to stay quietly in the camp. Of course, in the past 2 months, in addition to going out to hunt, Ai Ran also carried out more construction of the camp. Not only were the original wooden houses re-fortified, but the entire camp was surrounded by a wooden fence. Not only that, Ai Ran built 2 more houses. One is used as a storage warehouse for food, and the other is used for cooking and bathing. Yes, even though there are now 3 cabins, the 2 people still live together as before. As for Pulu, he was driven to the warehouse by Ai Ran every night. Anti-rat is its only role now. Strangely, Yukinashita Yukino, the cat slave, did not oppose Ai Ran's decision this time. Ai Ran walked very slowly, carrying the reindeer on the road that accumulated more than a meter of snow, and it was impossible to get up quickly. Suddenly, Perlu's anxious voice came from a distance. "Boss Aaron, where are you? Miss Yukinashita had an accident." Ai Ran, who heard the voice, tightened his heart, and directly threw the reindeer on the ground and rushed towards Perlu. Soon, a tearful Pulru appeared in front of him. "Speak quickly. What happened?" Ai Ran asked loudly. "Just now, a strange man with blue skin and wings appeared in the camp and attacked us. And he also froze Miss under the snow." After listening to Perlu's words, Ai Ran's face instantly became gloomy. Because of anger, several green tendons appeared on his forehead, and the hairs on his tail exploded. "That guy is a Samsung dragon. How did he appear at this stage now?" Without having time to think about it, Ai Ran rushed towards the camp as fast as he could. Divide, line. Yukino under the snow in the camp has fallen into a desperate situation. Except for the head and 2 hands, the rest of the parts have been completely frozen. Her face was pale, her limbs were completely paralyzed. And although she couldn't do anything, she didn't give in, and was glaring fiercely at the blue-skinned weirdo in front of her. "Roar? Haven't despaired yet? Is it because of ignorance that it is fearless? Mankind." The 3-star dragon stared at Yukinashita with a sinister smile. "In your current state, you will lose consciousness in just 15 minutes, and you will die miserably in an hour. Hurry up and let me admire your desperate look." Yukinashita Yukino gritted his teeth and said word by word, "I will not give in." "Perverted. Ha 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 ha. It's okay, you'll be desperate. When you die, I will go to the world before and bring the end of all mankind in that world. Your human whale is to me the most beautiful him in the world." Samsung Long licked his lips and then revealed a cruel smile. The Dragon Ball is still residing in Yukinashita Yukino's body. So the 3-star dragon can't kill her, which will only kill himself and Yukinashita. However, as long as it does not kill. As long as Yukinashita Yukino is guided to complete despair and generates enough negative energy, he will have a chance to escape from this so-called host. Sangxing Long walked slowly around the snow under the snow, and finally he got a little closer to the girl in front of him, and said sadly. "You said, there should be many people you care about in that world, your parents. Your sister? It's a pity that you can't appreciate their wailing. Hey!" Every time the 3-star dragon spoke, Yukino Yuki's face turned even paler. Who in a normal person is not afraid of death? Especially the moment when Sangxing Long said his parents and sister, Yukinashita Yukinoba had already begun to despair for a moment. Suddenly, the figure of Ai Ran appeared in her mind, which dispelled all despair and fear at once. The man said he would definitely protect me. Seeing that Xuanai's originally somewhat desperate eyes became resolute again, Sangxing Long felt a little impatient in his heart. But he remained silent, hoping to continue to stimulate Yukinashita Yukino with words. "Are you counting on that scion? Useless. He's just an unevolved monkey, and I can pinch him to death with one hand. If your only hope is to die before you, what kind of despair will you offer me? I'm really looking forward to it. Why are you desperate? Go to hell. Miscellaneous. At this moment, AI Ran has finally arrived. Without unnecessary nonsense, AI Ran kicked directly at the Samsung dragon. But the blow did not hit directly through his body. AI Ran's heart tightened. Is it an afterimage? He began to quickly sense the position of the 3-star dragon. Roar! Are you looking for me? Litter. They. Voice of the 3-star dragon suddenly appeared behind AI Ran. Bang! AI Ran was punched in the back, leaned forward sharply, and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the 3-star dragon appeared next to AI Ran again and kicked him out. AI Ran, who was attacked by a huge force, smashed directly on the fence of the camp, and then buried by broken wood. There was no sound. AI Ran. Yakoshita Yukino, who saw this scene, shouted Aaron's name fiercely, but received no response. Hey! Felt it. This is the negative energy generated by despair. They. 3-star dragon was overjoyed, and in a few moments he would have a chance to get out of this host. Chapter 19. Feeling the endless flow of negative energy, Sangxing was excited. Keep fearing. Continue to despair. The 3-star dragon shouted in his heart that in the previous world, the 3-star dragon had no chance to absorb enough power. So he came up with a way to pull the hosts of the 3 planets to this ice and snow world. In this world, 10 months of the year are spent in darkness. Enough evil chi will definitely be able to completely pollute the 3 planets and visualize themselves. His plan was half successful. There is indeed enough evil aura here for him to manifest, but I don't know why the monkey next to Yukinashita Yukino constantly generates positive energy but compresses his power to the limit. Finally, he couldn't help but show up. If it continues like this, the Dragon Ball will definitely be completely purified. As he continued to absorb negative energy, Sangxing laughed proudly. Is this your last hope? Ha ha ha, the feeling of destroying the hope of mankind with your own hands is wonderful. Yukino couldn't hear what the disgusting guy was saying, and tears blurred her vision. But she was still trying to look towards where AI Ran was buried. Suddenly, a look of anticipation appeared in Yukishita Suino's eyes, and just now she seemed to see that the wooden pile where AI Ran was buried seemed to be loose. Ah! AI Ran's roar came from the wooden pile, and then several white rays of light shot out from inside. Just in an instant, all the wooden blocks were wiped out. AI Ran, whose clothes had become tattered, jumped out of it. He ripped off his clothes, clenched his left fist, and felt his state. The arm of the left hand has been broken, 2 ribs have been broken, and the internal organs have been injured to varying degrees due to concussion. But with the blessing of the Scion's tenacious vitality, they should be able to continue fighting for a while. Spit out the spilled blood from his mouth, AI Ran first set his gaze on Yukishita Yukina. What are you crying about? These are all minor issues. Wait for me, get you out right away. After that, he looked at the 3-star dragon again. He had already discovered that this evil dragon definitely did not have the power of its heyday. Otherwise, the blow just now would have been enough to wipe himself out. The king god of time said that the power of the 3-star dragon can be compared with the Super Saiyan 3. If he was still in his heyday, pinching himself to death was easier than pinching ants. Although I can't feel his chi, there is still hope. Let's take a look at how much the combat effectiveness gap is. It's really not good and there is a last move. AI Ran suppressed her worries about Yukinashita Yukino and took a deep breath. I'm on. After speaking, he disappeared directly from the place. The evil dragon watched AI Ran's performance unhurriedly, and he also found that AI Ran's existence could directly affect the host's emotions. If this is the case, he must use the cruelest method to dismember the monkey little by little. If Yukinashita Yukino were to face such a hell, she would definitely have more despair and fear. He grinned, his eyeballs moved quickly, and soon found AI ran. Oh? Moving at high speed? Pediatrics. Then, the Samsung Dragon also moved at high speed. In Yuki's line of sight, it was as if the two disappeared at the same time. But soon there was a loud bang above the sky. She looked up with difficulty, and saw nothing but a sonic boom from the collision of powers. Bang! 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 The sonic boom from the battle between the two men was dense like rain falling on the ground. Slowly, under the snow, Yukino was so shocked by the sonic boom that he could not look directly at the scene of the battle in the sky. On the other side, AI Ran was secretly assessing his combat effectiveness while attacking the 3-star dragon with all his strength. Sure enough, even if this 3-star dragon is not in its heyday, he is far from his opponent, and his physical strength is too different. In just a dozen seconds of confrontation, several bones were broken. The internal organs that were originally just shocked were faintly about to burst. But if you use a trick, you can definitely kill him. AI Ran, who had a calculation in his heart, quickly opened the distance between the two people. Sang Xinglong did not catch up, and looked at AI Ran with a mocking look on his arms. In his arms, what's wrong? Are you, a monkey, ready to surrender? It's a pity that I won't give you a pain. I'm going to cut you to pieces a little bit. They 3-star dragon smiled viciously and activated the cold chi, but in an instant, there was an extra sickle composed of ice cubes in his hand. Perlu. Next, you need to protect the snow. Stay away from here first. Find a way to thaw her. AI Ran suddenly roared. He had sensed his presence from the moment Perlu approached the camp. And Perlu sneaked up near Yukinashita at this time, yes. Top dog. Transform. A puff of smoke appeared, and Pulu turned into a floating car, placed the snow on it, and fled towards the camp. However, as soon as the Sangxing dragon hand raised his hand, an ice wall appeared in front of Pulu and Snow. Want to go? As soon as he was about to go down and arrest someone, AI Ran appeared in front of Perlu to block the 3-star dragon, and he threw a small bag at the car that Perlu had become. Find an opportunity to leave, help the snow thaw, and give her the contents of the bag. Under the snow in the car, Xuanai saw AI Ran's tragic situation, and tears couldn't stop flowing. You must be careful. If you die, I will die with you. SHHH. That kind of scrap can't kill me. You guys run. After that, AI Ran walked towards the 3-star dragon without looking back. Continue our battle. He drank heavily, and a white ball of light appeared in his hand, and then threw the ball of light into the sky. Whew, lucky. Although the power is gone, the artificial moon can still be used. The artificial moon had risen into the sky and directly illuminated the entire forest, and AI Ran watched its tail twitch rapidly, and even his breathing became rapid. Boom! His heart made a loud noise, and his heart was beating faster and faster. Boom! Boom! Bang! Finally, the transformation of the scions began. Chapter 20. Not good. Sang Xinglong was shocked in his heart. He could feel the power of AI Ran's rapid expansion. Without the heart to care about Yukino and Pulu anymore, he flew straight towards AI Ran. Swinging a scythe, he slashed at AI Ran's neck. But the scene he expected of the separation of the heads did not appear. AI Ran's fast-growing hair blocked the blow, and the size that began to grow made the place where the scythe cut down look like a small hole. As a superior warrior, although AI Ran cannot remain completely awake after turning into a giant ape like Vegeta, he can still distinguish between enemies and friends. Roar! The giant ape that AI Ran turned into roared angrily at the 3-star dragon, and at the same time a red energy cannon was emitted from its mouth. And the 3-star dragon barely dodged to the side, and the energy cannon shot directly into the depths of the forest. Then, like a nuclear explosion, the explosion detonated deep in the forest. Sang Xinglong glanced back, and cold sweat couldn't help but flow. He is not in his heyday now, and he is still a little surprised in the face of such an attack. In fact, even if he can't use his full strength, the current combat power of the 3-star dragon still exceeds AI Ran a lot, but he is not a warrior. As an evil dragon, his nature is despicable and shameless, greedy and afraid of death. Any risk can hold him back. But AI Ran's attack did not stop, and the huge palm kept shooting towards him, forcing Samsung Dragon to keep retreating. Soon the battlefield of the two men shifted to the frozen lake. Pulu took advantage of the opportunity to drive towards the outside of the camp. Under the snow in the car, Xuanai looked back at AI Ran who was fighting, and his worried look continued to show. You must be fine. If I can, I would rather not have you so desperately protect me, as long as you are safe. Miss Yukishita, let's run to the forest first, I'll find a way to lift the ice on you. Yukinashita Yukino shook his head, no, don't leave too far. I want to stay where I can see Aaron. Even if I don't have that power, I will never let him bear everything alone. Okay. But we also have to go where we don't get touched. And you are already severely frostbitten. If you don't lift the ice, even if you can't die, you will be crippled in the future. Feeling urgent, Pula picked up speed again. The battle between AI Ran and the 3-star dragon continues. Because he couldn't dodge, the 3-star dragon was hammered to the ground by AI Ran. Is taking continuous heavy blows. Enough. You monkey! The 3-star dragon activated the freezing ray, directly freezing one of the arms of the great ape. AI Ran couldn't help but scream miserably, staggering back 2 steps, and the 3-star dragon took the opportunity to vibrate his wings a few times and fled from the ground to the sky. The heavy blow just now made him not lightly injured, panting and looking at AI Ran viciously, go to hell. You monkey! They! Freezing aura quickly gathered around him, forming a huge ball of ice and snow light that smashed towards AI Ran. Roar! Seeing the ice and snow light ball coming, the giant ape roared angrily, and in the blink of an eye, it completed the savings of the destruction cannon and fired at the ice and snow light ball and the 3-star dragon. The 2 strands of energy finally collided in midair. You fucking monkey! The 3-star dragon kept cursing, and the 2 hands controlled their energy balls towards AI Ran continuously. The bruises on his forehead kept appearing. Feeling that his life was threatened, AI Ran also began to desperately. Betting all his strength on this sabotage cannon, the power suddenly increased a lot. After a stalemate, the 3-star dragon, which had the advantage in strength, began to be a little prodded again. You're going to die. I can't die. How can I die if I haven't given all human suffering? Such thoughts kept popping up in his mind. However, how could he, who had thought so much about it at this time, defeat AI Ran, who had begun to fight hard? Finally, AI Ran found an opportunity. Even if he becomes a giant ape, he only has one thought now, even if he overdraws his life, he must unscrew this miscellaneous dog's head. Roar! The corners of the giant ape's mouth began to spill blood continuously, but the strength of the destruction cannon increased by another point. The ice and snow light ball was pushed towards the Samsung Dragon little by little. At this time, the mentality of Samsung Dragon finally collapsed. He decisively gave up his energy ball and fled towards the sky. But the energy ball that lost control was instantly broken by AI Ran, and the remaining energy directly swallowed the 3-star dragon. Ah! The harsh voice of the 3-star dragon came over, I won't disappear. As long as the Dragon Ball is not completely purified, I still have a chance to be resurrected. Next time I appear, I must crush you monkey. Without struggling for long, the Samsung Dragon screamed and turned into a cloud of black smoke, completely disappearing under the attack of the destruction cannon. After the 3-star dragon disappeared, the giant ape that AI Ran turned into also knelt on the ground like a force. At this time, he also faintly regained some consciousness. Overdrawing life is no joke. Now AI Ran doesn't even have half a life left, but he still has one more thing to do. He raised his head and used his last power against the artificial moon in the sky. With that, the moon disappeared. AI Ran slowly changed back from the state of a giant ape, lying on the frozen lake and passing out. On the other hand, Puru had already helped Yukino to lift the ice, and at this time, Yukino had all frozen his limbs to death, lying on the ground completely unable to move. Perlu took out the pocket that AI Ran handed to it, and took out the only fairy bean from it. Miss Swexia, this is what Elder AI Ran ordered, you hurry up and eat it. Hearing that it was AI Ran's instructions, Yukino subconsciously opened his mouth. As the fairy beans enter the belly, necrotic tissue quickly regained its vitality. After only a while, under the snow, she recovered her spirits, and she pulled Perlu over and said, "Quick, the sound of the battle has stopped, let's hurry to find AI Ran." Pulu had planned to persuade Yukinashita Yukino to go over later, but seeing her eager pleading eyes, Puru nodded and turned into a floating car again, carrying Yukinashita Yukino towards the lake where the battle had just taken place. Chapter 21. In the darkness, Yukino and Pulu are frantically looking for Aaron. Suddenly, Pulu excitedly shouted, "Miss Yukishita, I see the boss. Quick! Let's hurry up." When Yukinashita heard the voice, she quickly ran in the direction of Perlu's point. It didn't take long for them to find AI Ran, who had passed out. The moment he saw AI Ran, Yukino couldn't stop flowing tears under the snow. Now AI Ran was covered in blood and lying naked on the frozen lake. Why? It's going to be like this. She desperately ran to AI Ran's side, took off her coat and draped it over his body. Yukoshita Yukino, who no longer cared about the image, the long hair draped behind her back looked messy because of her hasty movements, and her snow-white hands were infected with AI Ran's blood, emitting a strange smell. Biting his lower lip, Yukinashita Yukino forcibly suppressed his trembling and said to Perlu, "We need to hurry back to the camp." "Good. Miss Yukinashita." Puru answered and turned into a van, dragging AI Ran under the snow and galloping toward the camp. In the car, Yukino hugged AI Ran in his arms. There is only anxiety and self-blame in the empty eyes. Subconsciously raised his hand and looked at the blood that ticked on his hand. Yukinashita Yukino tried to swallow tears, choked up, but couldn't help but sob, crying silently. "If it weren't for saving me, AI Ran wouldn't be working so hard." Sensing the abnormality in the car, Pulu said worriedly, "Miss Yukishita, you have to stay calm, the boss still wants us to heal his injuries." Hearing AI Ran's name, Yuki Nakaran's eyes returned to a little brilliance, and she wiped her tears and nodded. "The eternal night has begun, and all the creatures have taken refuge in their lairs to escape the cold." The whole world fell silent at once, only the sound of Pulu turning into a van galloping continued to roar. "Divide, divide, line." A few days later, a wail suddenly came from the camp cabin. "Fuck! Death to death!" Startled by this sound, Yukino and Puru anxiously ran in from outside. "You're finally awake." Yukishita Yukino walked to AI Ran's side in surprise, and a slightly crying voice echoed in his ears. AI Ran opened her eyelids with great effort, and what she saw was two faces with different faces, but surprisingly consistent expressions. It took a few seconds for the dull brain to search the depths of his memory for what had happened before. AI Ran opened his mouth, and his voice was a little dry, like a desert that had been arid for a long time. "Sorry, under the snow, I'm so hungry, can you prepare me food?" "It's good to wake up, it's good to wake up." Yukishita Yukino repeats the words, revealing the most sincere emotions. She took a deep look at AI Ran, and then said, "You wait for me, I'll go cook for you now." After that, he walked towards the wooden house next door. Perla flew to AI Ran at this time and sobbed and said, Woo woo boss, you were so badly injured, I thought you were dead. Good luck, almost finished. AI Ran glanced at the bandages on his body, which were made from strips of cloth that Yuki Nashida had torn his clothes into. Without tools, I don't know how she did it. After all, lack of physical strength was the girl's only weakness. Thinking of this, the lines on AI Ran's face slowly softened, and he turned his head to look at Perlu and said softly, "Perlu, you did a good job this time." Puru stopped crying and grinned, I'm the eldest brother." AI Ran also smiled and began to examine his injuries. This injury can be said to be the most serious in AI Ran's life. There are multiple fractures all over the body, internal organs are bleeding, and the energy in the body has been completely exhausted. Lord God of the realm of time, what a difficult job you have arranged for me. AI Ran showed a wry smile. Suddenly, a pink light emitted from the wooden house, and the projection of the king god of time appeared in front of AI Ran again. "Xia Ran Ran, are you nagging me again?" AI Ran looked at the king god of the time realm who suddenly appeared and was stunned for a moment. "Why do you appear on time every time I chant? You're not going to be peeping at me when you're okay, are you?" "How so? The gods will not peep at others, I am all righteous and bright." AI Ran looked at Kai Yin speechlessly. It was the first time he saw someone who would peep so righteously. Ignoring AI Ran's eyes, Kai Yin raised his head slightly and said arrogantly, "I sensed the little Ran giant ape through the divine power in your tail, that's why I noticed you. I'm a god, usually very busy." Yes, does Lord King God of that realm have any orders for this visit?" "If you don't have anything to do, go back first, after all, the gods are so busy." "What, people are worried about you, you are my first employee." Hearing AI Ran's perfunctory words, Kai Yin muttered, "This time you are also a work injury, I am not a black-hearted enterprise here, I will send you a fairy bean later. It can also fulfill your wish, what do you want, please say." "And this kind of good thing?" AI Ran said uncertainly, "Then quickly send us back." Hearing this request, Kai Yin lowered his head embarrassedly, and said in a non-supporting manner, "If you want to leave, you must stay for a full year, this is beyond my ability, or do you change one?" AI Ran. Sure enough, he shouldn't expect anything from this third-rate god. After thinking for a while, AI Ran looked at Kai Yin and said his wish. Chapter 22. When Yukishita Yukino brought the food over, he saw a pink light flash in the wooden house. She sat down next to AI Ran, fed the meat to his mouth and asked, "Did the god Sama come over just now?" AI Ran didn't chew at all, and quickly swallowed the meat into his stomach, gesturing with his eyes that Yukino speeds up feeding. Another piece of meat was sent to AI Ran's mouth, and Yukishita Yukino's eyes had a hint of uneasiness. Is something going to happen again? "It's nothing, I guess it's because I am doing well, and the boss came to add some employee benefits to me, and that's what she did." Saying that, AI Ran pouted helplessly. Yuki Nashida Yukino didn't know why, and asked suspiciously, "Employee benefits? Hehe, you'll find out later." AI Ran smiled mysteriously and then continued to urge, "Under the snow, can we stop talking first? Give me meat, I've been in a coma for 3 days and I've missed 15 meals." Yukishita Yukino whitened him a little. "Your mind is very bright when it comes to eating, and it is calculated in the form of 5 meals a day." After that, she began to concentrate on feeding AI Ran. At this time, Pulu also left with great insight, but it still had such an important job as warehouse manager. The chalet gradually quieted down. After what happened before, Yuki Nashida Yukino found himself enjoying the peace he was enjoying now. "If I could, I wish it could continue like this." After eating the last bite of meat, AI Ran gave a pleasant burp. Suddenly, another pink light appeared in the room. The dazzling light made Yukino subconsciously close her eyes. At this time, AI Ran's voice also reached her ears. It's finally here. Although that third-rate god can't do anything, the speed of logistics is really okay. When I opened my eyes, several boxes appeared in the wooden house. Yukishita Yukino looked at AI Ran suspiciously and asked, "What is this?" "I ask for the gift from the king god of the realm, open it and take a look." Yukino opened a chest with a small bag at the top, and below it were some of the clothes she used to keep out the winter cold. "This is..." Picking up the small bag, Yukishita looked at the fairy beans inside and was stunned. She knew this little bean, and it was AI Ran who asked Perlo to feed the only fairy bean to her. And he himself was so badly injured. Yukishita Yukino breathed slowly, calmed his emotions and opened 2 more boxes. There were a large number of books inside, as well as a dozen cans of cat cans. The third-rate god also said to grant me a wish. However, her ability can only teleport these things over, so I thought about it and asked her to send you and Prue something. It's already winter night, so you won't be bored if you have books to read. Pulu did well this time, so I asked the king god of the realm to also send it some canned cats as a reward. AI Ran's voice came from behind him, and Yukishita Yukino held the fairy bean in his hand and put it on his chest, and murmured in a voice that he could only hear. "Is it all this time or is everything thinking about us, yourself? What an idiot! What are you muttering there alone?" Yukinashita shook his head, sat down next to AI Ran again, and fed Sendu into his mouth. After Sendo swallowed into his stomach, it only took an instant for AI Ran's injuries to recover. He jumped up with a carp. Feeling the power that kept pouring out, AI Ran was a little happy. Sure enough, after recovering from injury, his strength will be greatly improved, and his combat power should now exceed 10,000. Seeing that AI Ran was back to health, Xuanai's hanging hard under the snow finally relaxed. "Don't try so hard next time. I don't deserve it either." AI Ran lowered his head and thought for a while and said seriously, "Because purifying the Dragon Ball is my job, protecting you is part of the work content." Yukinashita Yukino. Obviously, this answer made Yukinashita Yukino a little uncomfortable, and she continued to ask unwillingly, "Just because of these? Of course, I seem to be the only surviving science working well. That third-rate god has nothing to say about it." Ha ha ha. Saying that, AI Ran laughed proudly with his hands on his waist. Suddenly, the laughter stopped abruptly, because AI Ran felt that there seemed to be a murderous aura behind him, and the temperature in the wooden house suddenly dropped a lot. At this time, Yukino was staring at him unkindly. Hehe, it turned out to be just to get the job done. The girl's cold voice made AI Ran couldn't help but snort. Also, it's not all. AI Ran blushed and stammered. During this time with Yukinashita Yukina, AI Ran found that she really liked this cute and strong girl a little. Sure enough, Scions are naturally attracted to powerful women, whether this strength is physical or mental. Most importantly, Yukino cooks deliciously. But AI Ran was really embarrassed to express her emotions. Yes, yes. Looking at AI Ran, who wanted to say nothing, Xuanai suddenly became a little flustered. She quickly packed up her utensils and walked out the door. Only this time, her steps were much lighter, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Chapter 23. 2998. 2999. 3000. In the camp courtyard, AI Ran does push UPS with one handstand. The appearance of the evil dragon made AI Ran deeply understand his weakness. A deteriorated version of the 3-star dragon almost killed himself, and if he didn't hurry up to cultivate, he really didn't know how to face the enemy after that. Yukishita Yukino sat on the doorbar and looked at the book, peeking at AI Ran from time to time. Because he was in the polar night, Yukino did not judge how long he had been staying at this time. But life eventually returned to calm. After finishing today's rest, AI ran slumped on the ground panting heavily, and Xuanai came to his side and handed over a towel. No matter how many times you look at it, your physical strength is incredible. After taking the towel and wiping his face, AI ran grinned, my current training is far from enough. Looking at AI ran's smile, Yukishita Sueno was a little stunned for a while, and felt that his face was a little hot. I don't know when it started, she found that she was always inadvertently provoked by this guy. And now just a smile can make your heart blush. Tomorrow we will sleep together every day. What's wrong? Suddenly standing still stupid? Nothing, just thinking about how long we've been here, it's always been night, and I don't have a concept of time now. Yukishita Yukino turned around casually, crossed her hands in front of her chest, and took a gentle breath. AI Ran did not notice the abnormality under the snow. He scratched his head and calculated in his heart for a while. It should be almost a year, counting the number of meals. I think we can go back in the near future. I don't even want to complain, why do you estimate the time based on the number of meals? Under the snow, Xuanai gave him a blank look, but his heart was also a little sad. After going back, can the relationship between the two people remain in the current state? Will it slowly return to the relationship between ministers and ministers in the past? Anxiety filled her heart, and she would soon be able to return to her familiar routine, but at this time, under the snow, Xuanai couldn't help but suffer. At this time, AI Ran's voice came. In other words, we are neighbors, right? Can I still come to your house to eat when I get back? I'm used to what you cook, and now I can't accept the dark cooking I make myself. That depends on my time and your own performance. Yukino smiled faintly. Yes, we have experienced so much together, there is no need to worry about this. Didn't he say that he would always protect me? This guy always inadvertently makes me feel at ease. My performance? AI Ran was a little puzzled. Yes, you will study well with me when you go back, and there is no score of more than double digits in all subjects. Although I won't expect much from you, you must always graduate successfully. After hearing Yukino Yuki's words, AI Ran's face instantly collapsed. Divide, line. Sensing that the time of parting is coming, Pulo holds the cat canned food and cries while eating. Woo boss, are you leaving? This kin is delicious. Yukishita Yukino touched Pulo's smooth fur, and his face was full of reluctance. After hesitating for a while, she looked at AI Ran and said, can't we really take Pulo with us? No, Pulo and we don't live in the same world. And in another world. It still has children waiting for it. After hearing Aaron's words, Yukinoshita Yukino sighed and took Pulo into his arms. While enjoying the last time petting the cat, he said to Pulru. Pulu, thank you for saving me before, because I can't repay your life-saving grace. So only thank you in pale words. If we have a chance, then our differences will only temporarily diverge at different crossroads in life, and we will eventually be able to meet in Rome. If we don't see each other again, then I wish you to return to your promised land soon. Saying that, Yukinoshita Yukino looked at AI Ran. My promised land seems to have been found. Without continuing to disturb the person and cat, AI Ran walked alone to the courtyard and looked at the slightly white sky. He was very uncomfortable with this kind of separation. For 10 months, the sun's rays once again shone on the land. The pupils contracted slightly, and AI Ran quickly adapted to the daylight. Parting, I don't seem to have anyone who will feel reluctant because of the separation. Suddenly, he felt his hand being held. Turning his head, Yukino was standing beside him beautifully. I've said goodbye to Pulu. AI Ran nodded and subconsciously squeezed Yukino Yuki's hand. Feeling the temperature of AI Ran, Yukinoshita Yukino said softly, I have spent a year here, and although the conditions here are harsh, I find myself a little reluctant to leave soon. I will always be with you until I finish purifying the Dragon Balls. Yukishita Yukino smiled and nodded, and after a long time of getting along, she gradually figured out AI Ran's awkward personality. Saying the kind of words just now may be the limit that AI Ran can reach now. At this time, the portal that teleported the two appeared again. Looking at each other and smiling, the two walked in together. Divide, line. On the other side, a portal also appeared next to Pulu, and a dazzling light directly sucked it in. I don't know how long it took, but the teleportation finally ended. This time it was teleported into an alley between the two buildings. Puru looked around in horror. Where is this? Didn't I go back to the south? Suddenly, a voice reached Pulu's ears. Arno, this is Tokyo. In other words, can cats even talk? Ghost. Boss, save me. Pulu was crouching in the corner with his head in his hands. He was pretty sure there was no one here just now. So where did this voice come from now? The voice Puru heard came from a young girl. She is now standing quietly not far from Pulu, although there is no expression on her face, but the helplessness can be clearly heard from her words. Mr. Cat, my name is Megami Kato, is not a ghost. Obviously I feel scared when I see the cat talking. Chapter 24. In Yukino's apartment under the snow, a light suddenly appeared. AI Ran pulled Yakoshita Yukino out of the light curtain. After looking around, AI Ran said with emotion. Finally back. I feel this modern breath again. Picking up the phone on the coffee table, Yukinashita looked at the time, and it still showed that it was 3 o'clock in the morning. After a year in the world of ice and snow, only 7 hours have passed in reality. AI Ran was now looking at Yukino's residence. Should I say that the house is like a person? Although the space is generous, there are not many additional decorations and accessories. Look cold. Instead, there are many books on the table in front of the sofa. He picked up a copy of the same books that Yukinashita had read all day long in the ministry, and the covers were wrapped. If you don't open it, you don't know what kind of book it is. 30 Habits of Cats. Forget it, look at something else. How to be a qualified owner. The story behind Mr. Pan's IP. The difference between a cat and a panda. Literary and artistic beautiful girls look at this kind of thing if they have nothing to do. Say okay Joe Shuren, Shakespeare, and the like? It's over, Yukinashita Yukino has been completely brainwashed by the cat. Fortunately, I was separated from Pulu this time. In other words, Pulu should have returned to the Dragon Ball world. Suddenly, Yukinashita Yukino poked AI Ran with a red face, and it was always shy for a girl's privacy to be suddenly discovered. Although there is no more privacy between her and AI Ran. You should go back to your room to rest now, Ape-kun. Under the snow, Xuanai pushed AI Ran towards the door. The king god of the time realm is still very reliable, and he repaired the security door that was destroyed by AI Ran before. Yukishita Yukino stood in his apartment, looked at AI Ran outside the door and said softly, rest early. Well, see you tomorrow then. AI Ran opened the door of his room, left this sentence and walked in. See you tomorrow. Is it? Closing the door of the apartment, Yukino covered her chest with her hands, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Sure enough, even if you come back, some things won't change again. Tomorrow is really worth looking forward to. Divide, line, in. Front of the elevator of the apartment at 7A.M. AI Ran leaned against the wall and waited for Yukino to appear. Early, under the snow. Even after living in the world of ice and snow for a year, the time spent traveling under the snow remains the same as before. She saw AI Ran's figure in front of the elevator and walked slowly towards him. Good morning, Ape-kun. Hearing the familiar words that came from every day, Yukinashita Yukino also responded. Press the triangular graphic button of the elevator downward, and with a ding, the elevator door will open. 2 people walked in one after the other. School life will continue today. Two people walking side by side on the road, there are few vehicles, and only a few morning practitioners can be seen occasionally. Taking a breath of fresh air, AI ran sighed, it feels good to walk on such a road like this occasionally. How did that ape king go to school before? Fly, open the window and fly directly to the school, 5 minutes away. This way you can sleep a little longer. No more. Why? AI Ran looked at Yakoshita Yukinoi suspiciously. That God said that he wants you to integrate into human life, how can cheating like yours be considered integration? Yukishita Swane said seriously, what she really cared about was that if AI Ran flew to school every time, the time spent together between the two would be much reduced. Also, after all, I still have to protect you now. However, now that the whereabouts of one Dragon Ball have been discovered, I don't know where the other Dragon Balls are scattered. Thinking of her work, AI Ran was a little sad. I couldn't help but complain about the third-rate god of the pit daddy in my heart. In the future, if you want to do something dangerous, please tell me in advance, although I can't help you anything, but... Saying that, Yukino's body trembled slightly. Sensing the abnormality of Yukino under the snow, AI Ran took her hand. Don't worry, it's actually not very dangerous, and I'm much stronger now than before. AI Ran suddenly stopped, because Yukinashita Yukino was staring at him with a serious face. Well, I'll tell you if I find other Dragon Balls later. That's right. Yukinashita Yukino nodded in satisfaction. At this time, she found that AI Ran was holding her hand, and she panicked all of a sudden. With a slight force, he broke his hand free, and Yukinashita Yukino blushed and said softly, I'll be at school soon. AI Ran also reacted at this time, and put his hands behind him at a loss, sorry. The two people walked in silence on the second floor of the teaching building before separating. Arriving at the back door of the classroom of Class F of Year 2. AI Ran walked straight in and came to her seat. Back by the window, King's hometown. Feeling the warmth of the sun, AI Ran couldn't help but yawn and then lay down. Sure enough, I still like this peaceful life. On the other side of the classroom, a certain dead fish-eyed high school student looked at AI Ran suspiciously. It seems that I saw AI Ran and Yukinashita Yukino holding hands and coming to school just now? Are the two of them a couple? In this case, wouldn't you be forced to eat dog food when you go to the community yourself? After thinking about it, Hijiya Hachiman made a decision. Let's find a chance to sneak straight home after school. The community really doesn't suit me. Chapter 25. After school, Yukinashita opened the door of the ministry's classroom. AI Ran was already sitting in his seat, burying his head in the crook of his arm, like a sleeping ostrich, inexplicably quite funny. With light footsteps, Xuanai slowly walked past. AI Ran, and AI Ran, who buried his head, suddenly raised his head. My movements are already so light, how can you even find out? Well, I smell you. Maybe jasmine, or lavender. AI Ran was not convinced, but the smell was engraved in his mind. AI Ran felt that this was the fragrance that belonged to Yukino alone. Hentai. Under the snow, Xuanai gave AI Ran a white look, and his face turned slightly red. Where? It's just unconsciously remembered. AI Ran sat up, his gaze resting on Yukino's face from time to time, and from time to time looking around the environment of the entire department. Speaking of which, I haven't seen this classroom properly. What do you see in the eyes of thieves? No, it just feels a little empty. Have you thought about adding some daily necessities? For example, pots and cups for making tea. In the world of ice and snow, even in the harsh conditions, Yukino found some wild tea leaves to eat. Yes, then let's go buy some tea sets together, buy some disposable cups by the way, and it is good to entertain when a client comes. Client, I don't know when I will appear, and that Bikagu-san didn't come over. AI Ran was bored lying on the table, he didn't feel it when he watched anime in his previous life, but now he found that this so-called ministry actually had no commission at all year round. This leisurely state is fine for a day or two, and after a long time, it still makes the Saiyan active nature unbearable. Sitting next to Ai Ran, Yukinashita Yukino took out a textbook and said lightly, "Who said that there is no commission? Aren't you just that? Hiratsuka-sensei asked me to pass at least one exam next time. Take out the book, you promised me." "Okay, I'll study for a long time." Ai Ran showed full of fighting spirit, took out his own teaching materials, there was not even his signature on them, and the whole book seemed clean. 5 minutes later, Ai Ran lay on her side with her head on her shoulder under the snow and fell asleep. Looking at Ai Ran, Yukishita Suino held his forehead and sighed helplessly, "Alas, I really shouldn't have expected you in this regard." That said, Yukinashita Yukino did not wake up Ai Ran, but took out a collection of essays and read it. As for Ai Ran, let him sleep on his shoulders like this first. Yukino took a deep breath and calmed her mood a little. "I just don't want the Ape King to disturb his reading after waking up, so he doesn't enjoy this close contact. Divide, line. I'm in, under the snow." Once again, the ministry classrooms were rudely opened. Shizuki Hiratsuka walked in with Hijitani Hachiman. Seeing the state of Ai Ran and Yukinashita Yukino, Hiratsuka Shizuki widened his mouth, "What are you guys doing?" On the side, Baijiya Hachiman also showed such an expression. It was really right to run away by yourself, and coming here would definitely be forced to eat dog food for these two people. The sudden intrusion of Shizuki Hiratsuka and Hijitani Hachiman startled Yukinashita Yukinoba, but it was only for a moment that she calmed down. After gently patting Ai Ran to wake him up, Yukinashita Yukino stood up from his seat. Coming to a distance less than a meter away from Hiratsuka, she hugged her arms and said coldly, "Didn't I say before I came in to knock on the door?" Shizun Hiratsuka. Yukino. Yukino's momentum at this time made Hiratsuka retreat unconsciously, and she rubbed her nose awkwardly, "Haha, I'll pay attention next time." "But you and Ai Ran. What's wrong?" At this time, Ai Ran also sobered up, but he was still a little confused about the current situation. "Nothing, just to remind Hiratsuka-sensei of the most basic etiquette." After answering Aaron's question, Yukinashita Yukino turned to Hiratsuka Shizun again, and his tone returned to a cold feeling. "So, did Hiratsuka-sensei help our club capture the escaped members?" Seeing that Yukinashita Yukino avoided the question of his relationship with Aaron, Hiratsuka Shizumi didn't want to continue asking, these little ghosts were too heart-wrenching. The old lady is 27 years old, the problem has not yet been solved, and after only one day, these two came together? She raised her fist at Koya Hachiman. "Yes. Right. Then Koya Hachiman, you have to transform here. Otherwise, I can't spare you." With that, Hiratsuka strode out of the classroom. Then there was a wail in the hallway. "It's like exploding on a current charge." Yakoshita Yukino glanced at the wary Hijiya Hachiman and said, "Don't stand silly, find a place to sit." After seeing Hijiya sitting in the seat near the door of the classroom, Yukinashita Yukino also returned to his seat and continued. "If you want to face life positively, you must have a strong heart, and you must actively participate in everything you do, and the same is true for club activities. I hope you can participate in club activities in the future, Hijiku-san." It's just that now Yukinashita Yukino and Ai Ran are already present in the eyes of Hijiya Hachiman, and this man named Hijiya Hachiman refuses to deal with all the present. Of course, having said that, Shizuki Hiratsuka's iron fist came to mind. Hijiya Hachiman was still decisive. He did not refute Yukinashita Yukino's words, but took out a novel and read it. At this time, Ai Ran also probably figured out what happened. He looked at Hijiya Hachiman with strange eyes, his existence seemed to have disrupted the established lives of these two. But did he feel a trace of guilt in his heart? Because the character of the Saiyan bone is like the fat tiger, as long as it is liked, it must be their own. Thinking of this, AI Ran withdrew his gaze and picked up the textbook that made people want to sleep after reading it. Chapter 26. The classroom returned to its previous tone. And AI Ran seemed to be looking at the textbook, but his head kept nodding, as if he could go to Zhougong to chat at any time. The other two were each reading their own books. It seemed quiet. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the door, which seemed particularly clear in such an environment. Yukinashita Yukino bookmarked the book and said, "Please come in without hurry." "Excuse me." A trembling voice accompanied by a figure and entered the classroom. Then, as if it had been discovered, the cat stood up and closed the door. The tan hair of the shawl gently sways as it moves, and its eyes wander back and forth uneasily. After the girl and Hichiya Hachiman, who was closest to the door, looked at each other and said in amazement, "Why are AI Ransan and the squat family here?" "Well, I'm a member here, so why do you call me a squat?" Hichiya Hachiman answered the question, and then immediately asked rhetorically. At this time, he had finished observing the girl in front of him and defined him in his heart. Acura youth dress-up girls, short skirts, 3 buttons on the blouse are not buttoned, there are heart-shaped trinkets on the chest, at this time completely ignore the school rules of today's female high school students. Of course, the above is all by Kagu's perspective. AI Ran tilted her head and could only see the girl's side. But after taking a look, he silently withdrew his gaze and subconsciously moved his gaze to Shuexia's body. Sure enough, under the snow, Xuanai is still relatively chic. "Sit down first, shall we?" Yukinashita beckoned her to sit down opposite her. After the girl sat down, Yukinashita called out her name, Ui Hihima, a second-year F class, with AI Ran and Hichiya Hachiman. Yubihama Ui looked at Yukinashita Yukinoba in surprise. "Wow, you actually know my name." This guy probably remembered the names of the whole school. Hichiya Hachiman complained in his heart, and continued to watch his novel and no longer pay attention to the conversation between the two girls. "Well, let's just know something." Yukinashita Yukino nodded slightly, "Then say the purpose of your visit, Yubihama-san." "Well, I heard Shizuki-sensei Hirotsuka say that students' wishes can be fulfilled here, right?" Uehara asked weakly uncertainly. "We're just helping, it's up to you to get your wishes. It is better to teach people to fish than to teach people to fish, do you understand?" Yubihama looked like you were so good, his eyes lit up a little, that, I want to make cookies. After saying a short sentence, she glanced at Hichiya Hachiman and AI Ran. 2 boys were at the scene, making her a little embarrassed to continue. Seeing her embarrassment, Yukinashita looked at AI Ran and said, "Go and buy me a drink, do you know the taste I like?" "I know." AI Ran stood up and walked towards the corridor, and after seeing it, Hichiya Hachiman also consciously got up and followed out. On the way, AI Ran brought up the topic with a little deep meaning. "Do you really not know Yuhihama Ui? When she called your name just now, she looked at you puzzled." "I really didn't know at first, but after thinking about it, I realized that she should be our classmate, as if she had heard this name in the class." "How uncaring you are about your class." After chatting a few words, Hichiya Hachiman found that AI Ran did not seem to be bad. And gradually let go a little, he glanced at AI Ran and complained, "A guy who only knows how to sleep is not qualified to say that I." After a pause, he continued, "The collective doesn't need to care, as long as the action has nothing to lose to itself." Baikagu put it differently, saying that there is no collective self, you only need to care about yourself, and there is no need to think about people who have a collective. What you said is really cryptic, but I suggest you pay more attention to that, Yubihama-san. "Why?" Hichiya Hachiman looked at him. "It's just a feeling. Divide, Line. Back in the classroom. Yuki Nashida and Yubihama, the two girls, have already finished talking about the commission. AI Ran casually placed 2 boxes of drinks in front of the two people. Please drink a drink, I don't know if it suits your taste. With that, he returned to his seat. Yuki Nashida Yukino glanced at the yogurt in front of him, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Thank you, it's my favorite taste. Ugh. Would you like me to drink? Thank you. AI Ran. No thanks. Are you done talking, and what was the result? Baikagu, who was sitting on the side, asked. Well, I had a very smooth conversation with your blessing, thank you. Yukishita Yukino said unceremoniously. That's the worst thank you I've ever heard, thank you so much. You're welcome. Taking another sip, Yuki Nashida cleaned up the table. Let's go to the home economics classroom together. What are you going to do there? Compared to Kiku, this is one of the 3 holy places that can inflict mental trauma on him. Generally, if you cannot go, you must ask clearly. Yubihama-san's commission must go to the housekeeping room. Perhaps feeling that she had said it clearly enough, Yukishita said nothing more. She gently pushed AI Ran and got up and set off towards the housekeeping room. AI Ran, who already knew what was going to happen later, shrugged his shoulders and followed. I'll see if there are any materials there, I want to eat some cake or something. Ape-kun, we used to help others complete the commission, at this time, please don't continue to focus on eating, okay? When Yubihama saw it, he chased after him from behind like a small follower. Hijiya Hachiman, on the other hand, sighed resignedly, left his seat and followed. Chapter 27. Yuki Nashida Yukino in the cooking room. Has already tied her hair, tied her apron, taken out the raw materials and prepared to start work, and Yubihama, a stupid guy, is still busy tying her apron. Sighing, Yuki Nashida Yukino stepped forward and helped Yukihama tie her apron. I'll ask you, Yubihama blushed, you. What do you think of home-based girls? It's not annoying, Hichiya said, of course, not noticing Yukihama's voice at all. It's better to say that boys more or less want to date such girls. Yubihama laughed stupidly, full of vitality and looked full of energy. Yukishita Yukino listened to the conversation between the two and looked at AI Ran with a puzzled expression. AI Ran, who understood Yukishita Yukino's expression, leaned into her ear and whispered, "Science like independent, strong women." Baikagu said that was his own criteria for choosing a mate. After hearing AI Ran's answer, Yuki Nashida Yukino first nodded in satisfaction, and then, as if realizing something, he quickly turned around with a red face. Taking a deep breath, she instructed Yubihama, I'll do it again, and you will follow along with it. Yubihama nodded like a chicken pecking rice, and then rolled up his sleeves along with Yuki Nashida. Take out the flour, warm water and granulated sugar and stir together, then beat the eggs. To be precise, the eggshells are beaten, the eggshells are thrown into the flour, and the cream is put in and stirred, but it does not melt at all. Oh yes, she naturally added refined salt to the sugar that should have been added. All kinds of ingredients are added to it, maybe this is Yubihama's unique version of the recipe. The end result is already obvious. I said. AI Ran now feels that his cooking level may be considered relatively awesome. Yubihama, what are you doing? Virus aggregates? Or a variant of the fried cockroach? Yukino was also on the side, looking shocked. Why? That's why. It's probably the first time she's fallen so badly. What's going on? Yubihama looked stunned. That said, you should ask yourself this, right? She pushed the plate with the black unknown object in front of Baikagu. Maybe it's unexpectedly delicious? That's what I said. AI Ran pulled over the plate of cookies made under the snow, picked one up and threw it into his mouth, narrowing his eyes in enjoyment. Eat it quickly then Kiku, it's really delicious. What right do you guy who eats cookies under the snow have to say that? Baikigu felt that his whole life was almost desperate. In other words, this is not a trial at all, but a test of poison. Yubihama puffed out his cheeks like a pufferfish. It's too much to squat at home. Yukishita Yukino hugged his arms and said lightly, Baikigu-san, you can't live up to the kindness of others, this is also part of the club activities. Hijiya. Hachiman looked at Yubihama's expectant eyes, don't go overboard, and finally trembled and picked up a charcoal-like item, threw it directly into his mouth without looking at it, and swallowed it. Sadly, the terrifying taste remained, echoing in his mouth and throat. Goo. Gulped his favorite Max coffee, his upper body collapsed on the table, his eyes blank, finally alive. Ai Ran stared at the plate of cookies like a ghost. Yubihama, are you afraid that you are not a master of the dark culinary world? Saying that, he ate another cookie under the snow. And then reluctantly picked up Yubihama's cookie and licked it a little. Well, if this is the taste, it looks like the taste of a vegetable man after being beaten and burned. Hijiya Hachiman looked at Ai Ran in amazement. Hey, did this guy say something horrible just now? What vegetable people? Secondary to disease? Under the snow, Xuanai quietly pinched Ai Ran's waist, and the Ape King really spoke basically without using his brain. But Yubihama didn't pay much attention to Ai Ran's previous words. She lowered her head in disappointment. Sure enough, I'm not good at cooking, do I have any talents? The solution is only hard work, Yuki Nashida said indifferently. Yubihama-san, you just said that you don't have talent, right? To change your perception, people who do not even do the minimum effort are not qualified to envy talented people, and losers can succeed precisely because they do not think about how much effort the successful person puts in behind his back. But, lately, everyone has been saying that they don't cook. Yubihama unconsciously joined the public. It's not compatible with everyone to do this kind of thing. Under the snow, he collected the flour and put the small basin with the flour on the table with a click. There was a chill on his body, like a biting cold wind, and he did not hide his disgust for what Yubihama had just said. Can you change your habit of catering to the people around you? Do you feel shy and disgusting to make people very uncomfortable and blame others for their incompetence and stupidity? Ai Ran silently stood behind Yukino and gently put his hand on her back. Just now, he felt that the evil chi of the three planets overflowed a little more. Yuki Nashida Yukino, who felt a warm current entering her body, paused, and she also realized that what she had just said was a bit excessive. Yubihama lived in an apron, his face lowered and his expression unreadable. Baikigu was slightly unbearable, and was about to say something, but heard an unexpected sentence. Good. So handsome. Yukishita Yukino looked at her stunned. I'm sorry, I did say something too much just now. Well, I know, although it is really excessive, but it is not superficial at all, unlike me, because I always cater to others. Sorry. I'll do it next. Yuki Nashida Yukino's chill didn't know when it had dissipated, and it was the first time she saw someone like Yubihama. In short, you continue to do it, I will guide you by your side. Later. There was a scene like this in the dining room. It's salt not sugar, by Haihama-san. Would you please taste what this is before putting the sugar? Why do you put so much vanilla essence? Although everyone's taste is different, but there is no difference in someone's taste sense beyond that of humans. What do you do with ground coffee in cookies? Personality? What is personality? Is making food highly toxic? Or do you mean poisoning by Jagu-san? Yubihama was as fierce as a tiger, looking up and seeing that it was 85% wrong. Yuki Nashida was tired of correcting his mistakes. And after Yukishita's hand-to-hand instruction, Yubihama finally made a cookie that could be considered food instead of charcoal. Baikigu took a piece and put it in his mouth. It's already okay to give someone a word. Yubihama blinked his eyes. Angstrom. If you give someone away, it's mainly your heart, Bikagu said, you see. As long as boys can receive gifts from girls, they are actually very happy, taste is not the key, as long as they can eat it. Then let's do it first, thank you, Yukishita-san, AI Ran-san, and Squat family thank you. Hey, why are you so whispering to me, Bikagu protested with a black face, obviously, I took my life to test the poison. Chapter 28. Yubihama-san, are you sure this is the case first? Will the entrusted thing continue later? Yukinashita Yukino is still very concerned about Yubihama's commission. Yubihama Ui turned around and showed a smile, that, it's okay, let's do it first, I'll just go home and practice well, thank you Yukinashita-san. Looking at Yubihama, who was leaving, AI Ran asked kindly, are you sure you want to leave directly in an apron like this? Ugh, Uihihama hurriedly took off his apron, thanked him, and waved his hand, goodbye. Let's clean up here too. Yukino said as she put the used tools into the sink. In fact, there are not many things, and when AI Ran also helps, cleaning under the snow, AI Ran takes a clean cloth to dry and puts it back in its original position. The two have been living together for a long time, and there is still such a tacit understanding. After cleaning up, the two of them waited for a while, and Bikagu also returned from taking out the garbage, and the three of them left the housekeeping classroom together, when the bell for the end of club activities also rang. After leaving school, AI Ran and Yukinashita Yukino walk side by side on a road full of cherry blossoms. Looking at the falling cherry blossoms, Yukino under the snow felt a little emotional, it's really a long-lost campus life. Yes, although I still like to fight, but now this kind of peaceful life is not bad. AI Ran was halfway through his words, suddenly closed his eyes, and stood motionless in place. Discovering that AI Ran was abnormal, Yukishita Yukino asked suspiciously, what's wrong? I felt an evil breath, in that direction. It seems to be a contaminated Dragon Ball. AI Ran looked serious and pointed in the direction of Tokyo. Are you going to go now? Yukishita Yukino grabbed AI Ran's wrist and frowned. The appearance of Sangxing long before had a great psychological shadow on her. Until now, she has not let go. Well, I have to go, the evil dragon is too dangerous for this world, anyone can completely destroy this world. Looking at Xuanai's worried look, AI Ran smiled lightly. Don't worry, I won't come here nonsense. Didn't you say before that your dream is to change the world? Until you realize your dreams, I will guard this place. Not only is it my job, but I also want to be a partner in justice once in a while. Then I'll wait for you in the apartment. Didn't you say you were going to come to my house to eat? I'll cook and wait for you to come back. He said this, but Yukinashita Yukino had no intention of letting go of Aaron's hand at all. She looked at AI Ran expectantly, wanting to hear an answer from his mouth that would satisfy her. AI Ran gave a thumbs up to Yukinashita Yukino and said calmly, I want a lot of meat. With that, he took Yukinashita Yukino's hand away from his wrist, ran to an uninhabited alley, and flew towards Tokyo at full speed. Divide, line. Somewhere in Tokyo, 3 women, a man, and a cat are discussing something. The young man with a beautiful face and black full-rimmed glasses was making a feverish introduction. Therefore, with Ying Li as a painter and teacher Kazumi Shizu as the main copywriter, it will definitely make this Ghanaian classmate from an ordinary passerby into a perfect heroine. Arno, my name is Kato and not Garner, this Enyi-san. Shiwa Kazumajayaka glanced at Megami Kato for a moment, and then looked down to write something in her notebook. The proposal of the Flash Girl project is a plan proposed by Anulun a few days ago. Since it is a love game, there must be a delicious main course. She and Ying Li waited in this cafe for nearly half an hour before Anulun came over with the main course. The really inconspicuous heroine is completely in line with the original intention of the setting of Flash Girl. If it were not for noticing the blue cat, Shiwa Kazumajayaka would not have realized that there was an extra person next to her. Faced with the small farce that happened in front of him, Kazumajayaka Shiu did not speak, let alone analyze Megami Kato. She has just met this heroine, and instead of bothering to get to know this silent and expressionless heroine, it is better to mix two words with Yingli, at least the latter can lift her spirits for herself. I'm so sleepy. Kazumajayaka Shiu yawned slightly, her eyes did not hide her tiredness. She stayed up late last night thinking about the plots of Love Metronome and Flash Girl, and she was seriously sleep-deprived. Daejun, if you don't enter the subject again, I will go to sleep. An Yulun also wanted to elaborate on Megami Kato's sense of non-existence, but seeing that Kazumajayaka Shiu was really dozing off on the table, he quickly put the crumpled plan on the table, and slowly patted his chest with momentum. Ying Li picked up the plan and glanced at it, and then handed it to Kazumajayaka Shiu. Lunya, are you serious about this plan? Just a few hundred words on this page? I said, ethical kun. Turning his head to look at Xiaohaikiu Shiu, and Yulun also seemed to see the indescribable horror, his body tensed, and he even knocked down the chair. Poem, Senior Sister Shiu. Do you have anything to say? I wonder what I'm here for. Xiaohaikiu Shiu quickly tapped the notebook, and the rapid and irregular sound for some reason made an Yulun feel that it was a machine gun with full firepower. 2 days ago I heard the idea that erupted from your head like a volcanic eruption. Are you going to spew ash after spewing magma? Volcanic ash can be used as a cement mixture when it is ground up, and now I only see a wet dream of an otaku. Or do you want to use saliva mixed with volcanic ash to build an apartment, and invite 17 or 8 beautiful girls to soak in your wet dream? Senior Sister Shiu. An Yulun couldn't resist either, and hit the table behind him in defeat. I think we can work together. Shiu Kazumajayaka didn't mean to stop at all. Aren't they devastated by the disgusting Emperor of Ethics, and they reluctantly join the society in order to show sympathy? Also, Kazumajayaka Shiu raised his head slightly and stared at the confused Yingli pair. Please, is it really okay to draw illustrations by this kind of disguised lady who looks perfect, but is very wasted on the inside? Not surprisingly, Sawamura Iri, who had already clenched his small fists, suddenly slapped the table, trembling, revealing tooths under a little tiger teeth. Who do you say wasted firewood? I can't figure out why Lun asked a shady woman like you to write a script. I saw that an Yulun was about to spew out a mouthful of old blood. How could the newly formed society seem to be falling apart? He quickly said. Yingli, my personality is indeed dark. Kazumajayaka Shiu interrupted an Yulunya's speech and said to Iri, but I think I'm more frank than you. Her expression was not shaken in the slightest by Sawamura Iri's counterattack. Her expression was calm as water, but her choppy eyes looked at Anyiranya. Ethical kun, your plan won't be used like this, poor yellowed paper. Another 10,000 arrows pierced the heart, and an Yulun also fell to the ground, dying. At the entrance of the cafe, Ran watched the performance of this group of people with relish, originally just to see the movement of the Dragon Ball, but he didn't expect to see such a good show. And that guy from Puru turned out to be here? He touched his chin. Anyiranya, Kazumajayaka Shiu, Sawamura Iri, Kato Megami, they are all contaminated with a trace of evil chi. Who is the host of Dragon Ball? Chapter 29. Ran looked at the performance of the 4 people in front of him and frowned slightly. The current situation is completely different from Yakushita Yukino's side. The evil chi is distributed on everyone's body, and it is impossible to tell who is the host. Lord Realm King God, I am Ran, can you hear me? Helpless, Ran called Kaiyan in his heart, and at this time, he still needed that third-rate god to come out. After Ran called several times, the voice of the King God of Time appeared from his mind. I'm in O, why did Xia Ran suddenly contact me? I found another Dragon Ball here, but its aura is spread flat on the 4 humans, and I can't tell the difference. can I think of a way? You wait, I'll check it out. After waiting for a while, Qian's voice appeared again. This breath is a 2-star dragon. Oh, your luck is good, this is the second weakest existence in the evil dragon, if you think of a way, you should be able to defeat him. Oh? In that case, you should quickly confirm the host. I'll finish work early. The cost of overtime work is calculated separately. AI. Ran's words were a little eager, because there was still someone waiting for him in Qunyi. This feeling was the first time in his 2 lives that he had experienced it. Wow! I pay all your expenses in the human world, so you can't be too greedy. Verbosity, don't think I don't know, you can obviously conjure up countless earthlings' money by clapping your hands, and this is all my money. Humph! Kai Yun snorted twice in dissatisfaction, and then reluctantly continued, I can't tell the difference, although the 2-star dragon is very weak, his life-saving ability is still very strong. His ability is to spray poisonous mist, and those poisonous mist can suck up their body energy when it touches humans. But now he has not fully awakened, so he can only absorb the power of the hearts of the people around him by channeling out the greed of the host. People who are slowly absorbed will leave their breath, which is why you can feel the breath in all 4 of them. Kai Yun kept explaining, but AI Ran's face became more and more ugly. This third-rate god is really useless. So what should we do now? AI Ran was a little crazy. You can only wait until his strength is almost restored, and you will naturally find it after waking up. Anyway, the 2-star dragon is very weak, and you will definitely be able to defeat him. Hey! Is this what the gods should say? Wouldn't these humans die by doing so? Oh, no. Only after the complete resurrection of the 2-star dragon has the ability to truly kill humans. AI Ran sighed speechlessly, okay, you go to work on your own first, I'll figure it out by myself here. You. Before Qian's complaining could be spoken, AI Ran took the initiative to stop telepathy. Faced with such a boss, AI Ran was afraid that he would resign if he continued to talk. On the other side, a new Lunyi's 4-person drama continues. Megami Kato looked at Shiho Kashumajayaka and Hydri Sawamura, who were still arguing, still with a 3-0 expression, and her faint pink lips did not even have a trace of ups and downs. As if she hadn't noticed that Anulun was also seriously injured physically and mentally, she slowly raised her hand and signaled that she had something to say. Kashumajayaka, Shiu and Yingli saw this scene, and snorted coldly at the same time, ending the quarrel. Anulun also seemed to see the rope out of the abyss, and quickly stretched out her hand yearning for light towards this girl who met fate in spring. Why didn't I find out that Kato was quite cute? Then, Megami Kato's words made him fall into the abyss again. Anu-jun, I think you feel that I am cute at a certain moment, not my existence itself, right? That's why you recruited me. Fandom? I guess it's called that. Hearing this, Anulun also had a little embarrassment on his face, and he felt a little weak when he wanted to explain, because he also called Megami Kato by the wrong name a few minutes ago. Just when the scene as a whole was embarrassed, a voice came over. For Anulun, it was as if he had seen an angel sprinkle blessings. So you're here, Perlu. AI Ran slowly walked to Megami Kato's side and gave Puru a look. Meow. Pulu was excited all of a sudden. Could it be that my own prayers have come to fruition? A miracle happened? The boss has really arrived. It broke free from Megami Kato and hugged AI Ran's thigh at once. At this time, AI Ran suddenly felt as if he had become the center of his gaze, and 3 gazes shot towards him from the seat in front of him at the same time. A cold tingle, an undisguised fiery resentment, and finally a slightly meaningful gaze from a certain 3-0 girl. In addition to Megami Kato, the other 2 girls were a little dissatisfied because AI Ran suddenly interrupted their conversation. Of course, none of this has any effect on AI Ran. If it weren't for Dragon Ball, even if he recognized these so-called paper man wives in his past life, he wouldn't have thought of coming to get acquainted. For unrelated people, he is now completely uninterested. Biologically, everyone is not a species, okay? Of course, snow under the snow is the only exception. At least for now. AI Ran ignored the others and came to Megami Kato's side. Thank you for taking care of my pet during this time. No thanks, Pulo is already very cute, and he has brought me a lot of surprises around me during this time. Megami Kato looked at Pulo thoughtfully. It seems that Pulo's ability has been discovered by her. Hey, why does this cat keep causing me trouble? Although AI Ran immediately heard the girl's subtext, it was not a big deal. Even if she went to tell someone that there was a talking cat, no one would believe it. Since you can't see who the Dragon Ball is temporarily attached to for the time being, why don't you find a way to blend into this group's team first? AI Ran calculated for a while, but thinking has never been his strong point, and he can only take one step at a time. Is it? This kid is causing you trouble. Sorry, I just heard you talking about game development. Is there anything I can do to help? Count it as my gratitude to you for taking care of Pura during this time. Megami Kato did not reply to AI Ran, but turned his head to look at Anyiranya. After all, this is his team. Anyulun was also staring at AI Ran with a glowing face at this time. What kind of new cosplay is the hemp rope wrapped around this buddy's waist? I walked down the street like this, and I didn't feel embarrassed at all. Is this what is called comrade? Pushing his glasses, Anyulun also coughed dryly. Okay, now we are also short of people, let's create the most perfect beautiful girl game together. Wait. Kazuma Jayakashiu interrupted Anyulunya's words and looked at this strange man with an unkind expression. What will you do? Programming? Or music? Although the community is like a child's family, I don't want everyone to be involved. AI Ran was a little dumbfounded. What is programming and music? The only thing he is good at is killing and setting fires. How can these things sound very high-end? Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and said to Anyulun. I don't know any of this, but I heard that making games is still very expensive. Do you lack an investor now? Chapter 30. Investment. Asterisk 4. The four people present looked at AI Ran with different expressions. The vigilance in Zayas Hikiyoshiu's eyes slowly dissipated, and he turned to look at AI Ran with a pitiful gaze. Where did this pop up, the stupid son of the landlord's family? Showing such an unreliable society, just because he saved his cat to invest? When did money in this world become so easy to earn? There is such a person. Well, there are still not very smart people. Yingli muttered softly, her eyes stealing a glance at Shiukazumi no Okuro. I don't want to be said by a tsundere lady like you who was invited and willingly came over but didn't admit it. I'm not. Just as Sawamura Hydri stood up with a red face, AI Ran spoke. In this way, I will invest 1 million yen first, and if it is not enough later, you will tell me. As for the event venue, I have an apartment, I currently live alone, you can use it at will on weekends. This classmate. Anyulun also suddenly lived in AI Ran's hands. In the future, you will be a member of our society. Let's make the most touching beautiful girl game together. By the way, what's your name? AI Ran quietly withdrew his hand. He didn't like to be so crooked with men. My name is AI Ran. A sophomore in Chiba City. Don't say 1 million, even if it's 10 billion, that third-rate god can conjure it with a clapping of his hands. What's more, in countries like Japan, which basically use cash, there is no need to worry about someone checking the source of funds. What a powerful ability! Unfortunately, these did not mean anything to AI Ran. The Scion's only pursuit is only combat and extreme strength, and he has no interest in this kind of human wealth that is not protected by the strong. When he was still working for Frisia before, AI Ran had seen too many things where civilization was completely erased from the universe in an instant, not to mention that many of them were done by himself. It's dusk now, is there no progress today? Although AI Ranjun joined this club because of me, why didn't you Jun invite me? I'm just an inconspicuous passerby. In the face of Megami Kato's question, An Yulun was only a little embarrassed in the first half, but the words after that did not allow him to raise his voice by an octave. Classmate Garner. You are not inconspicuous. Wait, what's wrong all of a sudden? And my name is Megami Kato. Don't call yourself inconspicuous. AI Ran didn't care what they were talking about, and sat down on the stool that An Yulun had just moved for him. As soon as he sat down, he felt that his energy was slowly draining, although the speed of loss was basically negligible, but he could now determine that the two-star dragon was definitely among these four people. However, in the face of the exact same four breaths, AI Ran could not judge who the two planets were residing on. It seems that he can only passively wait for the evil dragon to wake up, and he will send him to the western sky with another gas cannon. But I thought of such a good way to blend into this society, which is worthy of me. AI Ran comfortably picked up the coffee in front of him, blew lightly and took a sip. Well, it's really bitter, this one doesn't taste good at all. If there is no small snack, he still likes black tea a little. However, while looking for the two-star dragon, it is not bad to look at the live-action version of the anime in front of you. On the side, An Yulun has also debated another dimension for Megami Kato's attributes. Megami Kato is like a mirror made of water, no matter how high-pitched and exaggerated An Yiranya's voice is, she can follow steadily. However, An Yulun's later words also made AI Ran see that the original Sunny Girl would also have obvious changes in expression. Garner, you are not inconspicuous, but you are dead halfway through the creation of the character. That's why you're not noticeable. The audience was silent. In Aaron's eyes, and Megami Kato's daisy-like eyes faded, lightly biting his lower lip, not knowing whether he was remembering the character who died halfway or simply unhappy. Can you say 2 words about that? Before Megami Kato spoke, Sawamura Hydri took an arrow step and slashed at An Yiranya's head. Stupid Lunyi, isn't this worse than inconspicuous? Don't underestimate the inconspicuous character, Iri Lee. An Yulun also loudly protested. That Sawamura Hydri was clenching his small fists, like a mighty little tiger, for her childhood sweetheart has been chatting with the girl she just met in the past 2 days, she has long wanted to get a kick. It's inexplicable, ethical. Not at all, it's rare for a character with such characteristics to be featureless, senior sister Shiwa. AI Ran looked at these people speechlessly, completely unable to understand what was so controversial about these. I really want to go home, I'm a little hungry. Suddenly, he found himself gathered by everyone's attention again. It seems that they did not quarrel internally to produce results, and now AI Ran, an outsider, is needed as a referee. AI Ran shook his head helplessly and said, I don't really understand what you are arguing about, I'm just an investor, but since we all want to develop a game together, it's better to seek common ground while reserving differences. In the end, the first chaotic meeting in history came to an end after the sun had completely set. Specifically, no consensus was reached. So An Yulun also proposed to hold another joint stay in AI Ran's apartment on Saturday. This time must completely settle the plot. AI Ran stood in the doorway of the cafe. Shiu Kashimajayaka and Hydri Sawamura had already left, and when they separated, their eyes widened and small, as if there was an inexhaustible grudge in them. An Yulun also left, and he looked satisfied when he left. The problem of funds and personnel has been solved, and I will definitely be able to lead the team to develop the most perfect beautiful girl game in history. AI Ran took Perlu into his arms and caressed its fur. It's quite a boring party, you say? Yes. Top dog. Pulo had been sleeping just now, and it was not clear what AI Ran was talking about. But since the boss said that it was boring, then he just had to follow behind and like it. Arno, AI Ran really knows that Pulo can speak. Hearing this voice, AI Ran's heart tightened. Megami Kato didn't even leave? And he didn't even feel her breath just now? No, I perceived, but subconsciously didn't pay attention to her. AI Ran exhaled softly and focused his attention. Yes, Kato-san, thank you again for saving Perlu. It is an important companion of mine. Is that you? 2 planetary hosts? After all, didn't the Realm King God say that although the 2-star dragon is very weak in combat, it is the best at hiding itself? No thanks. Puru was lovely. But AI Ran. Can you tell me who you really are? They. Sanmu girl looked at AI Ran like this, waiting for his answer. P.S. I think the setting of the 2-star dragon's ability is very interesting, and you can guess who is the host of the 2-star dragon. Chapter 31. Who is AI Ran? Megami Kato looked at AI Ran suspiciously, and her gaze unconsciously looked towards the tail around his waist. This should not be some kind of hemp rope decoration, is it a tail? I had heard Puloi describe the image of AI Ran before. Kato-san, it doesn't matter who I am, you just need to know that I have no ill will towards you. See you on the weekend. After that, AI Ran left with Puru in his arms, and he was starving to death. Thinking of the food made by Yukino under the snow, AI Ran unconsciously increased his speed. Megami Kato watched thoughtfully as AI Ran's back slowly disappeared into the crowd, and it took a long time for her to walk in the direction of her house. On the other side, Yukino had already prepared dinner, sitting alone on the sofa and waiting quietly. Suddenly, a knock on the door suddenly came. Is AI Ran back? Yukino smiled a little. But after seeing the person coming, her smile slowly dissipated and returned to a cold appearance. Sister, why are you here? But I've been missing my sister, why, aren't you welcome me over? Yano Yukinashita spoke in a mocking tone, but his gaze kept drifting towards the house. She knocked on Hiratsuka-shizuan this afternoon, and unexpectedly inquired about a shocking news. It is very likely that his sister is already in love? Where did the pig come from, thinking about this cabbage under the arch snow? Yano Yakoshita, who got the news, directly pushed off tonight's party and rushed here. It is clear that when I was a child, they were 2 little guesses without any secret relationship, but when I grew up, troubles and secrets appeared. Communication is also getting less and less, and the relationship between sisters is getting worse and worse. However, after all, she is her sister, and if her sister is really in love, Yukinashita Yano feels that it is still necessary for him to come over. She wanted to confirm whether the boy was reliable or not. Looking at his sister's appearance, Yukinashita Yukino sighed softly, and leaned slightly. Come in and say, sister. Excuse me, Yang Nai walked in with a smile, saw a table full of food, and asked suspiciously. Did Xiao Xuanai make an appointment with someone else? So much food prepared? Well, it's one of my ministry members and my neighbor, who lives opposite. Is it just a ministry? Yukinashita Yano showed a playful smile, not a boyfriend or something. Yukinashita Yukino was silent for a while. It's not a boyfriend yet. Is it just not yet? It seems that Xiao Xuanai likes this boy very much, and he didn't directly deny it. Can you introduce it to me? Without denying Yono's words, Yukinashita shook his head. He has something to go out with, and he doesn't know when he will come back. Halfway through the words, Yukino stopped, thinking of the monsters AI Ran was going to face, and her heart couldn't help but hang. Yano under the snow on the side also noticed her sister's abnormality, and countless questions appeared in her mind. What kind of boy is it? Unexpectedly let his iceberg sister show such an expression? At this time, another knock came from the door. I'll open it. Under the snow, Yano walked quickly towards the security door. Seeing a large Yukino who opened the door, AI Ran, who was carrying a shoulder bag, was slightly stunned. Hey hi! I'm Koyokino's older sister, Yano Yukinashita. You look pretty handsome. Yang Nai quickly entered his social mode and greeted AI Ran enthusiastically. Hello, my name is AI Ran. AI Ran simply said hello to Yano and turned her gaze to Yukinashita behind her. After seeing AI Ran's state, she breathed a sigh of relief, but due to Yang Nai's presence, her voice still seemed very cold. Don't stand outside, come in and eat. Won't it bother you? Or will I come back later? AI Ran looked embarrassed for some reason. Little Aaron, can't this work? Koyuki made a bunch of delicious food waiting for you, which is very rude. Saying that, Yukishita Yano wanted to poke AI Ran's face with his finger. But AI Ran quickly dodged and said coldly, sorry, I'm not comfortable with contact with strangers. Although Yang Nai's smile looked hearty, AI Ran still felt very uncomfortable, and this person's so-called smile was like a mask to wear. Although AI Ran doesn't like to deal with people very much, the extremely cold aura will not deceive. Yang Nai didn't seem to hear AI Ran's words just now, still smiling. Yang Nai deliberately pulled a long tone, as if he was very interested in AI Ran. Under such circumstances, AI Ran felt that he couldn't leave first, then I'll disturb, I'm really hungry. With that, he bypassed Yano and walked indoors. Divide, spacing, line. One more bowl. Yukishita Yukino calmly took the rice bowl from AI Ran's hand and returned to the kitchen to serve him rice. Although in order to meet AI Ran's rice amount, she also specially bought an oversized bowl, even so, this is the third time she has added food to him. Yang Nai on the side looked at AI Ran who was still stuffing food into his mouth with a stunned face. Little AI Ran looks really bold when she eats. Have it? Maybe I'm too hungry, but eating too much at night is not good for my health. I usually only eat 7 minutes full at night. This way Yang Nai laughed dryly. Isn't this 7 points full? That's already dozens of servings. Where is Xiao AI Ran from? Yang Nai, who had not forgotten the purpose of coming over today, began to talk. I'm a foreigner. Throwing a piece of sushi into his mouth casually, AI Ran's eyes had narrowed, and his tail subconsciously began to wag. The taste of this sushi is really great. It is worthy of Yukino. Yukino Yukishita, who had been paying attention to the situation at the dinner table, breathed a sigh of relief. For her sister's social means, Yukinashita Yukino knows everything well, so she is still very resistant to AI Ran talking to her sister at first. Saiyan, Dragon Balls and other things, I don't know how to explain it to my sister yet. However, when she was about to hand AI Ran the freshly served meal, her eyes suddenly became dull. As if when she was in the ice and snow world before, the Ape King would involuntarily wag his tail every time he thought the food was delicious. Yano saw something swinging out of the corner of his eye, so he looked away curiously. Then she saw the tail, and she was stunned all of a sudden. She had seen AI Ran's tail wrapped around her waist before, but at that time she just thought that this was cosplay made by AI Ran in order to play handsome. Why is this thing suddenly swinging now? She asked AI Ran curiously, Little AI Ran, what is this? AI Ran, who was immersed in the delicacy, subconsciously said, it's the tail. After speaking, AI Ran was also dumbfounded. I seem to have said something strange just now? Yano Yukinashita blinked his eyes, do foreigners have tails? At this time, the satchel brought by AI Ran banged and turned into a cloud of smoke, and Perla sat on the ground and gasped. Sorry boss, the transformation time has been more than 30 minutes, I really can't hold on. Yano Yukinashita. What is this? Chapter 32. When Yukinashita Yano left, she came to find out the details of the boyfriend who was suspected to be her sister, but she was at a loss when she left. Yukinashita Yukino had just told her and everything that had happened recently. These are completely beyond her understanding. But the transformative cat and the scion with the tail open stood in front of her, and she couldn't believe it. As for what Dragon Ball and gods directly subverted her cognition. On the way back, Yano was stunned for a long time in the back seat of the car. It's still very meaningful to come here today, at least knowing the boy she likes, it's not bad. Yukinashita Yano comforted herself like this, but she quickly remembered that Yukino also had the so-called Dragon Ball on her, and she couldn't help but worry. Let's not tell my mother about this yet, I'll pay attention to the situation on Koyukino's side first. After thinking for a while, Yukinashita Yano made a decision in his heart. Suddenly, a small cloud of orange-yellow flames appeared out of thin air in the car, but Yano and the driver did not react at all, and everything in the car was as usual in their field of vision. Eventually, the flame melted into Yukishita Yono's body. And the car continued to drive towards Yono's university, as if nothing had happened. In the apartment on the other side, Ai Ran and Yukino under the snow stood side by side in front of the window. Your sister's expression just now is definitely beginning to doubt life. With a blank look at Ai Ran, Yukishita Yukino said softly. After all, so many things happened in front of her, I think telling her the reason for the matter is the right choice. Saying that, she showed a hint of a smile. Tonight is actually an opportunity, I and my sister have not had such a chat for a long time. After opening up and communicating well, Yukinashita Yukino found that her sister had been caring about her as before. Sorry I was careless today. Ai Ran looked at Yukishita Yukino with an apologetic face, and every time he got carried away, he couldn't help but wag his tail, especially after meeting Yukino, this symptom was even more serious. It's not all your problem, I didn't expect my sister to come over tonight, and as long as you don't get hurt. Summoning up his courage, Yukino gently leaned on Aaron's shoulder. As long as the two of them can stay together quietly like this, it can make her feel very at ease. Ai Ran trembled slightly, and his body unconsciously tensed up because of nervousness. Pulo looked at a certain Saiyan who was not showing up, sighed helplessly, then curled up and fell asleep on the sofa. Divide, line, the next day, after school. All members of the Ministry of Service arrived at the activity room on time. It's another day without commission, Ai Ran groaned as she lay on the table. At this time, Yukinashita Yukino placed a cup of black tea in front of him. The Ministry of Service is a club that accepts the commission of students to help them solve problems, but its existence has not been made public, and all the current commissions are introduced by Shizuki Hiratsuka. Hijiya Hachiman complained, finding someone to talk to is itself exposing one's inner weaknesses to others. Ai Ran knows the reason for the establishment of this society. According to Shizuki Hiratsuka's explanation, it is Sasuke's physical technique lion repeat that is referenced from Rock Lee, and Naruto's Naruto repeat is Sasuke's, and she will definitely use the plot of the manga as a metaphor. So the members of the ministry also learn something or borrow something from it when they help others. But anyway, Ai Ran still agrees with Baijiya Hachiman's remarks, anyway, he will never easily expose his heart to others. Ai Ran looked at the sky blue teacup in front of him, and then at the white one under the snow. These two cups are couples. Looking at Ai Ran's doubtful eyes, Yukinashita Yukino explained with a slightly red face, yesterday I went to buy vegetables, there are only these two cups left, I think it's good and I bought them back first. Hichiya Hachiman, who was sitting at the farthest away, picked up the disposable cup in front of him with a sour face. What did you do wrong? To watch this dog man and woman here face show here. Yesterday by Bihama's commission, I don't know if she practiced when she went back later. Yukinashita Yukino tried to change the subject, and she still valued the results of these commissions. Baikugo looked over suspiciously, the commission was clearly over, why did you suddenly mention this? I think that if you want to improve yourself, you should try to push the limit, and in terms of the final result, it is also to be better than Hama-san. If you don't betray yourself, you may betray your dreams. Even if you work hard, you may not be able to achieve your dreams, but the fact that you have worked hard can be a comfort. Baikugo casually said his theory. Yuki Nashida sighed after listening to it. It's just self-satisfaction, it's disgusting. After that, she continued to turn her gaze to Ai Ran. The originally cold eyes slowly softened. Previously, in the ice and snow world, she saw Ai Ran training in human every day, and out of curiosity, Yukino asked Ai Ran why she tortured herself like this. At that time, Ai Ran replied. First of all, I like training and fighting, which is the most basic source of motivation for all behavior. And anyway, I who broke through the limit today is definitely stronger than I was yesterday. I've always believed in it. Especially with things that must be guarded. At this time, a knock on the door suddenly came, and Bihama pushed the door in. Yeah. What kind of weird way of saying hello is that? Hichiya complained in his heart, glanced at Yubihama, and continued to look down at his novel. At this time, Yuki Nashida and Yubihama had already begun a conversation. In return, I brought you baked cookies. Yukishita Yukino was completely grim, and it seemed that Yubihama's dark cuisine impressed her, and Hichiya on the other side seemed to remember the taste, which was a little unnatural. Only Ai Ran shrugged indifferently. Didn't it taste a bit like a burnt vegetable, man? It's not that hard to accept, hypocritical earthling. I don't have any appetite now, thank you for your kindness. Under the snow, Yukino always has something to say. However, in the face of her decisive refusal, Yubihama did not hear anything, hummed a song and took out a small bag of cookies from the bag, although the bag was pink, but the pitch black on the bag could be seen. Nah. Here you go, Zioxu. No, thanks. Under Yubihama's powerful offensive, Yuki Nashida Yukino had to accept the return gift in her hand. Zioxu, where do you usually have lunch? Let's go together next time. In the activity room, with Ai Ran. No, don't do this, I'm not very used to eating with strangers, and Zioxu is a little disgusting, don't bark. In this way are Zioxu and Ai Ran a couple? Not yet. Under Yubihama's powerful offensive, Yuki Nashida Yukino's resistance paled a little weakly. Nice job, Bihama. Your arrival not only washed away the sour smell of love at once, but also gave me the opportunity to escape. Closing the novel, Hijiya Hachiman got up from his seat, said goodbye in a barely audible voice, and left the activity room. Yubihama noticed this, quickly put down Yuki Nashida Yukino, took a new bag of slightly decorated cookies from his bag, and chased after him. It seems that he still hasn't escaped. Looking at all this, Ai Ran laughed silently. Chapter 33. With the addition of Uihihama, the Ministry of Service also gradually became lively, and after solving the incident of Yashiki Kaisa's novel, the time came to Saturday. Today is the first time that the game club has been co-located, and it will be held in Ai Ran's apartment. You don't want to participate in the meeting after the meeting. The ability of the two-star dragon is to absorb the power of the people around you. I'm a little worried about your physical state. Hearing Ai Ran say this, Yuki Nashida Yukinai shook his head. I'm not as weak as you think, and I'm a little worried about you. Don't worry, if there is any physical discomfort, I will go back first. Okay. Ai Ran couldn't resist Yuki Nashida Yukino, and could only choose to agree. At this time, the bell of the access control rang. After connecting, a Nulun's voice also came over. Ai Ran, we have already arrived in the lobby of your apartment. Well, come up, it's room 1507, I'll wait for you on it. Soon, there was a knock on the door of the apartment. Looking at Ai Ran, who was placing snacks, Yukino sighed helplessly, let me open the door. Oh, that's bothering you. As a qualified investor, Ai Ran covered all the expenses of the club for 2 days, including snacks. The money conjured by the king god of time does not need to be used in vain. Opening the door, Yuki Nashida took a cursory look at the original foursome of the game club. An Yulun was also slightly stunned. Although he was a complete two-dimensional person, he was still slightly shocked by the beauty of Yukino under the snow. Especially that cold temperament made him feel that the second dimension had come in a trance. Shiu Kashumajayaka behind her also frowned slightly when she looked at An Yulun, who was not contending, and Hydri Sawamura covered her mouth and sighed softly at the beauty of Yukino under the snow. Only Megami Kato is still expressionless, making people unable to see through her inner thoughts. Soon, An Yulun also reacted, "Hello, we are here to hold a club dormitory, is AI Ran here?" "Well, please come in, AI Ranjun will prepare food for you." Yukinashita Yukino gave way slightly, and she didn't have much ill feelings for the group when they first met. Although An Yulun was also a little dazed after seeing himself, who made himself so cute. Yukino is always so confident. After seeing everyone in the game club, AI Ran nodded slightly, "Good morning, everyone." "Good morning. Sit down and talk." AI Ran made Yukinashita sit on the edge of the sofa, and she sat in the middle of the sofa, thinking of slightly closing the distance between her and the other members of the game club. The ability to absorb energy is no joke, even if the speed of energy passing is extremely slow. He is not willing to let Yukinashita Yukino take risks. An Yulun also sat on the opposite side of the coffee table, with Sawamura Hydri on the left and Kashumajayaka Shiu on the right. As for Megami Kato, AI Ran was shocked in his heart. Where is Kato? Is AI Ran looking for something? An indifferent voice suddenly came from his left side. Megami Kato didn't know when she was also sitting on the sofa, and AI Ran didn't notice it at all. Frowning slightly, AI Ran was a little surprised by Megami Kato's ability. It was a pity not to be an assassin or ninja with this qualification. "Nothing." AI Ran shook his head and continued. "Let's start the discussion of the game below. Don't care about me and the existence of Yukishita." After speaking, AI Ran entered the perception mode. As long as he found the trace of the two-star dragon, he would let Kian appear and find him out. As for what game to discuss, AI Ran is now completely uninterested. What's more, as an otaku who was only hit by a truck and crossed since 2022, what game has he never seen? Old driver, okay. An Yujun, is the new plan ready? Oh. An Yulun also swallowed the biscuit in his hand. I can't think that Garner will care about progress. AI Ran on the side frowned slightly. After An Yulun also began the conversation with Kato, the fluctuation of energy began, and he didn't feel anything yet. But fortunately, there was nothing abnormal on Yukino under the snow. This made AI Ran slightly relieved. Since I am making a drama love game, I first referred to most of the works on the market and then wrote a new plan. It may be an incentive for funds and personnel in place, and this time An Yulun did make a lot of effort to make this plan. Kashumajayaka Shiu took the copywriter and glanced at it, and nodded. Sawamura-san, since the work of the ethics kun has begun, what is your progress? Sawamura Iri was shocked, and Lun didn't delay this time? She didn't expect An Yulun's progress to be so fast. She was lying in bed last night and watched a night of comics, and Flash Girl was completely forgotten. Her purpose in joining the game club is not just to make love games, she has another purpose. I was thinking, do you think style and color matching are so easy to come up with? It's not about making popcorn, it's something you need to inspire. Sawamura Hydri can find a work from the internet to cope with it first, but her dignity as a fan artist makes her unable to do anything to fool Anyiranya. Kashumajayaka, what about you? The plot should not have been written at all. Then disappoint Sawamura-san. Kashumi's Haikyuu took out his notebook, and An Yulun hurried up. With a hint of anticipation, Kashumi Hills Shiu asked, Ethical kun, how do you feel? It feels. An Yulun also read it throughout, I feel almost something. What's the difference? Kashumajayaka Shiu asked. An Yulun also kept scrolling the mouse, and his frown did not stretch. It's hard to say clearly, I always feel different from the impact of the love games I have played. Anulun's answer was vague, but Kazumi Hill's Shiu did not pursue the question. She also didn't expect the script to pass in one go. I'll change it and make the plot more detailed. Xiaohaiqiu Shiu turned her gaze to Ai Ran. Ai Ran, can you hand me the dark chocolate over there? Ai Ran glanced at Kazumi Hills in surprise. This is 99% pure chocolate, which he randomly chose in the supermarket. After eating it once, he couldn't think about eating it anymore. And according to Ai Ran's understanding, this thing was more difficult to eat than the burnt vegetable man. Someone took the initiative to ask for such an unpalatable thing? Before he could act, Sawamura picked up the chocolate. Kazuma Jayakayaka, this is 99% pure chocolate. I know. Kazuma Jayakashiu's tone was flat. Since Kazumi's Haikyuu insisted, Ai Ran could only remind him. It's really bitter. Thank you. The corners of Kazuma Jayakashiu's mouth pursed slightly, and she put the chocolate into her mouth. I saw that her brows furrowed for a moment. But she immediately returned to her usual indifferent and gloomy face, and the previous changes seemed to be just an illusion. The bitterness of chocolate is comparable to the bitterness of my heart. Chapter 34. The second volume of Love Metronome was recommended by Anyiranya and became a popular work, and Kazuma Jayakashiu also became a popular writer. Since then, she feels that the source of motivation for her creation has changed. Change is change, and she is willing to change for the sake of ethics. However, Daejun never gave an opinion on the third volume of Love Metronome again, and said, "What I want to see is the work of senior sister Shia from the heart." Now, the third volume of Love Metronome has been shelved, and every night I toss and turn, and I can no longer find the original intention and motivation to write. Ai Ran looked at Xiaohaiqiu Shiu's sometimes gritted teeth, sometimes gloomy face, and could sense that the flow of energy was faster. Is that you? Two planetary hosts? Ai Ran had always felt that the second planet was most likely in Megami Kato, because her ability was too evil. Ai Ran's combat power now exceeds 15,000, but she still often does not perceive her presence. But now Kazuma Jayakayaka's mood swings can directly affect the speed of energy transmission? What the hell is going on here? Seeing Ai Ran's brows furrowed tightly, Yukino put her hand on his. Feeling the body temperature of Yukino under the snow, Ai Ran's impatient heart slowly calmed down. Smiling at her, Ai Ran continued to observe herself. Senior sister Kazuma Jayaka, really work hard. Megami Kato whispered in a voice she could hear. Sawamura Iri looked at Ai Ran and Yukinashita Yukino. Have Ai Ran and Yukishita heard of Love Metronome? No, I hate everything literal. Ai Ran decisively said his thoughts. Of course, this also has the element of continuing to test Kazumi Hill. He wanted to see if the flow of energy would be a little faster if he said Kazuma Jayakashiu's disgust. Then it is possible to find that host. Unfortunately, Kazuma Jayakashiu just looked at the computer without saying a word, and nothing happened. Yukinashita Yukino also shook his head. I don't read light novels much. This way, seeing Yukinashita Yukino and Ai Ran's hands together, Iri asked suspiciously, "Are you two a couple? It looks like your relationship is so good." Yukinashita Yukino smiled slightly, and did not answer Iri's question. To be precise, she and Ai Ran are not a couple yet. Because no one has ever confessed to the other, but so what? Although Ai Ran is a little afraid to talk about topics like love for some reason. But Yukinashita Yukino understands it, because he has to face danger all the time and does not dare to promise himself at will. Now it's good that the natural romance does not need the so-called confession to strengthen the bond between the two people. Ying Li's words also attracted the attention of the other three people. Xiaohaiqiu Shiu also showed a trace of envy at this time. The discussion was held in a relatively light atmosphere, except for Shiu Kazuma Jayakayaka. After she was also rejected by Anulun, she didn't say a word, and kept staring at what was written on the computer. So be it today. When the time came noon, a new loon also announced that the morning activities were over. Say it, breathe a sigh of relief. Today's harvest is also full. You guys rest here first, I'll go and prepare food for you with Yukishita. Saying that, AI Ran pulled Yukishita Yukino towards her apartment, and AI Ran's residence was completely devoid of ingredients. Although he can eat, he can't cook at all. In the apartment under the snow, AI Ran is fighting in Swano. With so many people eating, and a certain dry rice machine present, the workload is not ordinarily large. Looking at AI Ran, who was stunned, Yukinashita Yukino asked, "Are you still thinking about the Dragon Ball?" Well, the ability of the two-star dragon is to increase its strength by absorbing human desires and emotions, and the mood fluctuations of Shiyu just now make the evil chi a little more intense. But I always felt that she didn't look like a host. AI Ran told Yukino about his troubles and speculation, and mental activity has never been a specialty of Science. Kato may also be the host, have you heard a sentence? Weirdness will attract each other, and Pulo appeared in front of her for the first time when she came to this world, coupled with her haunted ability, it couldn't help but make people suspicious. Although the two-star dragon has no way to harm humans before it is completely resurrected, I can't be sure if dragging it on will have any irreparable impact on these people, so I must quickly find him and destroy him. After listening to it, Yukinashita Yukino thought for a moment and said, "Ape-kun, you may have entered the misconception of thinking, and I think the most likely ones are not necessarily the two of them. So who do you think?" AI Ran was a little anxious. "I can't tell you yet, lest you have preconceived ideas because of my ideas." Yukishita Swano lightly tapped AI Ran's forehead and gave him a blank look. "Okay, let's focus on cooking with me, because of someone, our workload is not small. Arno, do you need my help? I'm still very good at cooking." Megami Kato's voice suddenly came, startling AI Ran and Yukinashita Yukino startled. "When did Kato-san come over?" AI Ran smiled dryly and asked. "I came with you, but you don't seem to have seen me." Megami Kato made a very distressed look, although in the eyes of AI Ran and Yukinashita Yukino, her expression still did not change. "Well, at first? Wouldn't that be?" "Yes, I heard it all, what evil chi, Dragon Balls, weirdness, and so on. AI Ran-san, can you explain it to me specifically? Also, who are you and Poolru? What exactly are we going through?" Yukishita Yukino held his forehead and sighed, "Ape-kun, you can't help here clumsily, let's go out and sit for a while. Kato-san, can you come and help me prepare lunch together? I'll explain it to you." "Well, okay then." AI Ran nodded, walked to Yukino Yuki's living room, and looked at Mr. Pan. Inside the kitchen, Yukino and Megami Kato also got busy. Although he did not urge Yukinashita Yukino, Kato's doubtful eyes never dissipated. After a moment of silence, Yukinashita Yukino also organized the language. "Kato-san, here's the thing. P.S. Initiate a poll. According to the outline, story will enter a turning point in 10 to 15 days, now everyone can vote, whether it is a multi-female harem, or a single heroine pure love. After NTR or something, I am also very good at it, and even if there are many people who watch it, I can also open a group to write some GHS fanfare. So if you have any ideas, please leave a message here. I will announce the specific number of people who like a single heroine or a harem in 10 days to determine the direction of the plot later. By the way, see the friends here trouble to give a 5-star praise, thank you." Chapter 35. As Megami Kato said, her cooking level is really good. AI Ran put a piece of meat in his mouth and chewed it for a while, tasting it carefully. Although the taste is not as amazing as Yukinashita Yukino's cooking, it is a relatively neutral home-cooked dish. But just ordinary dishes, you can feel her intentions. "Yes, Kato, you will definitely be a good wife in the future." As soon as AI Ran's words fell, everyone who had been eating harmoniously suddenly stopped and looked at him with a strange expression. Megami Kato was slightly stunned, and then said thank you with his usual face. An Yulun also lowered his head, and a trace of gloom flashed in the depths of his eyes. Kato is the heroine, he unearthed. The scene fell into an eerie silence, only the sound of Ai Ran eating frantically. Yukino was still eating slowly, and it was not surprising that Ape-kun would say such words without common sense. However, she still reminded, Ape-kun, you can't say something like that to a girl casually. Is it? Sorry, I'll pay attention next time. Ai Ran's mouth was filled with food, and his voice was vaguely assured of Yukino under the snow. Yingli Li leaned into Kazuma Jayakashiu's ear and whispered, Black silk. Fat woman, Ai Ran's food intake is so terrifying, I originally thought that I couldn't eat so many meals. Kazuma Jayakashiu, who was originally immersed in how to modify the script of Flash Girl, looked up after hearing Yingli's words, and then said uncertainly. Boys have entered puberty, so they eat more, right? Hearing this, Yingli Li also looked at Xiaohiki Ushio with a shocked face. Did this fat woman even have no common sense of life? Which adolescent boy can eat dozens of servings at once, and there is no sign of stopping? An Yulun also suddenly said, let's not play a game in the afternoon, just now I saw that Ai Ran's home equipment seems to be quite complete. Yes, you can use it as you like, I have bought a lot of games before, but I have basically never played them. When he first arrived in this world, he basically searched all the games on the market. After all, he was a senior otaku in his previous life. But after buying it back and playing with it, I felt bored. Great! An Yulun is also very happy, he has been busy writing a plan these days, and the drama has not been chased, and the game has not been played. He was about to have a withdrawal reaction. Lun Yat, you are not allowed to play. Yingli Li said fiercely with two tiger teeth exposed. Why? Your project is just 3 pieces of paper. Is it really reasonable that even 3 sheets of paper are not full? An Yulun was also speechless, lying on the table and wailing, how is this so? I really want to play games and watch dramas. Ying. Lily saw that An Yulun was also like this, and her heart softened a little. Okay, but you can only play for a while. Yingli pair. An Yulun also looked at his childhood sweetheart with a touched face, and the latter snorted arrogantly, and a hint of blush appeared on his face. At this time, Ai Ran slowed down the speed of his own eating, he inadvertently scanned several people in the game club, and the speed of his energy loss from the beginning became much faster. Even Yukino under the snow has been affected somewhat. Divide, line. After the meal, Yuki Nashita and Megami Kato clean up the table, while Ai Ran returned to his apartment with the others. After plugging in the gaming device. What do you want to play? Ai Ran asked casually. An Yulun also thought about it and replied, Gal game, when playing, you can also provide some inspiration for our own games. What do you think? Don't ask me. Lun also. Then play Gal game, and to spice things up, let's compete to see who achieves the perfect ending in the shortest amount of time. Ai Ran is the master, can you start with you? I won't participate, I'm not very good at pretty girl games. Ai Ran shook his head decisively. Please, I also want Ai Ran to feel the charm of Gal game. And I especially recommend this game. Saying that, An Yulun also took out a game disc and looked at it with a reverent face, exuding the brilliance of a missionary. Looking at An Yulun's eyes as a fanatical believer, Ai Ran subconsciously took half a step back, nodding helplessly in agreement. Sitting on the sofa, Ai Ran began the in-game strategy journey. The heroine is the character of the senior sister of the upper year. An hour later, a big bad end appeared on the screen, and An Yulun and the 3 were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Ai Ran also fell into deep doubts, he was also an old driver back then. Why is this? Yingli Li has a ghostly expression, playing this kind of game can perfectly avoid all the right options, which is no longer the level that ordinary people can achieve. Senior sister invited you to a knee pillow just now, why did you refuse? Ying Li felt that her three views had been seriously impacted. Ai Ran said with a natural expression, the behavior of the knee pillow is originally very strange. If you really want to maintain that posture knee pillow, the woman's knee will be unbearable to die. If the male protagonist really liked that senior sister, he would not have made such a move. Xia. Zhaikiyoshiu's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance, and she asked. The scene in the dressing room before, as long as you choose to enter, it will trigger the hidden plot of accidentally entering the dressing room, and there are already hints, which is a rare welfare plot. Why did you choose to leave? In a place like the dressing room, you don't take the initiative to knock on the door and break in directly. Does the male protagonist have no common sense of life? If you really go in, you can only be regarded as an intentional crime. An Yulun also asked unwillingly at this time, why did you choose that the heroine to feed and accidentally fall in the stairwell? This Ai Ran recalled a little about his thoughts when playing the game. This game is still very well made, and when it comes to these plots, I will substitute myself into it. It's just that if I let the girl feed me, it's not as fast as I can eat myself, it's very troublesome. As for the stairwell, the senior sister must help her if she is going to fall, but after helping it, she still thinks about taking advantage of others. Isn't this scum? Yes, is that so? An Yulun also squatted on the ground with his head in his hands, and he had already begun to doubt life. Reason told him that what Ai Ran said just now made sense, but the second dimension and the third dimension are different. After thinking for a while, An Yulun also made his own judgment. Sure enough, the third dimension is a garbage game that does not talk about common sense and does not reflect progress. Ai Ran scratched his head, looked at the three people in front of him and asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Am I not right? Chapter 36. Theological three-dimensional is really a terrible game. An Yulun also sat on the sofa with wooden eyes and muttered to himself. Obviously, An Yulun had always thought that Ai Ran was also a person in the circle, but what he said just now was too defensive for his two-dimensional mansion. Ai Ran looked at An Yulun Yi, who was in a poor mental state, hesitated for a while, but still patted him on the shoulder and said, Classmate An Yi, although I don't know how you came to this conclusion, many things can't be based on your subjective imagination alone. Is quadratics really perfect? I don't know, but it's important to distinguish between ideals and reality, both as a creator and just as a person. Imaginary people and things will not be perfect, they are just deduced by you based on your own ideas. When I was an otaku in my previous life, the second dimension in Ai Ran's eyes was also quite beautiful. Handsome men and women, princes and princesses, amazing adventures. However, turning around reality gave him a slap in the face. It is clear that he has been reincarnated as a very buggy race, but his previous experience in the past 10 years has only been killing, destroying and perishing. All the fantasies about good things were crushed and thrown to the ground in front of reality. If it weren't for the king god of the time realm, he would still be atoning for his sins in the hell mansion now. Xiaozhaikiyoshiu, who was sitting on the side, was slightly stunned, and repeated the last sentence of Ai Ran just now in his heart. Is the image of the ethical sovereign really just a fantasy in my heart? Am I taking too much into the role of Sayuri? Shouldn't love be sweet in addition to bitterness? But such a thought just popped up, and she suppressed it. But she still subconsciously moved her gaze to An Yulun Yi. On the other hand, after hearing Ai Ran's remarks, An Yulun also had greater emotional fluctuations, and Ai Ran's previous speech simply completely denied his existence. But he didn't have a seizure. After all, Ai Ran is an investor, no matter how he can't get into trouble with investors. He pushed his glasses and said, I understand what Ai Ran said, it's my turn in the next game, I choose the role of a classmate. With that, he picked up the controller and focused all his attention on the game. At this time, Xiaohaiqiu Shiu's brows furrowed deeper, and the ethical sovereign did not argue for reason. Choice of concessions? Is it because you want to make a game and don't want to offend investors? The gaze fell in Ai Ran's direction again, and the eyes of the two people converged. Ai Ran nodded slightly towards her, and was ready to go to Yukinashita Yukino's apartment. Now she can't judge who the host is, let her be alone with Megami Kato for so long, Ai Ran will still be a little uneasy. But as soon as he reached the door, Ai Ran stopped abruptly. I don't know what the reason is for the loss of energy, and it suddenly increases several times. Now this state must have an impact on ordinary humans. Ai Ran looked back at the three people in the room. Ying Li is standing behind an Yulun and constantly pointing at Zhongshan. To put it bluntly, it is a spoiler. Shiukazu Majayaka was staring at the notebook, but he was not coding, just in a daze. Is it all like this, or can't you find it? Ai Ran sighed in his heart and walked out of the door of the apartment. It was only after Ai Ran turned to leave that a green light appeared in his apartment, and before everyone could react, the light quickly disappeared again. Divide, line. When Ai Ran came to Yukino's apartment, he found that they were stroking Pulu. The cat is now experiencing the peak of its own cat life, reclining on Yukino's thigh, Kato Megami massaging the flesh balls on its two front feet, and Yukinashita teasing its chin. Pulu half squinted and made a purr sound. Ai Ran stepped forward, picked up the back of Pulu's neck, and threw it out casually, as a Saiyan Jr., how can you be willing to fall like this? Quick, go and pour me tea. Yes, boss. Pulu has the potential to be a little brother, and after hearing Ai Ran's order, he quickly flew towards the kitchen. Yukinashita covered her mouth and laughed softly. Just now, the ape-kun acted because Pulu was lying on my lap, so was he jealous? You can see from his expression that he really can't hide his thoughts at all. Ai Ran sat not far from the snow under the snow, rubbed his eyebrows. This is another pit father's task, until now there is no clue. At this time, Megami Kato's calm voice came over. Ai Ran-san, Miss Yukinashita told me about the two planets just now, thank you for what you have done to protect us. It's just my job, take money to do things, so you don't have to thank me. After a pause, Ai Ran began to look at Megami Kato, who he thought was most likely the host of the second planet. Kato, has anything unusual happened around you lately? Or is there anything uncomfortable about your body? Megami Kato thought about it for a while, and then shook his head. No, except for meeting Pulu and Aaron, my life is exactly the same as before. The only thing that has changed is probably joining this game club. This way. Ai Ran nodded subconsciously. Even though the legendary sage Hui was facing unknown danger, Ai Ran did not see any worried look on her face. Whether it was Yukino or Yano before, it took a long time to reluctantly accept these truths when they knew them. But Megami Kato was still as pale as usual, and he had to make Ai Ran a little admired. Kato, in fact, don't worry too much, with my current strength, I can still easily protect you in the hands of this evil dragon. So trust me and contact me if anything unusual happens. Megami Kato nodded slightly. It's just that every time Ai Ran can say her name correctly, there is always a strange look in the depths of her eyes. In my previous life, it seems that only my relatives can do this. A weak presence is really annoying. At this time, an Yulun's voice suddenly came from outside the Swino apartment under the snow. Garner, are you here? I'm here. Kato got up and walked towards the door. We're playing games and I'm thinking about having you join in. Gana, let's feel the charm of gal game. Ansan, my name is Kato. Sorry, I'll pay attention next time. It's been many times. Just like that, the voices of the two gradually drifted away. Chapter 37. On Sunday afternoon, Ai Ran accompanied the 4 members of the game club to Chiba's station. Today they are going back to Tokyo. This weekend of sleepovers did not make any real progress in terms of the progress of the game. From Saturday afternoon, An Yulun and Ying Li were both fully immersed in the game. Even Shihukasho Majayaka and Megami Kato, who don't play games much, were involved in the later period. Even a senior two-dimensional house like An Yulun has to say that although AI Ran plays games very well, his games and various equipment are really complete. Some on the market can basically be found in his home, and even if there are none, as long as he says it, AI Ran promises to buy it the next time they come over. Such an unjust head, no, is the Gold Lord, this year is rare. Everyone, see you next Saturday. If there is any temporary activity, directly say in the line group, I will arrive in time. As the train was about to come, across the ticket gate, AI Ran waved goodbye to the 4 people. It's just that the smile on his face is a little reluctant. 2 days, 2 whole days, his apartment is about to become a game house for this group of people. But even so, AI Ran still didn't find out anything. It seems that there is really only a slow wait for the 2-star dragon to revive itself, hoping that by that time there will be no death. Ying Li raised her small fist and said loudly, Henti Aaron, next time you come over, you will be a model for me. Words count. I would never make such a shameful gesture again. AI Ran turned his head and snorted coldly, thinking of what happened last night. Last night, after they all rested, AI Ran began to take a bath, and after taking a bath, he was shirtless and ready to go out to find a forest or other place to practice for a while, and just after leaving the bathroom, he collided with Ying Li who got up at night. Suddenly, a shirtless man appeared in front of him, and Ying Li instinctively screamed. The voice attracted Shihukasho Majayaka and Megami Kato. As for An Yulun, I don't know what the reason is, he didn't appear. I can't see it, AI Ran Jun's figure is so explosive. AI Ran still remembered that Yasuhiki Hoshio licked her lips slightly, teased him, and then went back to the room to rest. Megami Kato still looked calm, and began to comfort the frightened and undecided Iri pair. Because it was just an accident, plus it was already midnight, after AI Ran's simple explanation, everyone rested. But in the morning, after AI Ran returned from cultivation, Ying Li found AI Ran. Because of last night's incident made him compensate for himself, such as letting her take material shirtless. AI Ran, who couldn't grind her, was pulled into the bedroom by Ying Li and posed for all kinds of pose naked. Throughout the morning, AI Ran endured the crazy smile that Ying Li let out after entering the creative state. Isn't her skin always thin? It's really a picture book. Waving at the 4 people in the game club, AI Ran turned and left. This morning's experience also severely damaged the Saiyan psyche. Now that he was mentioning it, he didn't want to stay with this group of people for a moment. Before he went far, Yasuhiki Hoshio's voice came over, I can't see it, AI Ranjun is quite pure. This is much better than a blonde tsundere girl in a drawing book. Say who? You black silk fat woman. Whoever jumps out. I'll say who. AI Ran quickened his pace. In a short time, he didn't want to see this group of people again. Today, An Yulun also seemed very quiet, standing alone in front of the platform with his head bowed and not knowing what he was thinking. Divide, line. One color feather, a first-year student in the General Martial Arts High School. She always plays a natural role in order to fit in, which makes her very popular among boys. Of course, this is not without cost. Simple camouflage is not enough, action is also an essential part. In order to maintain such popularity, she wanted Hayama, who was the most popular among boys, to become her boyfriend, and decisively joined the soccer department as a manager. Also, in order to maintain such a popular status, he was dragged by his classmates to participate in a meaningless sorority. After the sorority ended, she was stopped by someone who had just seen her at the sorority. The high school student who dressed up in a flowing way forced her into a corner, and said frivolously, "Is Heike-chan, let's play with us again, How about KTV? What about this? What to do about it? Although I really want to go, but our house has a curfew time, or next time. Ichiki. Yu's eyes drifted, trying his best to maintain his personality. There were many pedestrians on the road, but everyone hurried past them as if they had not seen this scene. It was the first time she had seen this situation. In her anxiety, a faint tear flashed in her eyes. Don't say that, we'll send you back before your curfew, please. Although he said please, the boy took a step forward again, bringing himself closer to the girl in front of him. At this time, a friend who came with him suddenly poked him in the waist, indicating that there seemed to be something wrong across the road. The boy looked impatiently in the direction he was pointing. Ai Ran stood across the road, staring straight at the group. There was no unnecessary move, Ai Ran just watched like this, but the murderous aura he consciously released was all focused on the boy. Just being stared at like this, the boy's cold sweat couldn't help but flow. So he made what was probably the best choice of his life. That, or let's make an appointment next time. I seem to suddenly remember that there are still things to do, so let's do it first, is Heike-chan. After that, he quickly fled the scene with his companions. Seeing that the group of gangsters dispersed like this, Ai Ran shrugged his shoulders and continued to walk towards the apartment. It's a cold world, injustice is happening all around, but no one wants to stop. There is no need to know who is being saved, and Ai Ran has no interest in knowing unrelated people. There is no need to prove anything through violence, these people are too weak to raise the desire to fight at all. However, Yukinashita Yukina, who is waiting for him to return in the apartment, dreams of making the world a better place, so she must think that he can become a partner of justice. Yi Shiyu was surrounded by the gangsters just now, and he didn't see who the person who helped him was, but he only vaguely saw that the person was also wearing the school uniform of Zhongyugao. After calming her mood a little, she looked in the direction Ai Ran left. Ai Ran has gone so far that he can only see a silhouette in general, and of course, Ai Ran's signature feature, the tail wrapped around his waist. Chapter 38. On the new day, Ai Ran walked slowly towards the Ministry of Service alone. Although they are classmates, Ai Ran and Hijiya Hachiman are not the kind of people who like to travel together, and they two of them have not even communicated except in the club. From a certain point of view, Ai Ran and Hijiya Yaman have diametrically opposed personalities, of course, both of them have awkward personalities. One seems confused, but can show a very sober situation at a critical moment. One seems to stay awake at all times, but hesitates a little when it comes to things. Like now. When Ai Ran walked into the service department, Yuhi Hamayui had not yet arrived, and there were only Hijiya Hachiman and Yukinashita Yukino in the classroom, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn, and the two people seemed to have just quarreled. What's going on today? Ai Ran looked at these two people suspiciously, although he had not dealt with them, but because of Ai Ran's existence, the two of them could generally maintain restraint. Yukinashita Yukino glanced at Hijiya Hachiman and said coldly, "The treasures of our club want to withdraw and join the tennis club." Hey? What is this for? Wasn't it good before? And Yubihama has often come to play since last week, and the club has just become a little popular. Yukinashita Yukino added, "I don't think that you have the ability to participate in group activities, and your transformation has not yet been completed, Hijigu-san." Yukinashita Yukino has always attached great importance to commissions. Hijiya Hachiman looked at the two with an unhappy expression. "I also accepted the commission of others, so..." He didn't say everything. Instead of eating dog food here every day and enduring Uihihama's jumpy personality, he might as well join the tennis club. Hijiya Hachiman remembered the face of a certain angel at this time. His face turned unnaturally red all of a sudden. Ai Ran looked at Hijiya Hachiman. "The tennis club? Interest? It can't be the man who almost broke the big teacher appeared." Oh hello, I brought the client over. When the scene reached a stalemate, Uehime pushed open the door energetically, followed by a cute boy. Hachiman. Toshika, why are you here? Hearing Totsuka Saika call himself by name directly, his face turned even more rosy than Hachiman's face. Obedient, I really want to bend ah. Ai Ran glanced at Totsuka Saika, worthy of you, in terms of appearance, it is comparable to Under the Snow, but it's a pity that it's a boy. I saw that Zyakagia was very troubled, so I brought it over, thinking that I was also part of the club, so I wanted to make a contribution. Uehime-san. It's okay, Zyaksu, don't thank me, this is what I should do as a member of the ministry. Yukinashita Yukino said lightly, Uehime-san, you are actually not a member of the department. Isn't it? Uehime looked at Yukinashita Yukino and Ai Ran with a dumbfounded look. Well, because I didn't receive an application to join the club, and the consultant didn't approve it, you're not a member yet. At this moment, the irritated Uehime directly wailed. Yukinashita Yukino, who was accustomed to Uehime's jumpy personality, chose to ignore her and looked at Totsuka Saika. So, Totsuka Saika-san, what is your commission? Ai Ran consciously poured a cup of tea for everyone, he is now the vice president. Although he is only self-appointed. At this time, Yukinashita Yukino had already listened to Totsuka Saika's request. Okay, I accepted your commission, just improve your skills. Yes, I think as long as I become stronger, everyone will start working together. Probably. Angels Baijiya sighed in his heart, and asked Yukino Under the Snow, what are you going to do? Run to death, swing to death. Are you the devil? Ernest? Ai Ran walked up to Toshika's side and began to examine his limbs. Ai Ran-jun, what are you doing? Totsuka shouted shyly, and immediately attracted the attention of Yukino Yukinashita and Hajiya Hachiman. Scum, all Under the Snow, even want to defile the household. Baikagu stared at Ai Ran fiercely, complaining in his heart. Yukinashita Yukino also stood up and lightly kicked Ai Ran's calf. Ape-kun. Can't you control your bestiality anymore, and you have to deal with boys? Am I such a person? Ai Ran looked at the snow under the snow, and the three beautiful girls of the game club lived in Ai Ran's house before, and they were not jealous under the snow. A boy today actually made her threatened? As for Ai Ran considers himself a straight man of steel. Ai Ran-jun, are you done? Totsuka Saika looked at Ai Ran with a coquettish expression, and her voice trembled slightly. Ai Ran, who heard the voice, looked up, his breathing was sluggish, and he felt that his heart suddenly beat so fast. Obediently, Toshika is poisonous. Seeing that Ai Ran's hand was placed on Toshika Saika's neck and shoulders again, just touching the delicate skin, he looked envious and jealous than Kia Hachiman. He said righteously, hurry up and let go of Toshika. Why do you look at me like that? I'm touching my bones. Ai Ran said helplessly. Yukishita Yukino said tastefully, then did you feel anything? Ai Ran-jun? The title has changed from Ape-kun back to Aaron-kun, showing that Yukino's vinegar jar under the snow is about to overturn. Ai Ran took a step back and looked at Ika Totsuka with his arms folded. I said, your body may not be particularly delicate, but if you want to learn martial arts, oh no, if you want to learn something with a relatively large amount of sports such as tennis, you may not achieve the expected results. Obviously the minimum effort is not yet. Yukino was a little unconvinced. Ai Ran sighed, Yukishita Yukino always forced himself to work hard like this, but forgot to combine work and rest. Previously, he helped Kikaiza, Yashiki, review the novel, and it was like this. Even under Ai Ran's compulsion, she didn't stay up too late, but her mental state was still very poor the next day. Thinking of this, Ai Ran came to Yukino under the snow and took her hand. Some things have to be said to be innate, especially when it comes to our physical fitness. Study well, move well, rest well, play well. It's important to combine work and rest, and that's my advice. Yukishita Yukino nodded. What AI Ran said just now seemed to be said to Totsuka Saika, but in fact it was also said to himself. Hichiya and Yubihama were forced to take a bite of dog food and turn to look at Toshika. After all, the decision was still in his hands. After a moment, the Totsuka family took a deep breath and said stubbornly, I still want to try it. Is it? Then try to be practiced by Yukino under the snow. Looking at the dazzling Toshika, Baijiya looked obsessed. Yubihama Ui behind him puffed out his mouth, looking unhappy. What kind of expression is that? Obviously, she has never been like this. Chapter 39. On the tennis court. Uehama and Saika Totsuka were doing push-ups together, and Hichiya's eyes were drawn to something. AI Ran sat in the distance and looked at him speechlessly. Is it so obvious to Uehama? This guy didn't even say anything at all. If you really don't like it, why peek again? Big pig's trotters. Toshika Saika's physical fitness is really poor, and his weak arm strength makes him unable to do 5 push-ups in one breath. Yubihama on the side was a little stronger than him. It's a pity, this guy turned out to be a boy, AI Ran muttered. At this time, Yukino Yuki's voice came over, what a pity? Can Ape-kun explain it to me? AI Ran's body couldn't help but stiffen. It's nothing, get ready to start training. Toshika's arm strength is too poor, and there is no point in continuing to do push-ups. AI Ran decisively chose to change the subject, not knowing why Yukinashita Yukino was wary of the weak boy. Well, yes, just let me be his sparring partner, now this is the most suitable place for me. Yukinashita Yukino picked up 2 rackets and walked towards the middle of the court. AI Ran looked at the ants on the ground boredly. This situation is really not suitable for him to play. A little force can probably overturn the entire stadium. Since coming to this world to learn, AI Ran has never participated in any sports activities, and the risk is too great. For others. In order to train Saika Toshika, Yukino deliberately threw the ball to the left and right to make him run, so that he could receive the ball. However, things like this that consume physical strength are easy to fall, and if you don't have physical strength like Ayaka Toshika, it's easier to have an accident. Sure enough, it didn't take long for him to fall to the ground. AI Ran sighed and took out the medical kit from behind, and this scene really appeared. Will Hayama and Miura Yuko appear later? AI Ran secretly guessed and handed the medical kit in his hand to Totsuka Saika. Thank you. Totsuka blushed and thanked softly. AI Ran turned his head awkwardly, snorted and walked towards Yukino under the snow. Why is the Ape King so clever today? Under the snow, Xuanai looked at AI Ran with a puzzled expression, and there was a trace of danger in the depths of his eyes. Please, is Totsuka a boy? I'm a straight man. Although he is indeed quite cute. The above sentence, of course, AI Ran did not say it, he helplessly spread his hands. I am an expert in sports, can your physical strength still keep up? Physical strength is your only weakness, so if you can't, let's change to Kigu. Saying that, he nodded towards the worried-looking Hijiya Hachiman, look, he must be willing. Okay then. Yukinashita Yukino thought for a while, and then asked Hijiya Hachiman to come in as the substitute. Sure enough, many things will not change because of AI Ran's appearance. Not long after Bikagu took over, AI Ran saw a group of people walking towards the stadium in a group. He sighed, is this group still coming? Ah, play tennis, play tennis. The blonde girl who walked in the front said happily that. Because the tennis court floor was only used by Totsuka Saika to apply for it, it was calculated that idle people had to wait for him to come in. But without asking, the group pushed away the iron fence and walked in. It's like a king and a queen patrolling their own territory. And then the queen naturally takes over the floor and wants to use the court. I didn't care at all about the faces of Hajiya Hachiman, Uihihima, and Ayatoshika. Soon, the two groups clashed. Because Hayama is also a popular figure in school, he travels widely, and Miura Yuko is also a beautiful beauty with exotic style, handsome men and beautiful women, and their behavior attracts many onlookers. As Miura's voice grew louder, more and more people watched the excitement. As far as the eye can see, the tennis court is full of people standing all around, like wolves sniffing and moving, showing the position of Hayama's side, giving people invisible pressure. Ah, mixed doubles are good, I'm so smart, but is anyone willing to team up with Hidoriya-san? It's funny. Miura's laughing voice was a little sharp, and the audience next to her laughed along with it. Hachiman, this is trouble. Toshika was a little uneasy, but he still forced a tremor and said, or come to men's doubles, just to help me practice. What, now I want to play tennis, so what you need over there is a girl. Saika, let's play too, everyone is classmates. Toshika is also very popular in the class and gets along well with everyone, so Miura Yuko did not show too strong. I hope to say that Toshika Matsuguchi. Tatsuka looked scared, and his consciousness looked at Miura with his eyes, and then looked at Baijigu for a while, wanting to refuse but did not dare to refuse. Alas! Ai Ran sighed, under the snow, I'll deal with it, the popularity king in our class still let me negotiate. Well, be careful. Ai Ran smiled dumbly, poof, what is there to worry about this kind of thing? Yukishita Shuenai gave him a white look, I'm telling you to be careful, don't hurt your classmates, you will be punished later. At this time, the ape Jun's head was not bright again. Sorry, I'll pay attention. Ai Ran snorted and walked towards the court. The debate on the pitch continues. You see, Kaijia has tacitly agreed with my words. Baikigu blushed and protested loudly, you are a strong word. Well let's have fun together. Don't argue, Hayama looked like an old man, but his words were clearly in their favor. I said, you can go, the stadium was applied by Toshika, you have to play and apply for it yourself. Don't mess around here. Ai Ran was already in the middle of the stadium at this time. The originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Ever since Ai Ran came out of the teaching director's office, the legend of twisting steel into twists with his bare hands has spread throughout the campus, plus he always looks down on people, and everyone thinks he is a super bad. As soon as Ai Ran spoke, he immediately shocked everyone. What does Ai Ran also want to help by Fetch Valley? Let's just play together. Miura Yuko muttered a little reluctantly, but because of Ai Ran's reputation, she didn't dare to say too much. Yo, Ai Ran, you are there. Hayama greeted Ai Ran with a smile. Ai Ran's status in Class F is similar to Yukishita Yukino's ecological niche in Class J, and he never cares about others, but everyone maintains a certain awe of him. Moreover, Yukinashita Yanai specifically told him that Ai Ran would be her brother-in-law in the future. As the son of the Yukinashita family's lawyer, Hayama is also reluctant to conflict with Aaron. Hayama, if you want to play tennis, go and apply first, everyone follows the rules. It's not good to argue here and show jokes to other classes. Ai Ran led Hayama's group to the outside of the stadium, let's have a chance to play together, let's disperse today. This is also the activity of our ministry. That's okay. After that, Hayama left first with the reluctant Miura Yumiko. Suddenly, a figure quietly leaned into Ai Ran's ear and said, Senior, my name is Yi Shiyu, don't forget it. Ai Ran turned her head to look at Yi Shiyu, but by this time, she had already left with the crowd. Have we met? What is there to know? Ai Ran shook his head speechlessly, and suddenly the temperature around him suddenly dropped a lot. Turning around, Yukinashita Yukino was looking at him playfully. Chapter 40. Roar? Does Ape-kun still know a first-grade junior? I really can't see it. Yukishita Yukino held his arms and stood very close to Ai Ran, and the two of them were almost close together. I don't know, I haven't seen her at all. Raising a hand, holding it up, Yukinashita muttered. This way, yes, after all, the ape June has always been so vulgar, although occasionally there will be flashes, but it is estimated that it is not so easy to please girls. Baijigu and Yubihama, who were standing next to them, watched the instinctive distance between the two men and women who were unconsciously showing affection. These two people felt that if they continued to stay by their side, their hearts would be seriously hurt. However, the perfectly synchronized actions of the two people also attracted each other's attention, and they instinctively looked towards each other. The moment the line of sight changed, the two people turned their heads in a hurry. I said, Toshika, let's continue training. Baikigu is a bit incoherent. Now he is still a little social fear, and he will instinctively choose to escape when dealing with girls. Tatsuka responded with a smile, Hachiman, let's continue. Angel. Baiji sighed, and his steps towards Tatsuka Saika were much brisker, and the embarrassment just now was completely put aside. Ai Ran looked at Baikigu Hachiman with a look of contempt, giving you the opportunity you don't argue. None of this? Abe-kun? What are you looking at? Ai Ran turned around, and at this time the faces of him and Yukinashita Yukino were almost together. He hurriedly took half a step back, and his voice was a little unnatural, nothing well. Ai Ran is a theoretical player, and he can't really let him go on his own. Divide, partition, line. Kazuma Jayakishiu is sick. The night he returned from Chiba, he started a high fever. Over time, the muscles also begin to sore. Both parents were on a business trip, and no one knew about her. Even the school found that Shihu Kazuma Jayaka did not go to school today, and there was not much reaction. Because she sleeps even when she goes to school, unlike Ai Ran, she is always the first in her grade even when she sleeps. Later, because of the publication of Love Metronome, no one will pursue it if you don't go to school occasionally. Lying alone in bed, she turned online, and the message she had sent last night to Ethical June with a hint of distress was still being answered. What is he doing now? Play games? Do planning? Make up homework? Even so, you shouldn't not reply to my messages. Coughing a few times, Kazuma Jayakishiu put down her mobile phone. Godless staring at the ceiling. After a while, she fell asleep again. At this time, the pale green light appeared in the room again, and Kazuma Jayakishiu's fever became even worse. I don't know how long it took, Kazuma Jayakishiu woke up again. Because of the high fever and pain she could not open her eyes at all. Although her eyes were closed, she could feel that night had come. Suddenly, the sound of her door being opened reached her ears, making her involuntarily nervous. Aren't your parents coming back tonight? Who is coming? A thief in the house? And himself or in this state? Despair once again enveloped her heart, and she could already feel that the person was already standing by her bedside. Lord God of the Time Realm, do you feel this evil chi? If this continues, it will definitely cause irreversible damage to Kazuma Jayakishiu. Didn't you say before that the two-star dragon would not cause substantial harm to humans before it was resurrected? Where would I know it would become like this? Xia Renran, what should I do now? Hey! You're a god, I'm just an intern, how can you ask me what I should do? You third-rate god! Why do you call me a third-rate god again? My divine position is very high. At least a dozen levels higher than the immortals. Conversation between the two reached Kazuma Jayakishiu's ears, and she felt that she might have begun to hallucinate. What two-star dragons, gods, and the like? It seems that I usually read too many novels, and when I am sick, I can produce such auditory hallucinations, and I don't know whether I should cry or laugh now. The conversation over there continues. Do you want to take her to the hospital first? Sendu can't cure the disease. AI Ran asked Qian uncertainly. In 2 lifetimes, he has been injured many times, but he has never been sick at all. I guess it's because he's been a fool for 2 consecutive lives. Idiots are always less likely to get sick. What stupid thing are you talking about, Xia Ran Ran? This is a phenomenon caused by the 2-star dragon absorbing too much life energy. How can human doctors cure it? AI. Ran looked at Kai Yin speechlessly. Then what do you say? I would never accept casualties in my area of work. Xia Ran Ran's words are now more and more like social animals. Kai Yin complained, and seeing AI Ran's face was not good, he quickly added. In fact, there is no way. Xia Ran Ran already has a lot of positive energy in her body now, just add it to her, just like you treat Yukino under the snow. What a thing! AI Ran was a little anxious, and argued with a red face, what happened to me under the snow? I didn't do anything. Oh, it's physical contact, the energy in your body will naturally flow to her, but according to her lost life energy, you have to instill positive energy into her for several days in a row. I don't like contact with unfamiliar humans. AI Ran struggled a little. He was telling the truth. After coming to this world, except for Yukinashita Yukina, who had been with him for a long time, he still resisted contact with everyone. Xia Ran Ran, this can't work. I'm letting you integrate into human society, not self-isolation. It's up to you. I still have the demon realm to monitor over there, and a cotter of my size is usually very busy. It really is. By the way, you have to quickly find out the 2-star dragon, otherwise there will really be human lives because of this. After that, a pink light flashed, and Qian disappeared into Kazumajayaka Shiu's room. The scene fell silent again. Shiu Kazumajayaka lying on the bed was already a little stupid, and she was now completely sure that the conversation just now was not her hallucination. Is the person by the window AI Ran? Did they mention Yukinashita just now? The high fever made her unable to open her eyes, completely unable to judge who the man next to the bed was, and even her thinking slowed down a lot. After a while, she heard the person next to the bed sigh, alas forget it, no matter what, I can't watch you die in front of my eyes. Then she felt like she was being picked up. Chapter 41. Kazumajayaka Shiu felt like she was being picked up. AI Ran's arm passed through her waist, protected her lower back with her hand, and wrapped her other hand around her plump and lustrous thighs, and completely picked her up from the bed. Hey? So light? I can't see it. AI Ran's voice to himself reached Kazumi Shiu's ears. Curiosity, shame, surprise, fear. All kinds of emotions come together in the heart. Expecting someone to be by your side at this time is the instinctive reaction of living beings after illness and injury. A warm current flowed through the heart of guilt, sadness, and pain, drifting in the darkness to an unknown point of light. Soon, a warm energy quickly passed from AI Ran's body towards Kazumi Shiu's body. Just for a moment, she felt that she was gradually getting better. The originally dry mind slowly recovered under such warm moisture. At this moment, she is like a drowning person who has finally broken free from the sea of suffering and can breathe. Hey? Why are you still holding it? Don't wake up at this time, or I won't be able to tell at all. Xia. Zhaikiu Shiu instinctively wrapped her arms around AI Ran's neck, and AI Ran struggled for a while, but considering her physical state, AI Ran's struggle was not intense. The rate of energy loss is so slow, I don't want to leave in such an hour. AI Ran complained. Being able to eat 99% pure chocolate on Saturday shows that this woman has begun to have a phenomenon of tastelessness. I didn't even think about it before. It seems that her current situation is not only the cause of excessive energy loss. In addition to fighting, the only thing AI Ran is better at is physical conditioning. Of course, this is also a supporting service for combat. Kashomi Hills Shia's state is inseparable from her staying up late and sitting for a long time. As time passed, AI Ran found that Shia's Shia's body could no longer absorb positive energy. After sensing her state, AI Ran estimated that she would be able to fully recover in 3 or 4 days. Gently put her on the bed and covered her with a quilt. AI Ran was ready to leave. When he reached the door, he hesitated. Sighing, he turned around again to Kashi's desk and wrote down a paragraph before leaving her house. With her eyes closed, Kashiu, who continued to lie on the bed, slowly got up after making sure that AI Ran left. Just being held by him for an hour, his body turned out to be much better. Shiu stretched her body, walked to the desk, and picked up the note that AI Ran had just left. A passage written in front of her appeared in front of her. Hello, after my observation, your body has been severely overdrawn, although you can't feel it when you are young, but as you get older, your physical condition will get worse and worse. I hope you develop good habits and get enough sleep. Here's my diet list for your physical condition. As long as you follow the above recipes, your body will soon recover. By the way, my name is Lei Feng. Poof! Kashomi Hills Shiu covered her mouth and laughed, and Lei Feng. I didn't expect that AI Ranjun was still a very interesting person. But laughing and laughing, her tears couldn't help but flow. It turns out that it feels like to be cared for. Opening the phone, An Yulun also replied to a message more than an hour ago. Senior sister. Yesterday I borrowed a new game from AI Ran's house, and I played it too late, so I didn't notice your information. Did something happen? Looking at these words, Kashiu showed a miserable smile. Surprise and disappointment are intertwined, pain and joy are connected. She cried even harder. In the end, she completely calmed down her emotions and took her mobile phone to An Yulun and replied to a message. It's okay Ethics-kun, please make the plan as soon as possible. I plan to open the 3rd volume recently. So the time is a bit rushed, and before that, I hope to help you finish the script of Flash Girl as soon as possible. On the other side, An Yulun also saw the message of Shiu. The first thing he felt was excitement. Senior sister was finally about to open the 3rd volume, and he, the first reader, had been looking forward to this for a long time. But he carefully read the information several times, and always felt that senior sister had another meaning in it. Forget it, An Yulun also replied to a message and picked up the handle to start his 2-dimensional journey. His mouth was still muttering, it's good that the plan is handed over before Saturday, there is no need to be in such a hurry. I'm also going to find some inspiration in these games. At this time, after seeing that message, Kashiu laughed and cried. She looked away. An Yulun may also have a crush on her, but doesn't care about her. She waited for a day, and the message she sent was like a sea of stones, whether he read it or not, or just pretended not to understand it, and the result of doing nothing did not change. Since An Yulun also cares about her ability, not herself, why do you have to attach marginal feelings to a love metronome? She threw the phone aside, and the whole person shrunk into the quilt. This night, her tears were over, and after dawn, she would no longer shed tears for this matter. Divide, line. AI Ran complained in his heart while flying. Fortunately, he was cultivating in the forest not far from Tokyo at that time, and he could only feel the scene in time after feeling the evil chi. Otherwise, it may really kill people. This work is really too bad. That 3rd-rate god is really useless. Now it can basically be ruled out that Kashomi Hills Shiu is the host, and the 2-star dragon will not take the initiative to destroy its host before waking up. On whom the hell? Is it really Kato? While thinking, he flew towards the place where he was cultivating just now, although there were many questions now. One thing was certain, since the 2-star dragon was not as harmless as before, it was necessary to take the initiative to attack. What exactly should be done to get it out? Damn miscellaneous, when I find you, I must raise all your ashes." Ai Ran, who was completely confused, could only curse fiercely like an incompetent rage. It's just that he still doesn't know that in the process of purifying the Dragon Ball, the only 2 moments of extreme proximity to death, one of which was caused by this weakest-looking 2-star dragon. Of course, what he wanted to do most now was to hurry up and cultivate, since he began to be able to generate the so-called positive energy on his own. Ai Ran's combat effectiveness increased faster and faster. Now his combat effectiveness has exceeded 18,000. Chapter 42. On the new day, Ai Ran came to the ministry early, but surprisingly, Bai Kigo came earlier than him today. What is this situation? Ai Ran looked at Bai Kigo in amazement, but this guy dragged it until the bell of the club rang every time, and he would slowly relax in the Taoist room. Took the wrong medicine today. I have a commission that my sister's classmates asked me. Baiji Ya looked at Yukinashita Yukino with a serious face, because this was also his sister's request, and he acted solemnly. No wonder, I almost forgot that Baiji Ya Hachiman can be regarded as a Chiba specialty, sister control. So he tacitly agreed with Yukinashita Yukina's surprised expression. Although we don't accept commissions from students from other schools, I can't help but feel sad for Ling Mei having the same dead fish eyes as you, so let's talk about Ling Mei's commission. Yukishita Yukino spoke very viciously, although her face still looked holy. Hey! My sister is very beautiful, she can be called the best in the world, and what kind of eyes are you? Ai Ran pretended to think for a while, and ridiculed, I've been thinking about falling in love or something recently, can you introduce me? After spending a long time with this group of community members, Ai Ran will also joke. It also looks more and more like what a 17-year-old should look like. Bang! Yukinashita Yukino kicked Ai Ran under the table, strike at the sister of the member or something, when did the ape become scum? Yukishita squinted, revealing a dangerous aura. Yes, yes. And my sister is only in junior high school, don't try to hit my sister's attention, Komaki is mine. Ai Ran held Yukishita Yukino's hand and asked with a smile, Minister, don't you have to worry about Baikigu's perverted speech just now? It's no longer saved, let's shoot. There was an outsider, and suddenly Ai Ran's hand was held, and Yukino under the snow suddenly turned red. But she did not break free, and looked at Ai Ran with disgust. Hey, don't convict others without permission, my crime is not enough to be shot. Ai Ran's eyes narrowed into slits, but soon changed to a scrutinizing gaze to stare at Hijiya Hachiman. That means you really feel guilty, right, interested in your sister? It's not. Baijiya Hachiman's heart is extremely tired, usually as long as he is forced to eat some dog food. Today he was actually mixed doubles by husband and wife? This club doesn't want to wait. Yubihama, when will you come over? His heart is calling Yubihama Ui. Ya. Sincerity leads to spirituality. At Hichigu's call, Yubihama pushed open the door of the ministry. What's wrong? Seeing Baikugo lying on the table with a desperate look, she carefully observed the atmosphere in the lower room before asking. We are denouncing some pervert who wants to do something to his sister. Yukinashita Yukino glanced at Hijiya Hachiman, who cast a look of help at Yubihama. And Uihihama also showed a disgusted look towards Hijiya Hachiman at this time. The Baikugo suffered a final blow, which completely sank. After playing around for a while, Hijiya Hachiman finally told his sister's commission. So, I want to investigate why Sahi Kawasaki in your class always comes home in the middle of the night lately, and then persuade her. Yukinashita Yukino supported his chin with one hand and summed up what Hijiya Hachiman had just said. It's like this. Baijigu nodded. Because it was his sister's commission, Baijigu originally wanted to complete this task alone, but as we all know, he is a social terrorist, and until now he is not even sure what Kawasaki Shahi looks like. He pondered for a long time, but still felt that everyone needed to work together to complete this task. Yukinashita Yukino shifted his gaze to Ai Ran, who was in a daze, and asked, "What do you think?" "Oh? There should be nothing to do. It is estimated that I found a place to work at night, but I still need to investigate." Ai Ran, who was familiar with the plot, did not worry too much, but he also decided not to interfere too much. Shizuki Hirotsuka was right, there is something that everyone in the ministry can learn in the act of helping others. Of course, including Ai Ran himself, even if he knows the direction of things, he is slowly learning how to live well as an earthling. Yukinashita Yukino thought for a while and said, "In this way, Hajiku-san, you will make an appointment with Kawasaki-san's brother tomorrow, and we will think of a way after we understand the specific situation. Then let's continue to train with Toshika today." Yubi hammer raised. A hand, divided, September, line, the room of Shiu in the late night. Kazumika no Oka Shiu was dark. She lay on her side on the bed, her head rested on her hand, her legs were staggered, the rolled-up pajamas revealed a lower abdomen without a trace of fat, and a plump snow white loomed on the neckline of the pajamas, like waterfall green silk sliding down her face, and her half-covered face added a bright beauty to her smile. Last night, after everything was thought about, many things suddenly became clear. Even Love Metronome, which has not been able to write for a long time, now seems to be able to write smoothly. Although her body has not fully recovered, after the pain and inner torment in her body have disappeared, the world has suddenly returned to its former brightness for her. Suddenly, she heard a movement outside her window, and quickly pulled the quilt over and shrunk in. At this time, a figure crept out of the window into her bedroom. "It's Ai Ran who is here, really like a thief." Kazuma Jayaka Shiu inadvertently showed a smile, she was imagining what Ai Ran looked like now. Tonight, Ai Ran did not pick her up, but just held her hand. Positive energy is transmitted continuously. It was the same warm feeling as last night, and Kazumi Hills Shiu couldn't help but groan. Ai Ran looked at Yasuhiki Shiu lying on the bed in amazement, and after a while, he breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Yasuhiki Shiu did not show signs of waking up. Gan. Coming out to work is like being a thief. Ai Ran continued to transmit his energy to Kazuma Jayaka Shiu. He had to be careful, after all, the human body was still too weak. After the last trace of energy was transmitted, Ai Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Yasuhiki Shiu recovered well, and one day, the energy previously absorbed by the two-star dragon should be able to recover completely. And after bearing pure positive energy, her body should be much better than before. Without stopping, Ai Ran, who had finished the work, quietly closed the window of Kazuma Jayaka Shiu from the outside, and then left directly. In the room, Shiu Kazuma Jayaka, who was flushed with a red face, suddenly lifted the quilt and gasped for air. The blush was almost dripping blood. "Henty!" she scolded softly, subconsciously moving her gaze to the hand that Ai Ran had been holding just now. Chapter 43. Baikugu brought the people of the Ministry of Service to the city library. He made an appointment with his sister Komaki and Kawasaki Daishi. "Hello everyone, I'm Hajiya Hachiman's sister, Hajiya Komaki." Completely different from Hajiya Hachiman, Hajiya Komaki has a lively and cute appearance, and does not recognize life at all. I don't know how many times stronger than her old brother who is afraid of society. The little boy next to her also greeted everyone politely at this time. "Hello everyone, I am Daishi Kawasaki, and I am a classmate of Baijigu-san." His voice is very smooth, and although he is not old, he gives a good first feeling. Except, of course, Hajiya Hachiman. He awkwardly turned his head to the side when Kawasaki introduced himself, looking dissatisfied. Especially when Yukinashita Yukino introduced him, Kawasaki Daishi almost sent him away directly with a brother. Hajiya Hachiman looked at Kawasaki Daishi with a grin, and said unpleasantly, "I'm not your brother." "Ai." Ran glanced at this sister control speechlessly, as for? At this time, Komaka looked at Yubihama suspiciously. How do you feel that Sister Yubihama seems to have seen it somewhere? Hey? Haha, maybe you remember it wrong. Yubihama snorted, his eyes a little wandering. At this time, AI Ran directly interrupted their conversation. Baijigu, who is extremely sensitive in his heart, if he only now knows that Yubihama is the owner of the dog that caused his car accident, it is estimated that he will make trouble again. 9 times out of 10, it will be directly alienated by Uihihama. After all, he doesn't like gentle girls, because gentle girls are gentle to everyone. It will give him the illusion that the other side likes him. This is a lesson based on the experience of the middle school period in other countries. But now, the reason why Uihihama is gentle with him is because it is really interesting to him. The members of the Ministry of Service are the only few people in this world who are willing to communicate, and he instinctively does not want things to go like the original again. Let's talk about that later. Now it's important to introduce the situation of Sahi Kawasaki. AI Ran knocked lightly on the table and led the topic back. My sister is also a high school student at Sotakejo, her name is Sahi Kawasaki, and during this time, my sister has undergone a lot of abnormal changes, and it seems that it has become bad, so I would like to ask everyone to help investigate. Baijiya still hasn't remembered who Kawasaki Sahi is. Looking at his confused look, Yubihama Ui pouted, well, it really is. Zyoki also pay more attention to the people in the class. Baikagu retorted, I've been paying attention, I've been recalling it since yesterday, but I feel that the name is more familiar until now. Besides, the only person in the class who chatted with me a lot was Saika. Mentioning Toshika, Baijiya showed a hint of a smile, and helped Toshika practice every day during this time, making his grey high school career a lot brighter at once. Yukishita said coldly, Baikagu-san, please don't expose your disgusting sexual orientation in front of others. The corner of Baikagu's mouth twitched, what are you making up in your brain? My sexual orientation is normal. It's absolutely impossible to like a man. Yubihama Ui also stared at Baikagu suspiciously at this time. Could it be that Zyoki really likes men? And yourself? At the critical moment, Komaka stood up and said unswervingly, my brother should still like girls. Well, if you don't believe it, you can't help it. If something suddenly becomes a fact, wouldn't the Baikagu family be finished? Ahem, aren't we talking about Kawasaki? What are you talking about? AI. Ran coughed dryly, he was completely speechless. Was this group of people's thinking so jumpy? Kawasaki Daishi, who was sitting opposite AI Ran, lowered his head in disappointment, sorry to cause trouble for everyone. But I'm really worried about my sister. Yukinashita Yukino thought for a while, and said firmly. I can understand that I am worried about my family's feelings. Kawasaki-san is a student of Sobukao, and from then on, it is calculated that her brother's commission can be regarded as a regular exchange, so this commission, our service department took it. Although I accepted this commission, it was too late today, and I could only say what I wanted to do tomorrow. Looking at the Baikagu brothers and sisters who had gone away, AI Ran subconsciously put his gaze on Yubihama, who was crooked with Yukino under the snow. Sighed helplessly, as a scion who is not very good at dealing with people, AI Ran feels that he has tried his best, hoping that they can have a good ending. Divide, line. Hijiya Komaka bouncing around his brother. Na brother, your society's sister under the snow is so beautiful, it seems to have come out of a painting. Komaka pretended to sigh casually, wanting to see if his elm-headed brother had a clue. Well, it's really beautiful, it's a little poisonous tongue, thanks to AI Ran can stand her. Komaka was a little disappointed when he heard his brother's words, but he still wanted to confirm, is brother AI Ran and sister Yukinashita a couple? Although they always say that it is not a relationship yet, but anyone with a discerning eye can see it. What about sister Ui? Komaki recalled the look in Yuhihama's eyes when he looked at his brother just now, and suddenly felt that there might be a scene. Even the title changed to Sister Ui. And she looked at Hijiya Hachiman with anticipation on her face. In order to compare with the Shia family, Komaki has endured things at this age that should not be endured. All blame this indisputable brother. Hearing Yubihama's name, Hijitani slowed down slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, "Well, I basically don't have any communication with Yubihama, and I'm not very good at dealing with girls." Hearing this reply, Komaki said sadly, "Is my brother going to die alone like this?" "Brother, as long as there is Komaki." Whoops. Komaki stuck out his tongue with a look of disgust, and then said, "But even if the old brother becomes a waste, Komaki will not give up on his brother." Hi Baijigu replied weakly. Suddenly, Komaki seemed to think of something. "Brother, I remembered that Sister Yubihama was the owner of the puppy, and Sister Haihama gave you condolences when you were hospitalized before. After my brother was discharged from the hospital, she also came to our house to deliver things. It seems that my brother and Sister Yubihama really have a relationship." Hijiya Hachiman stopped abruptly when he heard this. "What's wrong, brother? Did Komaki say the wrong thing?" "No, nothing." Hijiya Hachiman smiled bitterly and continued to walk in the direction of his home. "Sure enough, I don't like gentle girls." Chapter 44. The group of the game club has been quiet these 2 days. AI Ran never speaks, Megami Kato rarely speaks. Kazuma Jayakashiu is sick these days, and even the frequency of bickering with Sawamura Iri in the group is much less. As for Anulun too? After 3 days, and after taking a leave of absence all the time, he finally cleared the game borrowed from AI Ran without sleeping. So there was no news in the group this week. Suddenly, Anulun also sent a bombshell message in the group. "Guys, I won't attend Saturday's event first, there is something to do temporarily." "Why?" Syazhiki Hoshio looked at the message that Anulun also sent on her mobile phone, and got up directly from the bed. She is now looking forward to the club activities more and more. After all, she still owes Anulun a lot of favors, and if she pays off his debt early, she will get out earlier. Give Anulun a perfect copywriting script to help him complete Flash script, enough to pay off the favor owed by Love Metronome. Shiu Kazuma Jayaka is quite emotional, and she has already completed part of the script. I don't want to delay any longer. On the other side, Anulun is also scratching his head, why not participate in the event? The game of the heart has finally been completed, what to do next? Of course, it is also evaluated. As a blogger with 100,000 followers, isn't the first time to release a game strategy what a two-dimensional house should do? But it is obviously unjustifiable to excuse Saturday's event for this reason, because he formed the gaming club. I need to work part-time on Saturday, so I won't attend this event. Everyone will do their work on Saturday, and we will gather at school next week. Anulun also feels that his reasons are perfect, and it will not affect the progress of the game. Ying Li also spoke at this time. "Lun Yat, do you really want to work? It can't be that the game is overplayed, and these 2 days are empty, right? What do you say, Ying Li? I have a lot of jobs to do." "I have no opinion, although I am designated as the heroine, but I still don't know what to do." "Kato, learn to code this week. Galgme's programming is all adaptable and doesn't take much time to learn." "AI Ran, can you prepare a more detailed textbook for Ghana?" "Yes." AI Ran, who was flying in the direction of Tokyo, typed 2 words casually and put the phone back in his pocket. "In that case, I have no problem." Megami Kato replied. "Then I have no problem either. I still need Hidiran to be a model." "You, the false eldest lady of the drawing book, have you begun to not hide your gluttonous body?" Laugh. "Black silk fat woman, what do you say? Did I understand the material at that time?" "Pure material." I understand the picture books all say that they are pure, since you all have no problem, then I can also. Oh, can everyone meet at the station on Saturday and go to Ai Ranjun's apartment together? Ai Ran-kun. An Yulun also held his mobile phone, looking at Xia's Haikihoshiu's name for Ai Ran, and a trace of uneasiness appeared in his heart. It should be that I thought too much, Ai Ran, and we can say that they are incompatible. I don't understand the second dimension at all, and I am only willing to invest in us just to repay Ghana. What's more, he's only met us twice. Ghana, thinking of Megami Kato, and Yulun also left the matter of Kazuma Jayakishiu behind. The heartbeat of that encounter is something he can't forget until now. As a two-dimensional otaku, he lacks the courage to pursue Kato, so he thinks of a way to show all that feeling in a game way. The third dimension itself is a terrible garbage game. On the other side, in a large villa, Ying Li stomped her foot in a hurry, and the black silk fat woman actually slandered me in front of Lun Yat. What? People just want to take materials. She complained a few times and continued her creation, but in the book that Ying Li is drawing now, the male protagonist is more than 7 layers similar to Ai Ran. And still naked. Divide, line. Ai Ran meditated in the sky above Kazuma Jayakayaka's house, running to a girl's house at night to hold her hand. No matter how much he thought about such behavior, it was very perverted. So in order to avoid embarrassment, Ai Ran can only choose to sneak into her room after late at night, after Xia's Haikiao Shiu rests. In fact, this is even more perverted, and it has been escalated to a crime. But how can saving people be said to be a crime? And today is the last treatment. Ai Ran comforted herself. Unfortunately, Shiu Kazuma Jayaka is completely different from a girl with a completely regular life like Yukinashita Yukino, and she is a typical night owl. Evenings are when she is active, and she goes to school to catch up on sleep. This is very similar to Ai Ran. Time passed minute by minute, and the time soon came to a little after midnight. Ai Ran landed outside the window of Xia's Haikiao Shiu and quietly walked in. Fortunately, this woman did not have the habit of locking the windows at night, otherwise she would have thought of other ways to come in. In the darkness, Ai Ran walked to Kazuma Jayakishiu's bedside, took her hand, and began today's work. Xia's Haikihoshiu's eyelids trembled slightly the moment Ai Ran took her hand. Today, she still chooses to pretend to sleep. 2 days in a row such an experience, how could she not know that Ai Ran was here to treat her? Therefore, she chose to pretend to sleep so that the two would not be embarrassed. Ai Ran's energy entered her body again, and Kazumi Shiu snorted. I don't know if it was because of shyness, she felt that her body began to heat up. These days, Kazuma Jayakishiu often remembers what happened the night before. In despair and helplessness, Ai Ran pulled her out of the abyss. At that time, the warmth in Ai Ran's arms was something that Kazuma Jayakishiu had never experienced. Let her sink in a little. Wu Ai Ran exhaled softly, this thief-like job was finally completed. He stood up and observed Kazuma Jayakishiu, although he could barely see the outline in the dark, judging from his breath, he had determined that Kazuma Jayakishiu had fully recovered. Recalling the plot of passerby heroine that he had seen in his previous life, Ai Ran muttered. From a certain point of view, Earthlings are really strong creatures. Although the body is very weak, but the heart is very strong. With a sigh, Ai Ran quietly left. Today's work has been completed, and the third-rate god will not pay overtime. Did Ai Ranjun just say something about me? Strong? It seems that I owe Ai Ranjun a little favor again, but since he came here secretly, he just didn't want me to know about it, so how can I repay him? Kazuma Jayakishiu muttered, slowly got up from the bed, turned on the bedroom light, and came to the desk. The computer was just sleeping, and Kazuma Jayaka tapped lightly. A half-written document appeared on a computer screen. The top title is Love Metronome. Chapter 45. Thursday's lunch break. Forced to endure Bikagu's strange eyes, and Yubihama finally reached the limit of his endurance, blushing at him and asking, "Zyoki, what do you mean by that expression? Is there something wrong with me?" Bikagu quickly lowered his head. "No, there's nothing wrong." Yukishita Yukino snapped and closed the book in his hand. "Bikagu-san, if you don't want to be taken away, I suggest you stop teasing my staff like this. Am I also a member of your ministry?" Hijiya Hachiman muttered, focusing all his attention on the novel in hand. At this time, AI Ran slowed down the speed of his own cooking, and according to Bikagu's current state, even AI Ran could guess some things. But AI Ran doesn't know how to solve the current problem, and it's not a reliable thing to let the scions be red dows or something. But things will always be solved. Thinking of this, AI Ran chose to continue cooking. And Yukinashita Yukino handed him a cup of black tea at the right time. "Thank you." AI Ran took a sip and gently thanked Yukino under the snow. Yukishita shook his head. "It's nothing, compared to your hard work these 2 nights, it's nothing." Hijiya Hachiman and Uihihama looked at the two with shocked expressions. "Did Xuanai say something just now? What is the hard work of the night?" "Don't." Bijiya Hachiman didn't want to continue thinking about it, he knew so much that he might be silenced by these two. Yubihama's face was also completely red, and she secretly glanced at Hijiya Hachiman. This action was keenly noticed by Bijigu. Is Yubihama Ui, a girl, really just because she saved her dog, so she is so good to herself? Hijiya Hachiman hopes not. He hopes that Uihihama, like Yukinashita Yukino of Aaron, is Yubihama Ui of Higeya Hachiman. This is not to say that he likes Yubihama, but he hopes that Yubihama's kindness to himself is due to a purer friendship and a member relationship, rather than the guilt and retribution of the rescued. Na Yubihama. The restless Bijigu finally made a decision. He stood up and said to Yubihama, "Na Yubihama, come out, I have something I want to say to you." He doesn't want to run away, he has to make sure, even if the result disappoints him, then he admits it. Yubihama was stunned, ambiguous. "Do you want to?" Bikagu walked directly outside the ministry, and his voice came, "Leave it alone, follow me." If Yubihama hesitated like this, Hijiya was afraid that he would lose the courage to showdown. After all, Yukinashita Yukino was looking at him with an unkind face. Yubihama Ui is Yukinashita Yukino's only friend, and she is not worried about letting Yubihama go out with Hijiya alone. Seeing this, AI Ran began to appease Yukinashita Yukino, whispering in her ear, "It's okay, Hijiya will protect Yubihama. And even if something goes wrong, I can sense it even here." They. Hot breath from AI Ran's words hit Yukino Yuki's earlobe, making her soften a little, and she glanced at him strangely, and Yukino nodded with a red face. If Bikagu reacted this way, AI Ran felt that it was basically stable. It seems that this guy has changed a lot now, at least he will no longer arbitrarily make conclusions about others according to his own wishes. Anyway, Yubihama Ui is not the tsundere golden retriever of Iri, and he will not be duplicitous. If Hijiya had spoken to her well from the beginning, Yubihama might not have been able to say "I like you," but he would certainly not have messed things up by talking in reverse. He took a sip of the delicious black tea brewed by Yukino under the snow. "It's delicious, your craftsmanship under the snow will always be so powerful." In other words, does the matter of Kawasaki Shahi have eyebrows? Yukinashita Yukino didn't answer directly, she squinted and leaned on Aaron's shoulder. "Ever heard of animal therapy? If touched or loving, you want to hold back the poor little animal when you see it." AI Ran said uncertainly. "Although what I said is not right, the Ape King has indeed studied hard recently." Yukinashita Yukino explained softly to Aaron. "If a weak blue kitten appears in front of you, no matter who it is, it will be healed spiritually." AI Ran pouted, "As if the only person like that is you. I remember Kawasaki seems to be allergic to cats, before Pulu's hair stuck to me, Kawasaki walked past me started sneezing, for a long time. Yukishita Sueno frowned and looked at Ai Ran incredulously, is there such a person in the world? I like cats too much, could it be that you've been brainwashed by Pulu? While they were discussing the cat's plan, Hichiya and Yubihama finally finished talking and returned to the ministry from outside. Under the frightened snow, Yukino sat up straight like a frightened cat. Yubihama had faint tear stains on her face, her eyes were a little red, but she was very happy, and the irrepressible smile made it easy to see that she was really happy now. Baikugo looked slightly uncomfortable, but the whole person seemed very calm. Ai Ran sensed his breath, and it seemed that his heart knot had been untied. Obviously, this is a happy end line, and the ending is quite perfect. It seems that the bad and only played last Saturday game is not my own problem at all, it must be the fault of the game developer. Who just said that Scions can't pull the red line? Hijiya returned to his seat and asked, so, how did you discuss the matter of Kawasaki Shahi? There's no way around it yet. Yubihama Ui raised her hand, how about love? Yukishita looked at her suspiciously, in love? The only thing that can change a girl is love. Saying that, she secretly glanced at Hijiya Hachiman, and then laughed stupidly. Yukishita Sueno also subconsciously looked at Ai Ran and nodded thoughtfully. She felt that Uihihama had a point. Ai Ran looked at Yukino with a surprised expression, wouldn't it? Could it be that your IQ was pulled down by Hihama? This plan is clearly unreliable. Ai Ran decisively decided to intervene, and could not let Yubihama continue to take Yukino under the snow. Ahem, do you know the Agile Ladder shop? It was the bar near the apartment. Oh. Yukishita Yukino looked at Ai Ran with an unkind face, silently questioning why he knew about the bar. Where do you want to go? I mean Kawasaki should work there. Chapter 46. At 8:30 in the evening, Angel's Staircase. Hijiya and Yubihama waited on the first floor for nearly half an hour, and Yukino and Ai Ran arrived late under the snow. Baikugo said with emotion, I can see that the minister is late today. Yukishita Yukino admitted his mistake very calmly, sorry to keep you waiting. Ai Ran said awkwardly, it's mainly my problem. Yukinashita Yukino told Ai Ran to wear formal clothes after school, and then Ai Ran went back to put on his combat clothes. The Scion combat uniform of the Frisia Legion, this is the formal wear of the Scion. The results can be imagined. Ape-kun, please have a little bit of common sense of life? Are your cosplay-style clothes formal wear? Yukishita Sueno held his forehead, shook his head helplessly, and then dragged Ai Ran to the clothing store to buy a new outfit. This caused two people to arrive late. It's okay, hee. Yubihama Ui smirked and straightened her posture, because this is a formal adult place, so all etiquette must meet the standard of maturity, which is what Yukinashita Yukino told her. She glanced at Ai Ran and praised, wow, today's Xiao Ran is as handsome as Xiao Qi. Humph. Ai Ran turned his head to the side in dissatisfaction, this kind of clothing is not comfortable at all, it is not at all as good as combat clothing. Okay, let's get ready to go up. Ai Ran chuckled in the awkward look under the snow, and put his hand on Ai Ran's arm. Let's go. Angel Ladder, arguably a very upscale bar, the decoration and service are second to none in Chiba City. It is a good place to release your mind or negotiate, all of them are basically some business elites. There are very few guests like Ai Ran, basically none. Yukishita Yukino is very calm because of the family relationship. Ai Ran naturally looked indifferent. Yubihama did not have any special reaction because of the large nerves. But Baikugo is a little nervous. Ai Ran walked to his side with Yukishita Sueno, take it easy, straighten your chest and raise your head and belly, don't be curious and look around, as long as you don't do something out of line, others won't pay attention to you. Baikugo nodded and gradually relaxed. Look, Kawasaki is over there. Yubihama exclaimed in a low Voice, Yukishita, you go with them to meet Kawasaki, I have something. AI Ran suddenly stopped and looked at the bar suspiciously. With such a serious expression again, Yukishita Sueno held AI Ran's hand uneasily. What's wrong? It's nothing, you guys go first, I'll come over later. Okay, be careful. After Yukino left under the snow, AI Ran walked towards the inside of the bar. Toured the entire bar and found no clues. Although the entire bar was filled with evil aura, the customers inside looked as usual, as if they were not affected. Could it be that the host of the Dragon Ball has been here? AI Ran closed his eyes and perceived for a while, this evil aura was very strange, and he had never encountered it before. At present, there is no trace of evil dragons in Chiba City, and the evil aura here is slowly fading. The problem of the 3 planets on Yukino has not yet been solved, and the 2 planets don't even know who the host is, and now a Dragon Ball with a strange aura has appeared? AI Ran couldn't help but feel a little irritable. The King God of Time has always said that the concentration of positive energy in his body is not enough. And it is not enough to purify the 3 planets on Yukino's body. But AI Ran still can't understand how to obtain this so-called positive energy. It can't be obtained by cultivation, and only the ambiguous sentence falling in love and learning an ordinary earthling's life pattern will continuously produce positive energy. Makes AI Ran even more upset. Isn't it enough to be terralithicized? On the other side, the conversation between the Ministry of Service and Kawasaki Sahi had already begun. Yukinashita Yukino stepped forward and said hello, good evening, Kawasaki-san. Kawasaki Sahi originally thought it was a guest, but when he looked up, he found that 2 of the 3 people were classmates, and one was a popular figure in the school. Yubihama? And under the snow? Baikagu opened his eyes and looked at the girl who had missed only himself with dissatisfaction. Hey, what about me? Kawasaki Shahi said lightly, I don't know, you seem to be in our class, but I don't know your name. Kawasaki Shahi nodded slightly, and then looked at the 3 people in front of him suspiciously, and asked out loud, so, why are you here? A few students of Sotakejo, dressed in expensive formal clothes, came to the angel staircase regardless of time, and Kawasaki thought they should have come to find themselves. As it turned out, she was right. Your brother. Yukinashita Yukino said lightly, Kawasaki Daishi, tell us about your situation. So. According to Kawasaki-san. Cough, it's a little strange to say so, let's call him Daishi. According to Daishi's commission, we want to turn you back into that gentle, won't come back in the middle of the night, sad about studying, no secrets, Kawasaki Sahi. Kawasaki Shahi sighed helplessly, Daji really did a superfluous thing. Superfluous? Yukinashita repeated softly, without commenting much, but the expression on her face already expressed her refusal to back down. Kawasaki Shahi said slowly while wiping the cup, in short, I don't care what Daji tells you, it has nothing to do with you, don't worry about me. Yukishita looked up at his watch, Cinderella's magic expires at 12, but your magic is almost out of service now, mermaid princess. There is a rule in the General Martial Arts High School that there is a time limit for part-time work, and now it is almost time. You. Kawasaki Sashi looked at Yukinashita Yukino with some dissatisfaction, who still looked light. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. At this time, Baikagu suddenly interjected, you work to make up for the tuition for college, Kawasaki-san. Minute space line. At this time, AI Ran had already arrived on the rooftop of the Angel Staircase bar. Except for that bar, there is no evil spirit in the rest of the building. And judging from the speed of the loss of evil chi, the unknown host should have arrived at this bar within the previous 3 days. For the previous 3 days, AI Ran happened to go to Tokyo every day, so he didn't notice. At this time, he saw that several people from the Ministry of Service had already brought Kawasaki Sashi to the street. Unconsciously showed a hint of a smile, it seems that they have successfully completed this commission. Suddenly, AI Ran thought of something, and quickly jumped from the dead corner of the building and came to Kawasaki Sashi and the people of the Ministry of Service. "Good evening, Kawasaki." AI Ran? "You came with them?" AI Ran nodded and asked, "Kawasaki, can I ask you about something? Did any strange people come to this bar in the past 3 days?" Kawasaki Shahi thought for a while, and said uncertainly, "Last night came a young lady, with a blonde maid. I came over and chartered it directly, as if to bring back my brother who was drunk at the bar. These people are one of the few strange people in the past few days. This way." AI Ran pinched her chin and muttered, "Miss Rich? Blonde maid?" In the end, he sighed, this little information is completely insufficient. Chapter 47. In the absence of clues, AI Ran finally had to give up on finding the whereabouts of the new Dragon Ball. With him alone now, it is better to prioritize the affairs of the 3 planets and the 2 planets. Fast forward to Saturday, and it was time for the game club to meet. Yukinashita Yukino went back to Ben's house last night, and she was supposed to go back to Ben's house every weekend to report her situation. As a famous local family, the tutoring of the Yukinashita family has always been strict. So last week can only be regarded as a special case. Because there were only 3 girls coming over today, AI Ran decided to pick them up at the station. All of them are related to Dragon Ball, and it is not good to have an accident. The apartment is not very far from Chiba's station, just a 20-minute walk away. On the way, Sawamura Irie couldn't stand it anymore, and a pair of double ponytails jumped up and down. "Henty Aaron's family has a lot of good things and a lot of food, it's just heaven." "Nothing. At least the food is gone, if you want to eat, you can only wait for me to buy it in the afternoon." AI Ran has no good face for Ying Li at all, her expression is like a bandit entering the village. Is the game so worth making her so excited? Sawamura Irie didn't care at all, but smiled and patted AI Ran's shoulder. "Do it yourself to enrich your clothes and food. AI Ran only needs to provide games, and I brought snacks and so on." She patted her bulging backpack with a smug look. On the other side, Kazuma Jayakashiu's attention was on AI Ran and Yingli, and she frowned slightly and said, "Yingli, don't delay business, what about your painting?" "Don't worry, you're ready." Kato Miyasa walked quietly at the end. "AI Ran-san, why didn't Snow classmate join you today?" This sentence is said. Kazuma Jayakashiu's brows furrowed deeper. AI Ran, who was walking in the front, did not reply, and said casually, "Under the snow, I went back to my house yesterday, and I don't know the specifics." "This way," Megami Kato muttered, her voice small and did not attract the attention of several others. But AI Ran found an abnormality, and today is really strange, since just now, there is no sign of energy loss. Kazumi Hills Shihu didn't mention it for the time being, after all, he had instilled positive energy in her for 3 days. However, the evil aura on Kato Megami and Sawamura Hydri has also faded a lot. These 2 people don't seem to be hosts of Dragon Ball. It's true that Lun didn't go to school this week, and calling him was playing games. "Today, I don't participate in the club camp." Ying Li complained as she walked. "Oh? Didn't Anyi go to school this week?" AI Ran seemed to have captured a trace of information, thinking of inquiring about some news from Ying Lily. After all, she couldn't hide anything from her heart. "Yes, Lun is often like this. In fact, he has a very good brain. Even if he misses class like this, he can still maintain the upper middle class." Yingli chattered about Anyu Lunyi's situation, and AI Ran automatically filtered some remarks that made him feel pierced. What does it mean to skip class often and be able to reach the middle and upper reaches? "I go to school tomorrow, and I haven't passed the penultimate exam." The disgusting title of "standing first from the bottom" has begun to circulate within the school. Analyzing the information spoken from Ying Lily, AI Ran's heart became cooler and colder. Qian told him before that Scions need to be in love to generate enough positive energy, and they all revealed to him that the hosts of Dragon Ball are girls. The appearance of Yukinashita Yukino later, the abnormality of Megami Kato, Shiukasho Majayaka, and even the unknown eldest lady and blonde maid have once again deepened Aaron's understanding that the hosts of Dragon Ball are all women. Let him gradually enter a dead end. But is it possible that the host of Dragon Ball is actually male? Only love can purify Dragon Ball. Kai Yin's words lingered in Ai Ran's mind, and Ai Ran suddenly felt cold in her limbs. No way. Baijiku has not been bent by Totsuka Ayaka, but Ai Ran will bend myself first because of work? Even if I bend, I want Ayaka Totsuka like that. Coughing, Ai Ran quickly coughed twice and took back his divergent thinking. Is Ai Ran unwell? Kasho Majayaka Shiu's voice came from behind Ai Ran. But when he looked back at Shiu Kasho Majayaka, who consciously avoided his gaze. Without thinking too much, Ai Ran said calmly, I'm fine, it's just that my throat is uncomfortable. After that, he covered his head and walked forward. The most important thing now is to quickly ask the king god of the time realm. Does the purification of Dragon Ball really have to fall in love? But the other party is a man. I refuse. Ai Ran made up his mind that if there was no other way, he would go directly to hell to repent. Subdivision, partition, line. Arrived. Excuse me. Ai Ran opened the door of the apartment, and after everyone entered the house, he took out a few pairs of paper slippers. Let's sit down casually, I won't participate in the game production first, I want to go to the room and change clothes. Ai Ran entered his room impatiently and whispered, I'm back. As Ai Ran said the code, a pink light appeared directly in the bedroom. Hello, Xiao Ran Ran. Time King God, I have something I want to ask you. Ai Ran stared at Kai Yin with an unkind expression. If this third-rate god can't give himself a satisfactory answer, Ai Ran will definitely choose to resign. Kai Yin looked at Ai Ran with a confused expression, and then her fingertips touched Ai Ran's forehead. In just a few seconds, she read Ai Ran's thoughts. Poof! Retracting his finger, Kai Yin snorted and laughed directly. Ha 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 ha! The host of the two planets may be male. Ha 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 ha! Ai Ran darkened his face and said solemnly, Lord God of the Time Realm, please maintain the majesty of a god. Your current behavior is no longer a problem of the third-rate gods, it is completely out of the flow. I'm the highest god in many universes except for the Great Priest. Kai Yin continued to use a mocking tone, but after seeing that Ai Ran seemed to be about to cut herself off in the next second, she quickly said, Young man, don't be so impulsive, you are now an intern time and space patrolman, after turning positive, there will be a regular establishment, the future is very good, don't think about it. Ai Ran is the only fighter on this timeline now, and if he doesn't do it, Qian doesn't know where to find a substitute to work. So you feel like the boss of a black-hearted company is an employee in Pua. Without further ado, is there a way? As long as you destroy the two-star dragon after it is revived, it's very simple. Destroying the aggregates of evil chi is naturally purified. Ai Ran looked at Kai Yin suspiciously, it's that simple? Then I'll take you to find a new Lun Yi, and you drag the two-star dragon out of his body. Alas Xia Ran Ran, not now. Don't say that you can't be sure if a new Lun is also a host. Take 10,000 steps back and say, even if he is the host, I can't do too much interference in the purification process of the Dragon Ball, you can only figure it out yourself. In the previous incident with Yukinashita Yukino, I was already considered a violation of the law. Ai Ran. This third-rate god is really in Pua, right? Chapter 48. Ai Ran was not lightly angry by Qian. What does it mean to find a way to solve it on your own? I'm still just an intern, am I so rash? After calming his mood, AI Ran returned to the living room with a handful of books. Irie is discussing the plot of Flash Girl with Shiukasho Majayakayaka. Megami Kato sat quietly on the sofa, but I don't know why, and her eyes flickered a little after AI Ran appeared. Now it is basically certain that the three girls in front of you are not the hosts of Dragon Ball. AI Ran also relaxed, and it was also a very tiring thing to concentrate on perceiving the breath all the time. Kato, these are the teaching materials of Gal Game General templates currently on the market. You see, if you have a computer, you have it in the room where you rested last time, you can use it casually. Oh, thanks. AI Ran put the books in front of Kato, explained some things, and went to the kitchen to prepare drinks for them. The Yingli pair on the side suddenly came to the spirit. Computer? She knows that every boy will have some learning materials in his computer. Of course, how can there be more learning materials than in her computer? However, I am not afraid to read a lot of information, and I can also understand what kind of sexual proclivities Henty AI Ran has. If you really find something, you won't have to worry about AI Ran not letting herself take materials. Haha, I'm such a little genius. Thinking of this, she stood up, stretched out casually, and then walked towards the second bedroom of AI Ran's house. What does that false young lady want to do? Shiukasho Majayaka just glanced at Irie pair, and then focused his attention on the script. Since An Yulun also found himself, until today. The copywriting preparation of Flash Girl has actually been nearly a month. An Yulun also didn't find the heroine in the past few weeks, so he delayed, and last week he went back to playing games, and finally just discussed a rough idea. And this week, An Yi, as a minister, actually pigeoned the event directly. It's hard for a clever woman to cook without rice, and without a perfect plan, how can she write a script that satisfies An Yulun? Pulling out his mobile phone, Shiwakasho Majayaka sent a message to the group. Lun Yejun, can you send your plan quickly? I need it now. After a while, An Yulun also sent a message. Sorry senior, I'm not very satisfied with the current plan, can you first write out the heroine's part according to Garna's image? In Tokyo, An Yulun has also been in the bedroom for 2 days without going out. After replying to Yasuhiki Hoshiu's message, An Yulun also quickly processed the copywriting on the computer. The flame of his creation now is burning. Of course, the object of creation is the strategy of the game that he has cleared before, and he can now fully imagine that once this strategy is released, his original number of 100,000 fans can soar again. A great sense of satisfaction filled his soul, so much so that he did not realize that Shiukasho Majayaka had changed his title from Ethical-kun to Lunya-kun. At this time, the ringtone of the mobile phone message sounded again, and he frowned and glanced at it. It was still the message sent by senior sister Shiu in the group. Lun Yejun, I posted a manuscript in the group, this is the latest storyline, there is not enough time, the writing is not detailed enough, but the outline is complete. Shiukasho Majayaka knows that An Yulun also has a good impression of Megami Kato, at least he has a good impression of Megami Kato in his imagination, and Flash Girl is also started by her, so it is good to go for it. Thinking of this, she sent a message again, I try to write as many character storylines as possible, so that you can pick and choose satisfactory. This heroine is still the classmate of the male protagonist, the encounter process is a lot stronger, you see. An Yulun, who quickly read the manuscript, also showed surprise, the original trace of dissatisfaction had dissipated, and his mouth was full of praise. This is very good, senior sister Shiu, I know that teacher Xiaoshiza can write love metronome, how can I not write a good character storyline? I know, then I'll flesh out this plot later. After Shiukasho Majayaka sent out this text, he put down his mobile phone with a joyless expression. Expected, isn't it? At this time, AI Ran just walked out of the kitchen with a few drinks, and put the cup in front of Kashomi Hill's Shiu. It's hard, drink a glass of water. As soon as Shiukasho Majayaka was about to say thanks, AI Ran had already walked towards Megami Kato, muttering to himself as he walked, "Strange, where did Sawamura-san run?" Megami Kato took the cup from AI Ran's hand, thanked him, and answered AI Ran's question. "Thank you, Sawamura-san went to the bedroom just now. In this way, there is currently this kind of drink at home, let's drink it first. I will go buy today's ingredients and snacks now, you continue to work hard." AI Ran is now very clear about his positioning, since the Dragon Ball is not on the three of them, then he can focus on the logistics as an investor. Taking a sip of the drink sent by AI Ran, Syazuhiki Hoshiu's eyebrows slowly stretched. "This is honey grapefruit? And specially heated?" She also remembers the note AI Ran left behind at that time with healthy recipes for conditioning the body. In the past few days, Shiwakazu has been eating according to that recipe, and honey yuzu tea is for gastrointestinal care. After Wednesday, AI Ran was not seen at night. Shiwakazu had been expecting the figure that always sneaked in through the window for the next few days. She wasn't sure what she was thinking now. But there is a little Kazumajayaka Shiu can be sure that his current self does not like AI Ran. If you can immediately invest your feelings in another man just after a relationship, then your own feelings are too cheap. However, Kazumajayaka Shiu is still looking forward to it. That embrace, that warmth, that satisfaction after filling all the scars in my heart. Looking at AI Ran, who was about to go out, Kazumi Hills Shiu ghostly said. "AI Ran-kun, how about I go with you? I also have something I want to buy." "Hey!" AI Ran looked at Syazuhiki Hoshiu suspiciously, and now he always had a feeling of being a thief in the face of Syazuhiki Hoshiu. If she could, AI Ran really didn't want to be alone with her now. At this time, Megami Kato slowly closed the textbook in his hand and said lightly. "Then I will go with me, AI Ran-san can't cook. I'll leave the choice of ingredients and lunch to me. If Megami Kato is together, it should be able to avoid some unnecessary embarrassment." AI Ran nodded thinking of this. "Okay then, let's go together, I'll go talk to Sawamura-san." "No need, I want to go out together." Ying Li walked out of the room and stared at AI Ran suspiciously. "There is nothing in the computer?" "Impossible. How can an adolescent boy not have something he or herself is embarrassed to show others? Could it be that AI Ran is a traditionalist? Is it still the type that buys a paper magazine and hides it under the bed after reading it? P.S. Thanks to the inspiration capsule rewarded by the Hongmengzalong boss, and the 2 flowers rewarded by the Sinister Smile boss, thank you for your support." Chapter 49. In a cafe near the apartment, AI Ran looked helplessly at Sawamura Hydri and Kazumajayaka Shiu, who were sitting opposite him. He lightly nodded the table and said to Yingli, "I said, didn't we come out to buy ingredients and snacks? Please tell me, why are you here? Hentai Aaron, do you know the material? I want to draw Kato, but she always looks expressionless, how can I draw it?" Megami Kato, who was sitting next to AI Ran, put the coffee in her hand on the table and said in a flat tone, "I'm really sorry that I can't make an expression." Irie saw Megami Kato apologize to herself, and quickly danced and explained. "Oh, no need to apologize, everyone is different, that. Then why me?" AI Ran directly interrupted Ying Lily's casting spell and looked at her with an unkind face. "I'm not interested in any male protagonist or anything at all. Obviously I just came out to buy vegetables, but Ying Li's thinking is too jumpy." Halfway through, I muttered that I was tired and wanted to find a place to rest. After tricking everyone into the cafe, he offered to make AI Ran a temporary male protagonist. "It's just material, and it's not what you really want to do." Ying Li argued unconvinced. In fact, she also had her own careful thoughts. Last week, Irie had a conversation with Yukinashita Yukino and asked if AI Ran was her boyfriend. Yukinashita replied not yet. This is her tacit understanding with AI Ran, and only after all the Dragon Balls are recovered, will the two really come together? Even with wordless promises, she was willing to wait. But this word has another meaning in Yingli's ears. Her understanding is that Ai Ran and Yukishita Shui are childhood sweethearts or better neighbors. In that case, why don't you want to find a way to match him and Megami Kato? Even though Irie is a blonde tsundere, she still faintly feels that Ren also has a good impression of Megami Kato. If Ai Ran and Megami Kato go together, his own competitor will only be the black silk fat woman. But how could a gloomy black silk fat woman defeat herself as a childhood sweetheart? Thinking of such an ingenious scheme, Yingli herself admired herself a little. Love is war. So, sorry. Kashumi Hills Shia didn't speak, just frowned and stared at the milk in front of her. This matter had nothing to do with her. Now what she had to do was to perfect the script and return in Yulunya's favor. It is best to find another opportunity to repay Ai Ran for taking care of her. Shia Kashomajayaka has always been a person who does not like to owe others. But under the table, her legs trembled unconsciously. Megami Kato nodded and said softly, "If I can help Sawamura-san, I have no problem. But it still depends on what Ai Ran means." Looking at Sawamura Hydri pair's earnest eyes, Ai Ran sighed secretly, "Forget it, just treat it as a child." "Okay, just this once. What do I need to do?" "Ying." Li pinched her chin and thought for a while. "The two of you are a little closer, since you are the hero and heroine, how can you sit so far?" "Is that so?" Megami Kato leaned towards Ai Ran, who smelled a faint fragrance. Completely different from the scent on Yukinashita Yukino, the smell on Kato's body is closer to the feeling of locust flowers. "Well, that's pretty much it, Henty Aaron, you have to show a little smile to set an example for Kato. You are playing a couple now, why are you making a bitter face?" "Is that so?" Ai Ran showed a wicked smile and gritted her teeth and looked at Ying Li. "What happiness does your smile have? It feels like eating people. Be natural. It's not okay to smile like this now, it feels like I'm going to fight." Listening to Ying Li's command, Ai Ran was forced to make all kinds of smiles. Suddenly, a poof sound came from his side. Megami Kato was actually amused by the mutual talk of Ai Ran and Yingli at this time. "That's the expression." Yingli Li quickly filmed the scene with her mobile phone. "Kato, you laugh so beautifully." Irie sighed, then handed the phone to Megami Kato, looking at her expectantly. "How do you feel? Can I draw a picture based on this?" Ai Ran also poked his head over at this time. Megami Kato in the photo, the corners of her mouth are slightly raised, and her eyes have a flexible breath, which makes her temperament and sense of existence suddenly rise infinitely. Ai Ran nodded and agreed with Yingli's words just now. "Well, it's really good, Kato, you should still smile more. It's really going to be a lot cuter." Megami Kato tilted his head and looked at Ai Ran suspiciously. "Does Ai Ran think so?" "Of course." "Well, then I'll smile more later." Saying that, Megami Kato picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip gently. The heat made her face slightly hazy. "Gee," Kashomajayaka Shia shook her legs faster. "I said, let's hurry up and buy ingredients, don't you feel hungry?" Sawamura Irie looked at Kashomajayaka Shia with a strange look. Ying Li faintly felt that something seemed wrong with this woman today. As soon as she was about to ask, Ai Ran's voice came. "It's almost noon, I should really go grocery shopping." He is now a little skeptical of life. "What the hell are you doing now? The host of Dragon Ball is not under surveillance, but what temporary male lead is he going to play here? Why did things turn out the way they did? This is completely unreasonable. Divide, line. Tokyo." Anulun has also finished correcting his manuscript. He nodded with satisfaction. This is his masterpiece full of enthusiasm and painstaking efforts. It will definitely cause a huge response in the circle. He clicked to upload, then pulled out his phone to see the progress of the club. Suddenly, he was slightly stunned at the screen. On the interface of the mobile phone is the photo of Kato hiding his smile. A few minutes ago, Yingli just uploaded it as material to the group. This was my encounter of destiny that day. An Yulun also walked around the room excitedly, and carefully saved the photo. Wait a minute. Why can Garner smile so happily when I'm not there today? I knew I should have gone with me to today's club activities. An Yulun also held the mobile phone and muttered. What the hell is going on? Good to know, good to know. Suddenly, the pale green light appeared again. Moreover, this time the green light did not disappear directly, and the color was more intense than before. An Yulun did not find this light, but continued to stare at the painting on the mobile phone and sighed. On the other side, AI Ran, who was checking out, suddenly turned around and looked at the three girls in the game club. How did the evil chi on their bodies appear again? P.S. Today this book will begin to enter the recommendation process, so trouble to see the big guys here, can give me a 5-star praise. This is really important in this book. Chapter 50. Tokyo's house is completely covered in green light. Because of its barrier, the residence and the exterior become two completely isolated spaces. An Yulun also stared blankly at the photo of Megami Kato on his mobile phone. And beside him was a green-skinned monster that looked like a toad. Ha ha ha, love can't be, can't ask for, can't think, human beings always can't let go of obsession, the more you can't get it, the deeper the obsession. You think so too, right? My host. An Yulun also nodded wittily, as if the soul had left this body. That's wonderful. That's why I chose you in the vast sea of people. Long proudly stroked his big belly with his hand. You are indeed my most perfect host, you have a strong obsession, you want to change from a player to a creator, you want to get this woman in front of you, right? An Yulun also continued to nod. You've actually done a good job, and the other two women have tasted your obsession with you, and it's really delicious. It's good that you can use that to fulfill your ideals. But some time ago, there was a delicacy that disappeared for some reason. The remaining energy is not enough, I was completely resurrected, do you understand? An Yulun didn't react this time, as if he was still thinking about what Long said just now. The two-star dragon was not in a hurry, and after An Yulun also nodded again, he got close to An Yulun and continued to bewitch. Or you and I are one, so that you can not only get everything you want, but also enjoy the pleasure of human wailing forever like our evil dragon. This time, An Yulun's originally numb face suddenly became vicious, and his body was shaking violently. Long sighed, it seems that the time is not ripe now. Thanks to An Yulun, he also suddenly had a strong obsession, which gave him a chance to manifest himself. But now, the power is no longer enough. The second star dragon put his big hand on An Yulun's head, and an evil force quickly rushed into his body, which soon made An Yulun quiet down. It's me who is too anxious, my host. But I know you better than anyone in the world. You will definitely choose to become one with me in the future. You are a perfect person, in order to complete your ideals, you can ignore her feelings, you can also let go of your dignity, and even you can deceive. What a beautiful and perfect quality. You're an obsessive monster like me, so let's wait and see. Saying that, the two-star dragon turned into a dark yellow dragon ball and once again integrated into An Yulun's body. Beware of that long-tailed human, he is a great threat to us, but the woman next to him seems to have the breath of a 3-star dragon, you need to find a chance to contact her. The voice of the two-star dragon completely dissipated with the green light, and then the enchantment outside was directly shattered like a mirror. An Yulun also snorted and regained consciousness, and he looked around his room suspiciously. Strange? I fell asleep just now? I moved my gaze to the phone again, and it was already 10 a.m. An Yulun also shouted, not good. I'm going to be late for work. If you are late today, you will be expelled. Divide, line. After shopping and returning to the apartment, Megami Kato, the only one who can cook, prepares lunch in the kitchen, and Shiu Kasho Majayaka beats her on the side. Ai Ran and Ying Li were driven to the living room because they would only help. Picking up a piece of potato chips and putting it in her mouth, Ying Li leaned over to Ai Ran and asked. Hentai Ai Ran, you have been in a daze since the beginning, are you thinking about some bad thoughts? What bad thoughts can I think? I didn't do anything. Ai Ran, who was thinking about things, was interrupted by Ying Lily, and looked up and down at the blonde tsundere girl in front of her with her hands crossed at the waist, showing a disdainful smile. If you can own your own airport at a young age, your family must be rich. Although Yingli and Yukinashita Yukino are about the same scale, Yukinashita Yukino Ai Ran is willing to use words like chic to describe her, as for Yingli pair. Hee. That's right, scions are such a double standard. Ying Li hugged her chest with both hands and took a step back, but she didn't want to lose to Ai Ran in momentum, so she showed her two small tiger teeth and stared at Ai Ran fiercely. What kind of eyes are you? Spreading his hands, Ai Ran didn't want to continue to line up with Ying Li, so he began to change the topic. It's nothing, don't you rush the manuscript at this time. Obviously I just got the photo I wanted. I still like to draw at home, and I always feel awkward outside. Hearing this, the corners of Ai Ran's eyes twitched unconsciously. Then why didn't you feel awkward when you painted my half-nude photos last week? And he laughed so badly. After eating a piece of potato chips again, Ying Li's mood was much happier again. You actually bought so many snacks, did you finish eating alone? I'll help you eliminate a little more today. Well, you can eat snacks as you like. But let me be quiet for a while. Ai Ran leaned back and closed her eyes. Humph. Seeing that Ai Ran took the initiative to back down, Ying Li snorted proudly. Her combat power is actually very weak, and in the countless encounters with Kasho Majayaka Shiu, there are few times when she wins. But in front of Ai Ran, she can always have an absolute advantage. Sighing helplessly, after not being disturbed by Ying Li, Ai Ran began to perceive it again. Anu Lunyi's breath disappeared from this world. Several people in the game club have evil aura on them, so no matter how far apart they are, Ai Ran can always quickly find them. But from just now, Ai Ran couldn't sense his breath, as if he had disappeared from this world. Several times Ai Ran was ready to visit Tokyo. The evil aura on Megami Kato and Hydri Sawamura is also more intense. This phenomenon did not appear in Kasho Majayaka Shiu, probably because of Ai Ran's previous intervention. Faced with this strange situation, Ai Ran originally wanted to continue to ask the Realm King God, but this idea was vetoed by him the moment it appeared. Ai Ran has discovered that the words of this third-rate god are basically not very reliable. Her business level is estimated to be inferior to the Realm King God of the 7th universe, Xian. First, it was said that Dragon Ball must be in love to purify, and as a result, a man appeared in the host. Later, at the incident of Yakoshita Yukino, she said that it would be good to stay quiet for a year, but it didn't take long for the Sangxing dragon to run out. Later, it was said that the two-star dragon could not kill people before it was completely resurrected, and as a result, Kashomi Hills Shiu's life energy was lost in large quantities, and he almost died. This mouth is like opening the light. Cherish life, or stay away from unreliable gods. You still have to rely on yourself for your own work. Suddenly, Anu Lunyi's breath appeared in Ai Ran's perception again. Chapter 51. Anu Lunyi's aura did not change in particular. But Ai Ran still faintly felt that it was not good. His perception of Qi had become perfect, and if nothing happened, it was absolutely impossible to perceive such a thing. What happened to Anu Lun? Ai Ran couldn't figure it out, and she couldn't continue to think about it. Because, the two wrongdoers of Kasho Majayaka Shiu and Yingli Li don't know why they started to line up again. Ai Ran opened his eyes in helplessness, and the two faced off not far from him. Kashoma Jayakashiu hugged her chest with both hands, relying on the advantage of her height, and looked at Yingli condescendingly. So far, you haven't even been able to come up with the first draft. Do you really want to finish Flash Girl when you enter this club? Sawamura Spencer Irie-san. Don't call me by name. Black Silk Fat Woman. Have you accomplished a lot? Of course. Kashoma Jayakashiu laughed proudly. The first draft of the heroine part has been completed, and Lun Yejun also said okay. The work on your side is the priority. Lun Ye-kun. Yingli Li looked at Kashoma Jayakashiu with a puzzled expression. Sure enough, something is wrong with this black silk fat woman today. It is always your opponent who knows yourself best, and the nerve-strapped English pair is a good interpretation of this. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with my statement? Kashoma Jayakashiu sat down on the sofa, which happened to be where Yingli was just now. Ai Ran silently moved to the side. You two fight not to harm the innocent, what are you doing so close? Gee. Kashoma Jayakashiu continued to stare at Yingli, and her feet unconsciously began to shake. I definitely won't delay the progress, besides, Kato just started learning programming today, and it will take time to get started. Indeed, until now, Yingli Li has not put pen, so under the weakness of the heart, she quickly fell into the downside in terms of momentum. However, Yingli still gritted her teeth and stared at Kashoma Jayakashiu, gesturing unyieldingly. Today, this black silk fat woman made it clear that she had taken the wrong medicine, and she obviously didn't provoke her, she just sat on the sofa and ate potato chips. And Lun is not here today. Ai Ran watched speechlessly as the two people continued to talk about each other. Sure enough, Yingli Li can only gain the upper hand when facing Ai Ran, but she loses after only a few rounds against Kashoma Jayakashiu. At this time, Megami Kato quietly walked to the living room. Senior sister Kashoma Jayaka, Sawamura-san, Ai Ran-kun, it's time to eat. Irie and Kashoma Jayakashiu, who were addicted to the poisonous tongue in the line, were startled by this sudden sound, and only then remembered the existence of Megami Kato. Kashoma Jayakashiu waved his hand with interest, and said very angrily, "Humph, let's let you go this time, blonde defeated dog-san." Ying! Li Li grinned at the little tiger tooth, "A Kashoma no Jayakashiu." It was obviously rubbed on the ground, because Megami Kato's appearance interrupted the output of Kashoma Jayakashiu. Normal people should have self-aware opportunities to escape, but Irie just gritted his teeth and refused to admit this defeat in front of Kashoma Jayakashiu. Megami Kato put the food on the table and said lightly, "The relationship between senior sister Kashoma Jayaka and Irie is really good. Who has a good relationship with her?" Ying Li glanced awkwardly. "Okay, let's eat first. Ai Ran-san, can you help me get the food out of the kitchen? It's too much, it's a bit of a struggle." "Well, I happen to be hungry too." Ai Ran, who had been a little unbearable for a long time, hurriedly walked towards the kitchen, but halfway through, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. How did Kato's tone just now seem like she was the mistress of this house? Divide, line. After eating, Kashoma Jayakashiu began to improve the plot of the heroine's line, and later she also planned to add the childhood sweetheart line, the junior sister line. As for the senior sister line that she cared about the most, it had been cut by her. If it weren't for the fact that the operating expenses of the society were all provided by Ai Ran, Kashoma Jayakashiu even wanted to write only one heroine line. The so-called other branch lines are not important at all, and even the most basic foil may not be counted. After all, planners don't care. As if stimulated by the poetry of Kashoma Jayakashiu, Yingli also began to draw honestly. I have to say that Yingli, who entered the working state, is completely two people from before. That idyllic appearance made Ai Ran couldn't help but look at it a few more times. What a good girl, it's a pity that she has an extra mouth. In order to familiarize herself with Gal Game's game mechanics, Megami Kato found a game and started playing. AI Ran, who had nothing to do, stood behind her and watched Megami Kato play games. The apartment was quiet again after a long absence. An hour later. I love you. Well, Hitomi-kun, we love you too. Yokomai-chan, Kashumino-chan, Iko-chan, Yoko-chan, Yoko-chan, Yoako-chan, Yoko-chan, Ika-chan, from now on, let's live happily together. Under the full moon, on the beach with a bonfire, the boy and 7 super beautiful girls with different looks made a lifelong promise here. Happy end. Game over. AI Ran blinked, he hadn't been able to slow down yet. Then he stared at Megami Kato again, rubbed his eyes and then looked at the game screen. This is the hardest harem ending for all ages love games. This. Is something wrong? I don't know when Ying Lily, who sneaked behind AI Ran, laughed and patted AI Ran's shoulder, what can be wrong? Look, that is, your game level is too low, bad, and June. Kato cleared the level and not you cleared the level, what are you proud of? Ignoring the golden retriever, AI Ran looked at Megami Kato in disbelief and asked, Kato, are you really playing gal game for the first time? Megami Kato replied calmly, if memory serves, I should be playing this game for the first time. Can you play the harem line perfectly the first time you play? The blank may not be yet, but could it be that Megami Kato is actually the reincarnation of Grandpa Tong? After all, the male protagonist in the game is also called Hitomi. No, it should be the reincarnation of Asuna, this technique is really powerful. Maybe it's because the so-called only women understand women's hearts best. As soon as the words came out, AI Ran immediately vetoed what he had just said. No, the one who does gal game is usually an uncle who does not have a girlfriend. Roar! Does AI Ranjun think that the members of our club are also uncles who don't have girlfriends? Xia! Saikyo Shiu teased AI Ran, and her eyes flashed with a strange look. Chapter 52. Shiu Kashomajayaka didn't know what was wrong with her. But before lunch, she couldn't help but get upset when she saw Irie sitting next to AI Ran. Just now, seeing AI Ran talking and laughing with Yingli, and praising Megami Kato's game skills, it made her even more irritable, and finally couldn't help interrupting the conversation between AI Ran and Yingli and Megami Kato. Although she was already convinced that she didn't like Aaron, but I don't know why, I can't see him contact with other girls. Is this the drawbridge effect? Because AI Ran saved herself, this is why this feeling occurs? Kashomajayaka Shiu couldn't help but hesitate. AI Ran, who felt that he had said the wrong thing, looked at Shiu Kashomajayaka embarrassedly, our club should be a special case, everyone is a very cute girl. Oshiwa Kashomajayaka pulled a long note, and then turned his attention to the script creation. She didn't dare to continue talking to AI Ran. If everything that is happening now is only because of the suspension bridge effect, Shia Kashomajayaka would not be so nervous, but what if it is not? Kashomajayaka Shiu did not dare to continue thinking about it. Time slowly passed, late spring, the arrival of the sunset will be earlier than people's daily recognition, and Yingli Li, who finished painting a picture, stretched out. It's almost 5 o'clock. She looked at it for a while and said to everyone, let's go out to eat tonight, I have already drawn the first draft of the heroine, and the follow-up will be drawn slowly, but I don't have a clue about the material of the exterior now, I need to go out and take the material. AI Ran looked at Ying Li suspiciously, turned her head and signaled her to look at the side, as a script responsibility, which scenes are needed Kashomi Hills Shiu is the clearest. Such a simple truth, even a layman like AI Ran knows. Sawamura Hydri naturally understands, but if she wants to ask Kashomajayaka Shiu, it is impossible to kill her. Kashomajayaka Shiwa took a sip of the honey grapefruit in his hand and directly answered Yingli's question. Now she is happy to help whenever it is work that improves the progress of the game. There are 2 main plots at night, the male and female protagonists meet to buy clothes together. All the scenes are in the mall, and the corresponding scenes in the game are elevators and clothing areas. Of course, considering Lunyajan's proclivities, it is best to add a fitting room scene. Saying that, she unabashedly showed a trace of contempt. Men always like those so-called welfare plots. After moving her gaze to AI Ran, she paused. Well, there are also idiots who don't have a good head and don't like these. She recalled last Saturday, AI Ran's evaluation of the welfare plot, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Then let's hurry to the mall, and by the way, we can solve the dinner. I'm starving to death. Ying. Li touched her little belly, looking impatient. In other words, don't you snack all the time in the afternoon? Still hungry? AI Ran seems to have discovered a new continent. Does Yingli have the appearance of a scion? Yingli replied with a smug look, humph. For girls, dessert and dinner are stored in different stomachs. Hentai Aaron, you will definitely not find a girlfriend after you continue like this. Okay, then let's get out. AI Ran sighed, got up and walked towards the gate. Just now. He made a mistake in judgment. Just like Yingli pair, it should be impossible to carry the blood of scions. Divide, line. Accompanying girls shopping is a painful thing. Even Son Goku and Vegeta, who have been able to turn into Super Saiyan, can't calmly deal with this matter. AI Ran is even worse. Irie and Shiwa Kashomajayaka discussed with interest what kind of graphics were used in the game's plot, and AI Ran and Megami Kato, two laymen, sat on a bench not far away to rest. The bench can only accommodate 2 people, and Megami Kato looks calm, while AI Ran next to her is already asleep. Smelling the faint scent of locust flowers on Megami Kato's body, AI Ran easily relaxed. He tilted his head and did not touch Megami Kato. But to outsiders, it was like AI Ran leaning on Kato. At this time, Yingli just saw this scene. She quickly picked up her camera and filmed the scene. Physical contact between the male and female protagonists on the first date. This is rare material. Shiwa Kashomajayaka looked in the direction of the camera, and after seeing the appearance of AI Ran and Megami Kato, her breathing was sluggish, and her pupils contracted rapidly. Sorry, I actually fell asleep. I shouldn't have touched you, Kato. Megami Kato replied calmly, no, it should be said that AI Ran will instinctively move away every time he approaches me. Sawamura Hydri fiddled with the camera, and today her receipt was full of goods, in every sense. The photos are all taken, I will send them to the group. Wait. The chat group quickly slid down at a very fast speed, and the mobile phone prompt sound kept stopping, and suddenly showed 99+. 4 people with different voices of the prompt sound connected, as if a small concert was held, which suddenly attracted the attention of passers-by around and embarrassed everyone. Kashomajayaka Shia raised her forehead, she was really fed up with this wastewood lady. I said wait, will I still give you an award for fast hand? Get a compressed package and upload it. Sawamura Hydri also knew that he had made a mistake, but it was absolutely impossible to accept Kashomajayaka's preaching. She stubbornly lowered her head and said nothing. Shia Kashomajayaka did not continue, and she also realized that what she had just said seemed too heavy. But that scene just now. Shia Kashomajayaka exhaled softly. Tell yourself over and over again in your heart, don't care that it's just a drawbridge effect. Feeling this awkward atmosphere, Megami Kato started a circle. Okay, since today's shooting has been completed, let's go back first. Well, go back, I still have to find the most suitable material from this pile of photos. In Tokyo, Anyulun, who had been working for a day, also dragged his tired body home. As soon as he sat in front of the computer, a continuous text message alert tone appeared on his mobile phone. What is Yingli doing? Anyulun also quickly checked these photos in the group. It seems that even if he is not here today, everyone has a good participation in club activities. Suddenly, a special photo appeared in front of Anulunyi. In the photo, AI Ran leans on Megami Kato's shoulder and closes her eyes to rest, while Megami Kato looks like she enjoys it with a quiet smile. Ah! What the hell is going on? Garner is my heroine. Anulun also roared and jumped up directly from the chair. P.S. This book, entering the verification period. If you can, please give the author a 5-star review, which is really important to me. Thanks. Chapter 53. Late at night. AI Ran had just finished cultivating and was flying in the direction of the apartment. The place of cultivation has been changed to an uninhabited island overseas. After all, AI Ran is still embarrassed to release Kigong bombs near Tokyo every day. After the combat effectiveness exceeds 18,000, the power of a Kigong bomb in AI Ran's hand is no less than that of the hydrogen bomb made by the Earthlings. If you accidentally slip your hand, it is estimated that Japan will experience the scene recreation of more than 70 years ago. If you don't find a chance to talk to the people in the game club, the next club activity will be at Anulunyi's house. It's not a matter if the protagonist doesn't appear. AI Ran pondered as she flew. He is really not good at dealing with people, let alone 3 women. Suddenly, AI Ran sensed something abnormal, and Shiukasho Majayaka left the apartment for unknown reasons, and was wandering aimlessly on the street alone. What the hell is this woman up to? AI Ran let out a low sigh and sped up again. Shiukasho Majayaka lost sleep again today. Maybe one day it will become devilish. Shiwa. Kasho Majayaka smiled bitterly and continued to walk forward, as if this was the only way to dispel the boredom in his heart. Insomnia like this appeared when the first volume of Love Metronome was poorly sold and was talked about. Later, Anulun also used his social account to have a protracted verbal battle with the group of critics of the book on the internet, and used a lot of space to recommend this book he considered good to netizens. These actions brought Shiukasho Majayaka's Love Metronome back to life. It also made Kasho Majayaka Shiwa fall. She thinks Anulun is the one who understands her. From his words recommending Love Metronome, Shiukasho Majayaka can feel it. I'm such a wayward person. Shiukasho Majayaka muttered. Belly black Anulun is not a kind of willfulness. She substituted herself into Shiryujiya in Love Metronome. Wishful thinking Anulun also regarded Anulun as the male protagonist. She has always turned her inner distress into willfulness, vented to Anulunyi without consent, and then took the wayward debt as a reason to stay by his side, taking it for granted that Anulun would also read her thoughts. And so on and on and on and on and on. Unfortunately, in fact, Anulun couldn't read her either. Everything is the same as AI Ran said, it is just a character he imagined. Shiukasho Majayaka is even sure that Anulun also saw his distress text message that day. How can the read displayed on the system be deceptive? He fled. When he was ill that time, Shiukasho Majayaka suddenly realized that such willfulness was more like a compromise to stay by the side of the ethical king. It wasn't what she wanted, and she wanted someone to read the positive vision he was hiding behind this willfulness. Then, that night, in a desperate situation, AI Ran quietly appeared by her bedside again. Thinking of this, Kasho Majayaka Shia whispered again, I'm willful again. Yes, in the days after AI Ran picked her up, she distributed her willfulness towards Anulun to other boys for the first time. Then every time AI Ran came to her side in the middle of the night, Anulun was also slowly fading out of her heart. But that's not right. Shiukasho Majayaka once again firmly affirmed this view in his heart. Whether it is the suspension bridge effect or not, if you can transfer your feelings to others so easily now, what was your previous self? And this is also unfair to AI Ran Jun. Although AI Ran seems to have a very low emotional intelligence, if he doesn't mention it to him, he will definitely not feel it. Taking a deep breath, the coolness of late spring filled Shiukasho Majayaka's lungs. Go back and try to write a perfect script, which I owe to Anulun. I'm graduating this time next year, and I'll leave without any debt. As for Ai Ran. Thinking of this name, Kashomajayaka Shiu stopped, and she also owed Ai Ran. Without him that night, I guess I couldn't have survived. Compared to the physical pain, the mental torment of that night was even more unbearable. And the appearance of Ai Ran not only healed physical pains, but also healed psychological wounds. Subsequently, I transferred my emotions to him without authorization. Although Ai Ranjun doesn't want me to know, I can't act like nothing happened, I have to do something, otherwise. A cold wind blew through, and Shiu Kashomajayaka unconsciously hugged his arms. Tears also flowed again unconsciously. She stood stupidly on the side of the road like this, when suddenly a whistle sounded. A large truck stalled. The driver desperately pressed the brakes, but Shiwa Kashomajayaka was still within reach. Apparently this truck is not the one that sends people to another world, after all, that car never brakes. Shiu Kashomajayaka was already frightened, and in despair she closed her eyes, and only one thought remained in her heart. I really want to feel that warmth again. The huge whistle never stopped, and although the speed of the truck slowed down, it could never stop before touching Shiwa Kashomajayaka, and the driver closed his eyes in despair. Tonight is a must for death. Eventually, the truck stopped, there was no sound of impact, and the driver jumped out of the car in a hurry. The driver shouted, and quickly rushed back into the car. And Shiwa Kashomajayaka has disappeared in place. Divide, line. Hey! Woman, you don't sleep in the middle of the night, what are you doing? Ai Ran stopped in mid-air holding Kashomajayaka Shiu, and he looked at the woman in his arms speechlessly. Why are literary girls so strange these days? Yukino is addicted to cats and can't help himself, and he has to take Perlu with him when he comes home on weekends. Kashomajayaka Shiwa is even more strange, not sleeping in the middle of the night alone to press the road? No, I was almost crushed by the road. Kashomajayaka Shiu closed her eyes and hugged Ai Ran's neck deadly. Yes, that's this warmth, that's the taste. Am I dead? I didn't expect to be able to fulfill my last wish when I died. Dead for what? Not dead. In other words, your last wish is to find someone to hug it. Is such a simple wish to die? Not dead. Shiu Kashomajayaka slowly opened his eyes and found himself in mid-air. But unlike Yakoshita Yukino, she did not show fear, but increased the strength of her hand. Naai Ranjun, who are you? P.S. Ask for 5-star praise. Thank you for the inspiration capsule rewarded by the big guy of Fried Heaven Gangwei Wu Kiksheng, thank you for the milk tea rewarded by the big guy of the West Wind Red Candle, and thank you for the flowers rewarded by the big guy Hong Meng Zalong. Thank you all. Chapter 54. In the air, Kashomajayaka Shiu is like a book koala hugging a tree trunk. An Ai Ran flies very slowly, because Kashomajayaka Shiu straightens his waist and holds up, his chest is naturally straight, and the already small field of vision is compressed minimally. Senior Sister Kashomajayaka, can you not hold it like this? I can't see the front at all, it's dangerous to fly like this. After hearing Ai Ran's words, Xiao's Haikiu Shiu hugged Ai Ran's neck even harder, and the softness that swept on his face directly made Ai Ran speechless. She didn't want Ai Ran to see her tears. Why did you save me again? Kashomajayaka Shiu's voice was very soft, and Ai Ran, who heard this, was slightly stunned, and the matter of sneaking into her room in the middle of the night before was discovered? After all, we can be considered acquainted, we can't watch you have an accident. You better stop talking. Shiu Kashomajayaka blushed and snorted, only now she noticed how humiliating her current actions were. Every time Ai Ran spoke, a warm and moist breath would spray on her chest, as if it could penetrate her clothes and reach her heart, which had been beating since just now. Senior Sister Kashomajayaka. I really can't see the front. Ai Ran struggled for a moment, controlling the distance between his face and Kazumajaya Shiu's chest. Obediently, I was almost covered to death. Struggling to control the direction, Ai Ran flew into the apartment. Coming to the edge of the sofa, Ai Ran whispered, "Senior sister Kazumajaya, you can let go of your legs." There were still 2 people asleep in the bedroom inside. Even in his own home, Ai Ran once again experienced the feeling of being a thief. Xia Kazumajaya slowly loosened her crossed and tangled legs and touched the soft sofa. Being down to earth did not bring her much security, and only a faint loss appeared in her heart. Ai Ran slowly bent down and put her down on the sofa little by little, and the whole person almost lay on the side of Xia Kazumajaya. The heavy breathing of the 2 people broke the original tranquility in the living room. Ai Ran was covered because she was covered, and Xia Kazumajaya wanted to relieve her increasingly rapid heartbeat. "Senior sister Kazumajaya, you can let go of your hand. It's not a problem to hold your neck all the time." Kazumajaya Xia blushed, quickly let go of her hand, and turned her head to avoid Ai Ran's gaze. In the dark, the tears in the corners of her eyes shone brightly, but they were still keenly captured by Ai Ran, and her fingers gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Shyness, frustration, sadness. Moved. Countless emotions blocked Xia's throat. Before she opened her lips, Ai Ran quickly opened the distance between the 2. "What? Rest early, senior sister Kazumajaya. Everything will pass." At this time, Ai Ran forced himself to endure embarrassment, and he couldn't wait to use his feet to cut out a 3-room and 2-hall out. What did he just do? Trying his best to use a flat tone, Ai Ran said softly, "I'll go back to the room to rest first, and you will rest early." After that, he quickly walked towards his room. Looking at Ai Ran's back, Kazumajaya Xia stood for a long time, and she found that she was more and more unable to get rid of Ai Ran's warmth. Back in the bedroom, both Irie and Megami Kato slept. Xia Kazumajaya patted her toes and quietly got into her futon. "Ai Ran-kun, allow me to be willful again, if you can, please save me, please be sure." With this thought, Kazumajaya Xia slowly fell asleep. On the other side, Megami Kato, who was resting on her side, slowly opened her eyes. Divide, line. Xia Kazumajaya seems to have returned to her former appearance, and she has been curled up on the sofa all morning writing the 3rd volume of Love Metronome. She felt like she could write the 3rd volume, but when it came time to actually write what is written, but still not satisfactory. But it's different now. Ying Li, who is also a fan of Love Metronome, did not bother her very well, and hid in her room and painted. Xia Kazumajaya hummed an unknown ditty, her legs shaking restlessly. And with the tapping of the computer keyboard, a smile finally appeared on her face. As for the script of Flash Girl, everyone forgot about it for the time being. In the afternoon, just like last week, Ai Ran accompanied them to the station in Chiba City. Ying Li glared at Ai Ran in dissatisfaction, and her request for materials was rejected again this morning. "Humph. Next time we meet, I will definitely take you to eat a meal that you have never eaten before, and then you must not forget to make a model agreement for me." In the morning, Ying Li made a gambling contract with Ai Ran when she was unsuccessful. As long as Ying Li can find a delicacy that satisfies Ai Ran will make Ying Li a model for half a day. Ai Ran glanced at her contemptuously, "Joke. What food have you not seen when you go south and north? Want to draw nudes of me for a meal? Let's talk when you find it. I'll go back first, you guys wait for the train slowly." "Henty Aaron, you can rest assured that our 3 weak girls will wait for the train here." "So ungentlemanly." "Hey, I've never been a gentleman." Faced with Ying Lily's accusation, Ai Ran waved his hand indifferently and turned around to leave. "Wait." Kazumi's Hikiyoshiu suddenly called out to Ai Ran, "When the 3rd volume of Love Metronome is written, can Ai Ran-jun take a look?" AI. Ran. You actually want me to be semi-illiterate to read? Or love text? Didn't it just hug you twice? Do you want to kill people like this? AI Ran instinctively wanted to refuse, but as soon as the words reached his lips, he saw Kazumi Hill's Shield looking at him expectantly. The words that he originally wanted to say were a little unspeakable at this time, and after hesitating for a while, AI Ran turned his head awkwardly. If this book is interesting, I'll take a look. Kazumi Shiu's voice suddenly became light. At this time, AI Ran glanced at Megami Kato and Shiu Kazumi with a little meaning. I'll go first, you guys pay attention to safety. Looking at AI Ran's serious look, the latter nodded clearly. They are all in the know now, and AI Ran told them everything happened. However, Shiwa Kazumi chose to stay in order to pay off Nyiranya's debt. Megami Kato didn't know why, and had no plans to leave the club. As for Yingli Li, AI Ran glanced at a certain golden retriever who was watching around because of boredom, and then sighed. Let her go, this child is not very smart in the first place, it is better for her to continue to maintain this innocent and romantic appearance. P.S. Ask for a 5-star praise. Thank you again for the inspiration capsule rewarded by the big guy Wei Wuxiang. Thank you for the reminder of the BNM boss tip. Thank the user for 36024344 the big guy, and love the flowers that the big guy rewarded. Chapter 55. The next day after school. Yukishita Sueno's eyes closed slightly, holding a cup of black tea in her hand and taking a sip gently, and then she opened one eye and glanced at AI Ran beside her. I didn't expect that Ape-kun actually started reading love novels. AI Ran put down the novel in his hand with a calm expression. This is the work of senior sister Kazumi. She recommended it to me. This book is very well written, although most of the words AI Ran does not know much, but it is better than those textbooks. AI Ran's plan today is to read novels in the club classroom as a way to escape the pain of being forced to study by Yukinashita Yuki. This way, Yukinashita Yukino picked up the love metronome and looked at it a few times, and casually put it into AI Ran's bag. Then in AI Ran's terrified eyes, he took out a Chinese test paper. Ape-kun, you better finish this test paper before reading the novel. Why is this so? AI Ran lay on the table weakly. Today's first plan failed. Oh ha! Uihihima looks full of vitality every time he comes over. She inserted directly between AI Ran and Yukinashita Yukino, and AI Ran could only move to the side of Hijiya Hachiman. Zioxu, yesterday Yumiko said that girls' cosmetics really have to be bought. Yukinashita interrupted her. Yubihama-san, it's too close. This is good, it can enhance the relationship. Looking at the two people who were unusually close, AI Ran was a little sour. Baijiya Hachiman on the side was beaming. The savior finally came. This dog food himself is almost enough. Didn't you find that this department room, because of the existence of AI Ran and Yukinashita Yukino, all exude the sour smell of love? AI Ran looked at Hijiya Hachiman speechlessly, and initiated the Morse code for him with his eyes. What is there to be happy about? Isn't our current situation half a pound and 8 tails? If you think about it, Yubihama and Yukishita stickers, then what are the two of us? Baijigu. Hachiman's face changed instantly after seeing AI Ran's eyes. But then he reacted and glared at AI Ran with a red face. Oh! Could it be that this guy is better than Kigu? AI Ran looked at Hijiya Hachiman with a playful expression. But after all, it was no longer possible to let Yubihama be so presumptuous, and AI Ran decided to do something. Under the snow, what about my teaching? Yubihama-san, I still have to guide the apes-kun to study, can you please sit aside? So, Yukino Yukinashita and Yubihama Ui changed positions and became Yubihama by the window, and Yukino was caught in the middle. Yukinashita Yukino felt Yubihama Ui, who had been close to her left, a little hot and uncomfortable, but she couldn't help it. As a result, AI Ran's second plan today failed again. Looking at AI Ran, who had been wandering, Yuki Nashita Yukin AI said softly, Abe-kun, your grades have seriously dragged down the hind legs of the club, so I can only tutor you at your house at night. Yuki Nashita Yukino's tone was flat, but her face was very red. After all, the public said that he would go to the boy's house at night or something. AI Ran said unconvinced, so, what about this stupid Yubihama-san? Her grades? Ha 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 ha, well, it's okay, I can pass the passing line every time. What? AI Ran looked at Yubihama Ui with an incredulous expression, she could actually pass? So what should you do? The penultimate number 1, the Ape King? Under the snow, Xuanai was slightly closer to AI Ran, full of oppression. Well, my grades are poor, I do my test paper well. Don't mention that nickname to me again. AI Ran made a bitter face, supported his chin with one hand, and turned the pencil in his hand with the other. In the past, being alone with Yuki Nashita Yukino was like sitting next to a quiet and peaceful lake, and like a gentle breeze, it made people feel relaxed from the bottom of their hearts, but now with the sullen Hajiya Hachiman and the noisy Yuhihama Ui, the lake seems to have more life, and dragonflies are constantly rippling like water. But in any case, it cannot change the essence of such peaceful daily life, which is the beginning of AI Ran's step-by-step integration into the earth. Therefore, for the current state, AI Ran is inexplicably satisfied. Divide, line. Ichiki walked in the direction of the Ministry of Service. A few days ago she already knew that the senior was a member of the Ministry of Service. But how did the ministry come about? No one knew about the students, so she found the faculty room, and her strong mobility was her greatest strength. A certain iron fist leftover girl who wears a white coat all day is very interested when she finds out. He quickly walked out with the girl and asked her if she had any commission to ask the Ministry of Service. I would like to thank one of the seniors of the ministry for his help to me. Senior? Baiki Valley? No, it's Senior AI Ran. Hirotsuka Shizuan was a little surprised, that guy would actually help the junior? Could it be because you're in love? Thinking of this, Hirotsukajing instantly became unhappy, he was still single. Why are these imps all in love? I heard that Baikagu and Yubihama have been fighting hot recently, so you must find an opportunity to break them all apart. They must not be allowed to be happy before me. Hey. Thinking of this, Hirotsuka Shizuan couldn't help but let out a laugh full of resentment, and a hint of colorful feathers behind her quickly opened the distance between her and Hirotsuka Shizuan. Contaminated with this kind of leftover resentment, maybe she won't be able to marry in the future. Yo! Under the snow I came in. As always, Hirotsuka opened the door of the ministry with a big grin. Yuki Nashita Yukino sighed, she had no interest in continuing to remind the teacher who had no memory at all. Hirotsuka-sensei, is there any commission for us to do today? I'm here today mainly for this little fellow. Hirotsuka Shizuki moved her position slightly, and as Haikyuu, who was standing behind her, quickly introduced herself. Hello seniors, I'm a first-grade Ichizau. AI Ran, this one said that you helped her before and wanted to come over and thank you. Hirotsuka Shizuan said the word thanks very seriously, and secretly looked at Yuki Nashita Yukino by the way. But under the snow, Xuanai just looked at Yi Shiyu with a calm face, and then pushed AI Ran, who was about to fall asleep. Ape-kun, wake up quickly, come to you. What? AI Ran raised his head with a confused expression. Ichizau glanced at several people in the service department, except for the beautiful Yukishita Yukino, no one else had heard of it, so it was not so important, so Ichiki Yuki observed Yukino under the snow seriously, and then her heart sank. That perfect appearance makes a color feather full of pressure. And it looks like the type in the show, and learning must not be bad. So is Haiki-san, please sit down and talk. Under the snow, Xuanai's cold voice came over, and Ichikiyu couldn't help but shrink his head. Chapter 56. Shizuki Hirotsuka took Ichize to the classroom of the Ministry of Service and left directly. Although she is a counselor in the Ministry of Service, she has always adhered to the stalking policy. Yi Shiyu sat down opposite Ai Ran and said to him, "Senior, thank you for your help before." "Help? When was this? Do we know each other?" Ai Ran looked at Yi Shiyu with a confused expression. He had no impression of this girl at all. It was 2 weeks ago on Sunday, near Chiba Station. Ai Ran looked down and recalled for a while. "In this way, it turns out that it was you at that time. I have already received your thanks. There is no need to keep this matter in mind. This is not a good memory for you." Ai Ran waved his hand indifferently and continued to study the Chinese language test paper in front of him. Seeing Ai Ran's unconcerned look, Yi Ciu hesitated for a while and continued, "Actually, I also have a commission that I want to ask everyone." Yukishita Yukino handed her a cup of black tea with a disposable paper cup. "So, is Heiki-san, what is your commission?" "Thank you, I want to make some real friends in school." On the side, Hichiya Hachiman complained in his heart. "Isn't it good for you to go to the current group for this kind of thing? They often don't refuse other people's requests, so you look good when you look dressed. Such beautiful girls are often very sought after. Why come to our club where all members are not good at socializing?" Yukinashita Yukino coughed twice. "Ahem, is it? So can you be specific, what friends do you want to find?" Hearing this, Ai Ran tilted his head and looked at Yukinashita Yukina speechlessly. "Don't hold on any longer, okay? This commission is already beyond the norm for you." "Ah, then it's my turn to appear." Yubi Hamayui crossed his hands at his waist, looking proud. "I'll introduce you to Yumiko, they know, everyone is a good person." Hijiya Hachiman reminded, "If you make friends, it's probably better to be in the same grade." Ichize quickly interrupted Hijiya Hachiman's words, "Actually, the senior ones can also be." Then she turned her gaze to Yukinashita Yukina, "Can you do me this favor?" Yukishita Yukino lowered his head and pondered for a while, then nodded, "Is Heiki-san, we accept your commission." Minutes, divide, line. Tokyo Toyonoki High School. Sawamura Spencer Irie felt a little tired. She had already yawned several times during the afternoon class. If it weren't for the fact that she was the perfect eldest lady, she would have been unable to hold on. It's no wonder, after all, in order to keep the game's production from stalling due to the original art problem, she has been playing with the liver since Saturday. She didn't play games at all. And she went to bed after 4 o'clock in the morning today. And to be honest, she didn't be late for school today and made her think it was a miracle. Fortunately, the time and effort paid off well, and after drawing an unknown number of drafts, she finally drew the character picture that she thought was the heroine of the game. For her, this is a satisfactory work, although it is still only some simple first drafts, but the basic demeanor consciousness and indifferent feeling that the heroine should have on the picture are very much in line with the text description of Shiukasho Majayaka and the requirements that Anulun also conveyed to her. After her school. After patiently waiting for a while to confirm that no one was on the second floor of the teaching building, she trotted all the way to the multimedia classroom with her laptop and saw Nyiranya and Shiukasho Majayaka, who had already arrived. The two sat in their seats on either side of the classroom, both looking down at their books. "The concept of time is really bad. Obviously you happily asked us to see the original design of the heroine, but you were 10 minutes late. What's going on here?" Shiu Kasho Majayaka heard the voice, closed the book in his hand, and complained casually. Who rejoiced? Kasho Majayaka Shiu, you guy. Ying Li was a little annoyed. This black silk fat woman could always easily make her fry her hair instantly. "Well, everyone is a companion of a club, so don't be so angry." "Ah." Ying Li was startled by the sudden sound behind her, and jumped far away in an instant, almost throwing out the laptop she was holding in her arms. Looking back, it was Megami Kato with a smile and a smiling and sinister expression. When did she come behind me? How did I not notice at all? At this time, An Yulun also spoke. That's right, in short, let's take a look at your confident work by Yingli pair, it should be a great original painting. Irie nodded, put the laptop on a table, tuned it to the original painting she had designed, and handed it to them. Lun will definitely be satisfied this time, Yingli has this confidence. How? Irie stood aside with her arms folded, trying to make herself less urgent. Not bad, it's a cute girl who looks like it's good, I think it's great, if you become a heroine, many people will like it, Yingli is really powerful. Megami Kato's gaze left the computer screen and was the first to give an affirmative evaluation. Although it's only the first draft, it's much better than the one in AI Ranjun's house before. Shiakazu Majayaka cut the hammer into the long hair of the joint test, and did not directly say a word of admiration, but the meaning in it was already self-evident. Ying Li understood this guy's personality, so she was also very useful at the moment to hook the corners of her mouth, but after a moment she reacted. Isn't his own reaction like a child who is simply happy when praised by his parents? So she immediately converged her excited reaction, pretended to cough, and her eyes fell on An Yulun, who was still staring at the computer screen. Lun, what do you think? Hey! I think it's great, Yingli's painting is still so perfect, it's just. Ying Li furrowed the corners of her good-looking eyebrows, and her originally excited heart gradually sank. Don't get me wrong, the heroine of the painting is perfect and impeccable, and I, a layman, can't fault a single flaw at all. An Yulun was also a little nervous. This time, unlike the script that rejected Shiwakazu Majayaka 2 weeks ago, Irie's painting is indeed perfect, but... Looking at Ying Lily's gradually cooled face, An Yulun still gritted his teeth and said his thoughts. It's just that this original painting can't resonate with my heart. I don't think it's the image I want for the heroine of the game, and it's a little different from the image I expect to convey to the player. Shiwakazu Majayaka showed a playful smile and silently returned to his original seat. Megami Kato followed Shiwakazu Majayaka step by step, leaving only Yazu Yiranya and Irie to continue to discuss the issue of the original painting. Irie took a deep breath, the positive emotions that Kato and Kazu Majayaka had given her before had all disappeared, she suppressed the unhappiness in her heart and kept her mind as calm as possible, and also asked An Yulun. Then can you tell me, is there something wrong? Sorry, Irie, I can't tell what is bad. An Yulun also shook his head, forced by Ying Lily's momentum to choose not to look at the other party's eyes, turned his head and put his gaze on the computer screen again. But such a character image did not make me feel moved, that is, I met Garner classmate on the slope before, it was the heartwarming feeling of encountering fate like fate. Anyi-san. Megami Kato, who was sitting in the corner of the classroom with Shiwakazu Majayaka, suddenly stood up, she looked solemnly at Anyiranya. Her indifferent expression had long disappeared, and she frowned and tried to maintain a natural voice. My name is Megami Kato, not Garner. Chapter 57. Garner no, Kato. An Yulun also seemed to be frightened by Megami Kato's seriousness, and couldn't help but take half a step back. After hesitating for a while, Megami Kato's indifferent voice appeared again in the multimedia classroom. I'm sorry, Anyi-san, I was a little unwell today, so I left first. After that, Megami Kato was picked up her bag and walked straight out. An Yulun also looked a little lost, the hand on the table gradually clenched, and the next moment he stood up. I'll apologize. Just as An Yulun was also about to leave, Kazumi Hills Shiu slowly spoke, Wait, Lun Yejun, have you forgotten something? Today's main task is to finalize the first draft of the heroine with Ying Li, and then discuss the issue of community funding by the way, right? Even if there are AI Ranjun's funds, you must always come up with a reasonable fund-use plan. But Kato, as the heroine, is not here now, at least until the next time everyone is there. When is the next time? Shiukasho Majayaka turned the page of the book spread out on his legs, his gaze did not move in the slightest. Originally, we didn't have a lot of time, almost 2 months have passed since you first had the idea of making games, and many important things have not made the slightest progress. Did you really want to make games when you founded this club? Kasho Majayaka Shiu's words did not leave a trace of emotion, not only because she was eager to complete the game and pay off Anu Lunyi's debt, but also according to AI Ran's description of the abilities of the 2 planets. The intelligent Kasho Majayaka Shiwa has more speculation, is the so-called evil dragon hinting at Anyiranya, so that he has not been able to complete the game, hanging Kato, Iri, and himself? Facing Syazhiki Shiu's inquiry, Anu Lun also said excitedly, of course. I want to share the emotion I gained that day with everyone, the game is the best vehicle to reflect that emotion, and my heart is undoubted. Very good momentum, so please tell me, since the establishment of the club, how much progress has we made towards your goals? Is there a 10th distance? This. Anu Lun was also speechless for a while. Fine sweat broke out on his forehead. Shiakasho Majayaka sighed, there are many things in this society that cannot be delved into because they can't get the kind of answers they want. Forget it, don't talk about this, back to the beginning of the topic, today we have to finalize the first draft, and there is also the issue of club funding. Then I'll go and call Kato back, and everyone together. There is no need for that, Iri and I are the main creators, so there is no need to trouble Kato-san about this for the time being, and I think it's better to let her be alone for a while now. Anu Lun was also persuaded and sat down again, I know. Let's talk about the funding of the society first. Iri does not want to discuss the issue of the original painting now. Anu Lun also said that she didn't understand at all, and she was not at the scene that Tianlun and Kato's encounter that day, and even if she was at the scene, it was impossible to know his mental activities specifically. Just like those parties I met before, they always said that this version was not good, and they had to see the next version. Is it the same as that paragraph, dozens of versions to look at, or the original version is the best? The point is, those who give money what are you doing now? For his own romance, paint his childhood sweetheart who has a crush on another woman and what another woman calls the encounter of fate? At this moment, Ying Li suddenly felt that she was cheap. Of course, at this point, Kasho Majayaka Shiu and herself are also half a pound and 8 taels, and the script is still written by her. No, Shiwa Kasho Majayaka doesn't seem to like Lunya anymore, otherwise he wouldn't have just now. Thinking of this, Ying Li looked at Kasho Majayaka Shiu with a puzzled expression. What really happened during this time? Realizing that she was not thinking about these things yet, Ying Li took a deep breath again, calmed down, and slowed her tone. I am only an original artist, not a psychologist, and there is no way to reverse the inference from Lunyi's ambiguous words to get the correct result. So, don't make me think hard and guess and try, give me some specific ideas for painting, or make some constructive suggestions. For example, on this painting, what makes you dissatisfied is because of the heroine's face shape, eye size, body proportions, or clothing. Put in order. After you know this, let's talk about the original painting. Hearing Ying Li's words, Kasho Majayaka Shiu slightly hooked the corners of his mouth on the side, and then reopened the book in his hand and spread it on the fleshy thigh that was completely wrapped in black silk. Then let's talk about the funding of the community first. AI Rankun previously provided 1 million yen, and also provided us with a meeting place for the weekend and all other expenses. We also need to calculate the cost in detail, and confirm with him when the game will be made, how to sell it, and how to divide it after the sale is completed. Even if Iri and I cannot talk to you about money in our previous friendship, AI Ran and Kato-san are not obliged to do so, I hope you understand this. Lunyi-kun. Hearing AI Ran's name, An Yulun also felt dissatisfaction in his heart. Suppressing his emotions, he looked at Shiu Kazumajayaka. Senior sister Shiu, then, how much does it cost to make this game? Shiu Kazumajayaka felt that he had no way to continue reading calmly. Lunyejun, have you really not thought about this at all? I just wanted to get the game out quickly, and I didn't have time to think about it so much. It's nice to want to make a game quickly, but funding is the most important thing. The copywriting and original manuscript are in charge of me and Iri Ri, and even Kato can learn programming. But background music, voice actors, and game optimization cannot be done by us, and enthusiasm is not omnipotent, so the appearance of AI Ranjun helped us solve the core problem. I calculated that if we could make the game before the summer vacation, we would have at least 5 million yen. And the more you delay, the more you spend. I am also a candidate, at most to help you before the summer vacation, and I am powerless later. 5 million. It's only 2 months until summer vacation. Let's think more from the producer's point of view. Lunya-kun, making games is not something that can be done well when you want to do it with a hot head. I hope to see an accurate budget for the club on the weekend, and I can't accept that because of your own ideal. Let AI Ranjun's funds be invested in a bottomless pit indefinitely. Ignoring Anyiranya's surprise and wail, Shiwa Kazumajayaka left the classroom after speaking. Iri bit her lower lip lightly, and also left with Shiwa Kazumajayaka. Leaving Anyulun alone in the classroom, he muttered. How did it suddenly become like this? You and I haven't seen each other for a week. Why did it suddenly become like this? Anyulun was also a little panicked, and things were galloping in a direction that he couldn't control. He squeezed the table tightly and roared, "Three-dimensional is really a bad garbage game." Then a voice sounded in his head. You finally found out? Do you want to consider becoming one with me, so that you can get everything you want, and our Dragon Ball is a treasure that fulfills the wishes of others? Anyulun also shook his head and said dissatisfiedly, I haven't failed yet. Is it? The two-star dragon no longer spoke, but the fusion had already begun, but Anyulun had not yet discovered it. P.S. At the beginning of the next chapter, the protagonist begins to pry the English pear. Watch me operate. Chapter 58. A restaurant in Tokyo heard the owner's roar. Anyi. If you lose your mind again, check out and leave. You've served the wrong dish several times today. Anyulun also shrunk his head and bowed to the shopkeeper. Sorry boss, don't fire me. I'm going to save up for new games. The shopkeeper sighed and said helplessly. Forget it, it's almost time to leave work. You pack up and get ready to leave work, do a good job tomorrow, and remember not to be late again. Yes, thank you boss. Anyulun also wiped the sweat on his head. Today he has indeed been wandering. Megami Kato left the multimedia classroom angrily, which was not a small blow to him. The heroine in Gal game will never treat the male protagonist like this. Reality is a fucking garbage game. Scolding in a low voice, Anyulun also began to pack up his things. In a coffee shop across the road, AI Ran sat by the window. What's going on? Suddenly I can't sense Anyulunyi's breath at all. AI Ran finished the coffee in his hand in one sip and frowned. Sure enough, it was still so bitter. If this thing is not sugary, it is like brushing a pot of water. Henti Aaron. You asked me to take you to Lunyi to work here to peek here? Ying. Li, who was wearing a green tracksuit, gently kicked AI Ran's calf in dissatisfaction. The current Yingli pair and the usual she are completely different. A thick pair of black-framed glasses and a slightly old but clean green tracksuit. This sportswear was her middle school outfit, and although she was distressed that it still fits, it is one of her favorite loungewear. AI Ran glanced at Yingli Li and said helplessly. I didn't peep, I said that I went directly to the shop where Anyi worked, or did you have to pull me here? I'm wearing this now. How to meet people? And I don't want to see him now. Sawamura Iri put a small piece of mousse cake in his mouth, and the dessert can make people feel good, and Iri pear proves this to Ai Ran very well. At the moment when the cake entered his mouth, Yingli's originally bitter little face instantly stretched. After An Yulun's breath disappeared, Ai Ran thought of Yingli Li for the first time. After all, the two are childhood sweethearts, and Yingli Li definitely knows where An Yulun also works. It's just that she didn't expect her to come out dressed like this, and something seemed to have happened between Yingli and An Yulun. Could it be that An Yulun's breath suddenly disappeared? Thinking of this, Ai Ran tentatively asked, "You quarreled with An Yi? Or did something else happen?" Yingli Li's character Ai Ran still knows a little. If he doesn't take the initiative to ask, this golden retriever Tsundere will not say it. After all, she had just helped herself, and it was about Dragon Ball. Let's just care. It's the original painting, and the original painting of the heroine I prepared on the day off didn't pass. And I still don't know what the reason for the denial is. Iri lowered her head, and her dazzling golden double ponytail hung down in front of her with her movements. While eating dessert, she slowly said what happened in the multimedia classroom in a statement tone, and showed Ai Ran the original character picture with her mobile phone halfway. In the end, Yingli pursed her lips slightly, thinking of her friendship with An Yulun when she was a child, and still soft-hearted and wanted to defend him. As for Lun Yi, he has been working hard recently. At least he still holds the position of producer, responsible for game planning and plot design. Ai Ran thought for a while, glanced at Yingli Li and said, "This way. Perhaps, I don't know much about An Yi. However, since Yingli has made such a judgment, maybe Yingli is right in your idea. This is a lie. An Yulun is indeed too much. Since as a producer, the preliminary preparation work should be done well, and the image and character of the heroine should be in mind, but why can't he even say the most basic requirements when he faces the painter? As the person in charge, he has the right to decide whether all content is adopted or not, but while exercising his rights, he also has the obligation of the producer. An Yulun is not your food and clothing parents, and the second is not your gold lord father. Why should you deny your own efforts and force yourself to accommodate such a stupid beep who does nothing and only talks empty? In other words, I am the Golden Lord Father. They. Above is what Ai Ran wants to say. But the other party also has expectations for An Yulun, and the original intention of the establishment of that game club is still a wish to fight and be beaten. What's more, there doesn't seem to be a Dragon Ball clue here. Therefore, Ai Ran came to the conclusion that this is a relationship problem between the two of them, not something that they should worry about. It's better to be honest and listen to a tree hole where secrets won't leak out. Although Ai Ran still felt quite fucked. After listening to Ying Lily's story and knowing the ins and outs of the matter, even Ai Ran, an outsider, surged with an unspeakable sense of grievance. At this time, Ai Ran saw An Yulun also come out of the restaurant opposite. Ying Li pair, it's not early, I still have something to talk about today, let's talk about it here first. Thank you for your help today, I will treat you to delicious food on Saturday. Hey? But I want to sit here for a while. For the expectations that emerged in Ying Li's eyes, Ai Ran chose to turn a blind eye. Is it? Then you rest here for a while, and I'll leave first, but it's almost dark, and it's not safe for you to stay outside as a girl, so it's better to go back early. Ai Ran stood up and prepared to leave, and when he was about to move, he hesitated for a moment and then said, Ying Li, although you are an idiot, in this matter, I think the party with the problem is not you. No matter where your starting point is, learn to verbalize unreasonable requests. Who is stupid? After hearing the answer she wanted to hear, the emotionally warmed Ying Li returned to her arrogant nature. Ai Ran smiled at her and left the cafe. On the other side, An Yulun had just left the restaurant, and the voice of the two-star dragons sounded in his head. An Yi, I feel that there is a lot of negative energy in one place, let's hurry over. Don't let me go to any morgue this time. Strange using. An Yulun was also a little reluctant. That day, after seeing the photo of Kato and Aaron, he made a deal with Erxing Ryu in anger. However, that night, Erxing Long fooled him into the morgue, which made An Yi always have palpitations. Now this said again? No, I feel that there is a lot of greed over there. Where does the greed of the dead come from? We are collaborators now. As long as I revive me, I will definitely be able to create a real two-dimensional world for you and that girl named Kato. You have to believe me. Chapter 59. After AI Ran left, Ying Li sat alone in the cafe thinking about what AI Ran had just said. However, thinking about it, Ying Li Pair can leave himself nothing but a wry smile. AI Ran was right, he wanted to refuse unreasonable requests with words, but it was An Yulun who made the request. Lun also likes Megami Kato. Irie knows this. As a gal game who only plays childhood sweethearts, Ying Li has also been observing An Yulunya's choice before. She knows exactly under what consciousness she would make that choice. And Lun also chooses the option of always being a classmate. And only Megami Kato in the game community fits this image. Even now the development of this game is actually a disguised confession by An Yulun to Megami Kato. As the daughter of a diplomat, Irie's emotional intelligence has always been not low, but she is willing to live like this as a carefree person. So all this is actually known. But even so, she still chose to join in, hoping that she and An Yulun would also become a relationship in elementary school again, or even closer to becoming lovers. A girl's love must be such a thing. At this time, Irie suddenly noticed a figure wearing black silk walking by the bed, and she quickly ran out of the cafe and stopped her. Kazumajayaka Shiwa. Shiwa Kazumajayaka turned around, and after finding that the visitor was Irie Pair, he showed a mocking smile. Oh? I actually saw you here, Sawamura Spencer Irie. She could probably guess the purpose of Yingli's search for her, and today's words from her own club may be a thunderbolt for Yingli, splitting her cognition of the relationship between people. Therefore, when school was over, Shiwa Kazumajayaka deliberately avoided Irie Pair, but he didn't expect to run into it here again. Shiwa Kazumajayaka, you are very strange during this time. Are you okay? It's okay, the work is progressing well, just now I drank afternoon tea and ate dessert, and I had a good day today. Hey! Ying Li was stunned, and her double ponytail trembled. Gritting her teeth, Irie decided not to bend anymore, and she wasn't good at this herself. What do you mean by what you said at the club this afternoon? Literally. What literally? Kazumajayaka Shiu couldn't help but raise his forehead, sighing that Yingli Pair was also the type that had to be said clearly. Yingli pouted. At this time, Kazumajayaka Shiu was not so strange, similar to her impression, just as annoying. What? Look impatient. It's okay, Kazumajayaka Shiwa waved his hand and continued. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with what I said in the community? My only thought was to get the game done quickly. Really? Irie Li's face was full of disbelief. People change, Sawamura-san. The memories in his eyes receded like a tide, and Shiu Kazumajayaka's eyes were no longer restrained. Shibetsu should be impressed by the 3 days. It has been a long time since our previous events, and it is time for Sawamura-san to update his inherent cognition. Hey! Ying Li frowned. When I joined this club, I did have the idea of going further with Lun Yejun, but then I thought clearly that what I needed was never him, and now all I want is to do this game well from beginning to end. Don't need Lunya. Irie looked at Shiu Kazumajayaka in disbelief, and carefully asked the question she wanted to know the most. Kazumajayaka, you gave up? Well, I gave up just last week. Although Sawamura-san is an idiot, I have been very clear since the afternoon. Last week? Irie muttered. The most powerful explanation for giving up is that there are people you like. Kazumi's Haikyuu was sick at home last week and never came to school, and Anulun also played at home for 3 days. Originally Yingli still felt that the two of them were tired before, but later she found that the two people had not contacted each other at all. Went to Ai Ran's house together on the weekend, and Kashumi Hills liked Ai Ran? Indeed, a lot of the things she found strange on the weekend made sense. Kashuma Jayaka you love hentai Aaron? Hearing Ai Ran's name, a trace of fascination flashed in Kashuma Jayaka Shiu's eyes, but it was quickly pressed back to the bottom of her heart. He still has debts that he has not paid off, and now is not the time to mention this matter, which is unfair to Ai Ranjun. I don't like it, but I think Ai Ranjun is still very interesting, and I still have some good feelings for him. I haven't liked it yet. Yingli Li feels that things are not so simple, and it is not simple to make Kashuma Jayaka Shiu say the 3 words have a good feeling in his mouth, and he can almost do this fact. After being a wrongdoer for so long, when he suddenly knew that his opponent liked another person, and that person was still Ai Ran, who had just drunk coffee with him, Ying Lily had mixed feelings in her heart. Ai Ran is actually quite good, and her figure is also very good. And they will deliberately let me when they quarrel. I should be happy if I have one less opponent. Xia Kashuma Jayaka folded her arms and revealed a meaningful smile. She told Yingli directly about this for a reason. Everyone likes good things, but when this good thing is an affection, especially when there is Yukino fighting under the snow, she can't do a good job of planning ahead. For some reason, Irie felt that she felt worse about Kashuma Jayaka, especially when she saw that the corners of her mouth did not hide a happy smile, and she felt that she was showing off her power as a victor. Kashuma Jayaka Shiwa waved his hand at Irie. Goodbye Sawamura-san, see you at school tomorrow. With that, she left with brisk steps. I should be happy if I have one less opponent. Looking at the back of Shiwa Kashuma Jayaka, Irie said the same thing in her heart again. Divide, divide, line. Anulun also followed the instructions of Erxinglong and came to a large game hall. Although it is called a game hall, in addition to a few game arcade machines at the door to decorate the facade, there are all kinds of pachinko gambling machines neatly arranged inside, and a group of middle-aged people sit in front of this bullet gambling machine with empty eyes. Mu ran stuffed glass balls into the machine, and then mechanically manipulated the lever. Anulun also stood at the door of the game hall, his face a little ugly. The greed you said is here. Of course, what a wonderful taste. Everyone in it is full of greed, and human desire is the medium through which I absorb energy. It was so perfect. You actually want me to be a high school student here. That's more excessive than you told me to go to the morgue before, okay? Anulun also said angrily, as an otaku, he can still distinguish between a game hall and a gambling hall. What's the rush? And didn't let you gamble money. Erxinglong and Anulun can also be said to be of the same heart now, and they can naturally sense his thoughts. Aren't there still various game consoles over there? Wouldn't it be nice if you just find a machine to play with for a while and let me absorb the energy quietly? You know, your wish can only be fulfilled if I am fully resurrected. It only takes a few hours. Anulun also struggled for a long time with an ugly face, and finally he sighed and walked towards the game hall. Chapter 60. Anulun also exchanged a few game coins and sat in front of an arcade machine. He observed his surroundings uneasily, praying not to meet acquaintances. As a heavy two-dimensional mansion, he was already notorious for giving others Amway comics and games at Toyo's Heike High School regardless of the occasion. If you are also found by acquaintances appearing in such a gambling place. Anulun was already a little afraid to think about it. The expression is naturally a little unyi, the appearance of you as a thief will make others doubt. Anulun also drank low without anger. You said it is simple. Don't worry, just absorb some energy, these people will be fine. Erxinglong's tone is very casual, and what he is best at is hiding himself. Until it is truly resurrected, it will never carry out large-scale killings that lead to its own discovery. Sure enough, after hearing the words of the two-star dragons, Anulun also pushed his black-framed glasses, stuffed a coin into the game console and began to play. An hour later, the night sky, which was still cloudless, began to rain lightly. The voice of the two-star dragon sounded in Anulunyi's mind again. Not bad, not bad, these greedy humans really provided me with a lot of energy, we can go Anyi. After seeing that those humans who were absorbed by the two-star dragon did not have any abnormalities, Anulun also breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. And after he stood up, he hurriedly merged into the crowd on the street with his head down, and walked in the direction of his home. On the way, Anulun also asked suspiciously, "How long will it take for you to be resurrected?" "Soon." Erxing said perfunctorily, and then fell silent again. At the top of the building opposite the game hall, Ai Ran held a straight bone umbrella, frowning and staring at Anulunyi's back tightly, falling into deep thought. Divide, divide, line. On the other side, Ying Li supported her bicycle, standing alone in the doorway of a grocery store. The sky was grey, and the continuous drizzle was not large, not a heavy rain, but not the extent of gritting her teeth and braving the rain to go home. When is it going to go down? It's dark. Irie turned and looked inside the grocery store, but unfortunately, although the store has a full range of products, it does not sell umbrellas. If I hadn't talked to Shiakasho Majayaka, I might have been home by now. Ying Li lowered her head, facing such a rainy night alone made her a little scared. Sawamura-san. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Ying. Li raised her head and shouted in surprise, "Hentai Aaron! Let's go, I'll give you a ride." Hey? Didn't you go to Lun yet? How did it end up here? How did you end up here? Still not sensing your breath, don't worry about you coming to take a look. Then see you standing here stupidly motionless. Just happened to pass by here, let's go, this rain will not stop in a short time, it's not good for you to stay here and get cold. Hey, this. Ying Li hesitated. So this is a suitable umbrella, right? It's bad if it's seen by someone at school. Of course, Ai Ran didn't know what Ying Li was thinking, he directly opened the umbrella and came to Ying Li's side. Wait! Ying Li shouted. Quickly untied her signature double ponytail, and the blonde hair that was still dazzling in the cloudy day flowed down like silk, adding a gentleness under the rain to her tsundere and lively temperament. Then she took a hat out of her backpack and put it on her head, which is her usual disguise when she goes out to buy books. With a sigh of relief, Ying Li said to Ai Ran, "Now it's okay, let's go." Ai Ran immediately understood Ying Li's intention, and looked at her speechlessly. This girl's big miss burden is too heavy. Don't worry, now you feel like a different person to me, let's go, it's late now. After hearing Ai Ran's words, Sawamura Irie was relieved, looked around, and after making sure that there was no one, she pushed her bicycle and got under Ai Ran's umbrella. Ai Ran, thank you, phew, it's a little cold today, standing here for so long, a little hungry, I really want to go home and eat quickly. Ai Ran rolled her eyes at Ying Li, didn't you just eat dessert in the cafe more than an hour ago? Verbose Ying Li blushed and argued, I told you last time that girls have two stomachs, and one is specially used for desserts. Yes, Ai Ran ignored Ying Li's crooked reasoning, you lead the way, I don't know where your home is. Outside the umbrella is drizzling, inside the umbrella is a dry field, driven by the characteristics of human cold to warmth. Ying Li pair instinctively approached the only heat source around her, and the distance from Ai Ran was slightly closer. The height difference between the two people is very large, Ai Ran is more than 1 meter 8, and Ying Li pair's height is only 158 centimeters. If Ai Ran normally holds an umbrella, Ying Li pair will still get rained. After perceiving the situation of Ying Li pair, Ai Ran lowered the umbrella slightly. Ying Li turned her head and said in an arrogant tone, "Humph, I didn't expect Hentai Ran to have such a caring side. No way, Sawamura-san is too short, I can't watch you get rained. Ah, damn it, I take back what I just said, hentai AI ran, you are too inconsiderate, you are not tall and you can't blame me. Drink more milk and go out and walk more often. I have milk, but it's not long, what can I do? Ying Lily's tone of this sentence was slightly depressed, making AI Ran feel that she meant something else, and couldn't help but glance down at her Baron somewhere. B79.9, worthy of you. Even in AI Ran's previous life, in addition to the blonde tsundere, there is only this residual B79.9. Thinking of this, AI Ran said with a little pity, don't be discouraged, maybe you can still grow. However, AI Ran lowered his head and happened to meet Ying Lily's gaze, and the latter's eyes instantly became fierce, like a golden retriever puppy who was preparing for a murderous person. Hentai Aaron. Where are you looking? AI. Ran was shocked in his heart, but he didn't expect that his little movements were discovered by Yingli. But he still maintained a calm appearance, and said in a flat tone. Don't get me wrong, I just looked at your hair, and I felt that Sawamura-san looked better after putting down his double ponytail. Yingli's eyes lit up, there is no girl who does not want to be praised for being beautiful, but she does not want to be seen by AI Ran, so the corners of her mouth are slightly upturned and happy, and in the next second she turned into a tsundere. She snorted softly and turned her head away.